Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Bro, aim for that feline chaos energy, gloggy style.
golden common.
Bro, I am a goblin, not a cat. But alright, listen up. Mew mew mew, mew 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 mew, mew 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 mew. This is the loud goblin cat mission. I'm so done. I'm crying.
Wooey woo. Wee woo 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 Let's go. This goes crazy fast like time traveling portals in my backpack, lol.
I'm back. How's everyone doing today? All right. Ducky, what's up, my girl? How you been? Oh my god, there's like a bunch of ambulances outside my house. Hold on, guys. Why isn't the camera turning on? God damn it. All right, let's see. Perfect. I had to call the company because it looks like the card thing that I use is busted. So I had to get a So I've had the cable break, I've had my monitor cable break, and I've had this thing break. So that's 3 things in like 3 months. That's crazy. Crazy. You'd think I'm fucking abusing the equipment. All I am is just using it. All right, guys. Let's see. God, he looks so depressed. All right, we got to start with this one because this is going to be hilarious. Right, guys? So much good news. I love it. I guess this guy's making a comeback because
Hi, everyone. I'm Iluma. Oh, okay. Follow me. Okay, follow me. Hi, everyone. I'm Iluma. Oh, okay. Follow me. Okay, follow me.
It's so
Hi,
funny.
everyone. I'm Iluma. Oh, okay. Follow me. Okay, follow me.
Soylon jump. Oh man, it just doesn't get old. All right, and then this is what we're gonna start with because this is gonna be too funny.
So the last time we talked about Nick Fuentes, we had him explaining how Trump is completely and utterly fucked, how he boxed himself in a corner, there's no way out, and functionally his presidency is over. It's done. MAGA's cooked. Well, now we have Nick Fuentes, and he's going to basically say how, turns out liberals were right. Now, I remember a video he did, a segment he did a while ago,
Where he said the
where
opposite?
I think he quite literally said the words, I'm not like one of these Kyle Kalinske guys who says like, oh, Donald Trump is dumb, he's so stupid. I'm not one of those like Kyle Kalinske guys who say, or Stephen Colbert who says stuff like that. So in other words, oh, it's, that's unserious commentary. That's like lowbrow commentary for you to say Trump is dumb. Well, now here we are, maybe a year or so later, if that.
And he's
And
saying,
listen to what Nick is saying now.
Trump is just dumb. Liberals were right. He's just dumb. And I have heard this firsthand from people that I know that have met with him recently, and they all convey the same thing, which is he is just stupid and old. He just doesn't know what's going on. Like,
what?
I can't really repeat all the details of these conversations. I can't get too specific, but it's not like a gimmick.
You realize this now, motherfucker? What?
He's not trying to be cute. He's not trying to be funny. He is mentally deteriorating. If he was ever smart, he isn't anymore. This is a 100-year-old man that's in control of the country, and no one can tell him no.
Yeah.
So I said this on Alex Jones last year. I said, we're just stuck. We're just stuck with this guy. Everybody voted for this asshole, and now we're stuck with him for the next 4 years, and he is going to ruin everything. He is sucking all the oxygen out of the room. He is preventing any real right-wing energy from being incubated during this period.
See, that's where you fucked up, Nick. No, this is the right-wing energy. They will never come to the full realization
For
that
real.
this simply is right-wing politics. Right-wing politics always ends in self-dealing and corruption and grifting and warmongering. Like, the whole point of right-wing politics.
I mean,
is to
that's a pretty accurate analysis, right? Because the further right you go, the more you have to do that, right? Or the more like you're going to encourage that kind of behavior, right?
suck off the billionaires and suck off the warmongers and be a fascist. And that's what we're witnessing here. He's self-dealing and sucking off the billionaires, the Epstein class.
There's a lot of
And
sucking
he is
going
a
on.
warmonger, and he is a fascist. Like, what right-wing energy, could you mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, if only we had somebody who was actually cracking down on immigration. Oh, you mean like they literally are right in front of our eyes? I just covered on the show the other day, I covered it on the show the other day that there's been 100,000 instances of family separation where they separate the kids from their parents.
But Kyle, come on. He's not really doing anything. Kyle, what? You naive boy. You naive 40-looking-year-old boy. God damn it.
We're looking at, they're building concentration camps and shit. They built Alligator Alcatraz. We're missing 4,000 immigrants. They rounded up a bunch of innocent people and sent them with no due process. Look at what's happening outside Delaney Hall in New Jersey right now. Like, you got your wish.
Oh,
and
God.
guess what? The country didn't get better.
That place,
It turns out when you
New
do a
Jersey.
massive police state crackdown on immigrants and you get rid of due process and you get rid of habeas corpus and you get rid of the Constitution and you get rid of the need for a warrant to execute these things, turns out people's lives don't improve. Turns out grocery prices are going up and gas prices are going up and inflation's going up and employment's going up and the economy's barbecue chicken. And if you do a massive crackdown on immigrants, not only does it not help your average person, it actually makes it worse. And it turns out immigrants are in the same boat as the rest of us.
Well, yeah, and I've said this I said this on the stream a couple months ago, back when, I guess, when the presidency started, right? And what did I say there? I said that this is going to have an inflationary effect on the economy, which means the average person is going to get fucked. Right? So, yeah.
Wow, what a surprise. So this is the fundamental cope of Nick Fuentes, is that it's the classic, like, the no true Scotsman fallacy. Oh, well, this isn't actual right-wing politics. This isn't actual right-wing energy. Or maybe it's the perfect right-wing energy. Just like George H.W. Bush was, just like Donald Trump is, they all end up becoming the same functionally. And it's super serving the billionaires, becoming massive warmongers, right? Doing fascist policies where they try to control people's lives and go after minority communities. Turns out none of that will improve your life. The only thing that will improve your life is leftist politics. The only thing that will improve your life is raising the minimum wage, giving people the ability to join a union, giving paid vacation time by law.
Well, and the reason that would work now is because these are very much like current day things you can do today, right? Like a lot of the other stuff we talk about, you can't necessarily do because we just don't have the technology or we don't have post-scarcity, right? But yeah, for real.
Giving universal health care and universal college, right? Having a society that actually gives a shit about people and looks after them, that wants to make sure people don't go homeless, that make sure people want to have a roof over their head, that make sure people can have a meal in their belly, right? Like, this is what good politics is. It's a system that actually allows you to have fundamental personal freedom in an individual sense and an interpersonal sense, but gives you a financial and economic social safety net where the low is not that low and you're going to be okay and we're going to look out for each other. It's an actual sense of community. That crazy thing. You don't get that from right-wing politics.
Well, and that's the whole point of forming a society, right? Like, we don't live in a society so you can exist in your apartment by yourself, working, being all depressed and like pretending to go to work or going to work and then having these like pretend interactions with people that don't really matter, right? Like, that's not a society. Like, if you break down American society, it's actually pretty sad. And then you go around the world and you see people, how they interact with their actual friends and family and stuff. And they're just so much more like lively. And listen, like, that might not be everyone's cup of tea. I'm fully willing to admit that. But you do got to admit that it does create more of a sense of a society than what we have in many aspects, right?
Nobody gets that from right-wing politics.
So many people, like we covered the loneliness epidemic, right? And it's not just happening here in the U.S. It's across like many of the developed world or the like neoliberal world, right? So, yeah.
What you get from right-wing politics is hatred.
That isn't the point, right? Like, the point is this stuff, these policies have been implemented worldwide, whether we saw the one in Australia, right? We've watched several of these, I think in Germany as well, right?
What you get from right-wing politics is division. You get divide and conquer. You get, oh, blame these brown people. Blame these trans people. That's what you get. Oh, you're mad, blame them, right? It's not about community. It never has anything to do with community. It has nothing to do with actually fixing problems, as we're witnessing right now. And so that's where you fucked up, is trying to pretend.
You done fucked it up.
Oh, this isn't true right-wing energy. No, it is. This is right-wing energy. This is right-wing politics. This is what it fucking looks like. And if you want to know what left-wing politics looks like, for example, you can take a look at the Scandinavian countries where they have a higher standard of living. They self-report being way happier. They have free healthcare and free college. They have almost universal across-the-board unions in some of those Scandinavian countries. And wages are higher, people are happier, and it's just better. It's just a better system, right? So we have real-world examples we can point to of shit that works. You guys have what? A bunch of fucking dictators and a bunch of psychotic, self-dealing, corrupt madmen? Congratulations on that.
And we're just stuck. We just have to deal with the consequences and try to find a way to pick up the pieces in a couple of years when the Republican primary starts, but it's pretty grim. There just simply is no plan. And what you're hearing is these, like, secondhand stories from people like Tucker Carlson and others, and they just talk about, all we can really do is speculate. what is going through his head based on conversations that these people are having with him. And nobody knows. And you just want to say, what is going on in the country? First, it was Joe Biden. That was bad enough. We had Joe Biden for 4 years. And honestly, the difference is at least we knew he was demented. That's the difference. And it's a sad... state of affairs when you say that we have two senile, demented presidents. They're both retarded. They're both wrecking the country. But you say the silver lining of one of them is that at least we knew it. At least everyone knew. I shouldn't even say that. That's actually the sad part. For 4 years, the Democrats were telling us, no, he's good. He's fine. Oh, that's all Joe Biden. Remember when Jim Carrey...
He says that, but what ended up happening? Oh, that's right. The Democrats ended up replacing Joe Biden. Funny, I don't see that happening with Trump. In fact, I see the cult.
Yeah, like it's kind of funny, the cope, right? Oh,
it's
God.
culting, and I see everybody around him is protecting him, including when he's literally in the Epstein files with a nipple torture kink of underage girls. So your false equivalence is exactly that. It's a false equivalence because the Democrats, when push came to shove, they were like, you know what, son, you actually got to move the fuck on. I can't see the Republicans ever doing that, ever. The fact that they haven't broken with him yet is the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in politics. Way more embarrassing than what happened with Joe Biden.
Was playing him on Saturday Night Live, and they were portraying him like he was Tom Cruise. Jim Carrey was wearing the sunglasses and doing the finger guns. And liberals, this was serious, like 1984 level propaganda. They were trying to convince themselves that Joe Biden was like some kind of Tom Cruise, all-American maverick figure. It's like, look at his gait. Look at the way he walks. He's going to die. So we had that for 4 years. Half the country was deluded about all of it. And then the other half of the country was talking about him shitting his pants and farting every day. That's your country. Half the country is masked up, triple vaccinated, kneeling for BLM. Other half of the country is making diaper fart and poop jokes for 4 years. Biden farted, Biden shit his pants. So we live in hell. And then now it's like the roles are reversed. Now Trump is falling asleep, complete fucking idiot. Each person in the cabinet is dumber than the next. Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth and Susie Wiles and J.D. Vance. It's just Kash Patel. It's just a clown car of one sycophantic moron, dumber than the last, and then the king doofus is sitting on the top.
Well, what I would say to Nick Fuentes is Joe Biden, despite all of his many flaws.
Oh, man. Yeah, hell yeah, we are, girl. Damn right.
At least we got a $15 minimum wage for federal contractors.
Ew.
Right? Helped 400,000 people.
I'm not sucking up Joe Biden, of course not, right? But at least we actually got like a little bit more than most presidents recently, right? He was like the most pro-union president we've had up until like, what, LBJ, right? FDR. And then we went to Trump, who like literally shut down the NLRB, right? The National Labor Relations Board.
Payments. At least he raised overtime pay. At least he did project.
Like, do you see how one of those things are not like the other? In fact, it's so bad now that there's like a bill that passed the House. I don't think it's going to pass the Senate, but we reported on it. It's about that once you vote to form a union, it has to be recognized within like a few months so you can get up and running really quickly. That should have been a thing decades ago, right? But because Trump is literally like ruined the NLRB, they can't even do that, right? Because all like if you decide to form a union, you have to go through the NLRB, and if that's shut down, well, guess what? You're fucked. Like my state, for example, we voted last election to fucking get Uber drivers a union, and now like it's been stalled for more than a year, guys, because of Trump's NLRB thing. So fuck off, right? Oh God.
Labor agreements for
like Joe Biden was old, but it's like, come on, in comparison to that,
construction workers. At least we created 775,000 manufacturing jobs with the CHIPS
True.
Act and the infrastructure bill.
Yeah, it was more neoliberalism, but like at least like it went for like high paying jobs, right? I'm not in favor of it, but like now there's like no jobs. So it's like, huh?
At least he had a pro-labor NLRB and didn't
There you
stab
go.
organized labor in the back and lower
There you go, right? Like literally what I just said. He put like very pro people on the NLRB, right? The National Labor Relations Board. God damn it.
wages like Trump did. At least we had a good CFPB instead of Trump and Elon, who destroyed the CFPB and said, hey, if you get fucked over by a financial institution, you can fucking deal with it. At least Biden cracked down on wealthy tax cheats. At least he wasn't in the Epstein files with the nipple torture.
One thing I thought was a huge W, at least like on paper, right? Until like I think he could have done even more if he would have gotten another term, or like if somebody, right? But he had an international agreement where, much like if you pay taxes in France, you don't pay taxes in the United States, or vice versa, right? So what ends up happening? Okay, he made like a treaty, right? He created a network of agreement. Let's just say that, because a treaty would be, that's a little different. But he created a network of agreement where people, countries that have no tax, like they don't like tax rich people or corporations, they would have to as well, right? Equally. Like there would be a bare minimum tax across the world, right? So like there was that. So that like it would basically reduce the whole idea of like a tax haven. And then like we're not getting any of that right now, right? We're getting the opposite, if anything.
Kink. And with the Katie Johnson story, right? At least he didn't start. In fact, he told Netanyahu to fuck off and kick rocks when Netanyahu tried to get Biden to wage an illegal war against Iran. He drew a line. He said, I'm not doing that. You know who else said that? Obama said that too. So by your own fucking standards when it comes to foreign policy, any Democratic president is preferable to any fucking Republican. And you know that. And you fucking know that. Oh, man. The false equivalent stuff. I just can't with that shit anymore. I just fucking can't with it. And you'll have these big, I'm a right-winger, but I criticize Trump all the time, bro. I'm a real tough guy. But I'll also do some bullshit false equivalence and act like, yeah, both parties are like equally bad, bro. Oh, really? Was Kamala Harris the one who was massacring 200 innocent people in the fucking Pacific and the Caribbean, bombing dinghy fishing boats as they try to get dinner? Is that what was happening? Was that Kamala Harris doing that? Was it Kamala Harris who came up with the fucking crypto scam coin and pulling a con on her own supporters? Was that Kamala Harris who did that? Is it Kamala Harris who engaged in the most brazen corruption we've ever seen, where trying to pay herself with fucking U.S. tax money? Remember this? Trump basically taking $10 billion of U.S. tax money for his board of peace that he fucking made up, which all went into a slush fund that only he controls. Did Kamala Harris do that? Would she ever do that in a million fucking years? I don't think so. I don't think she would. So I can't stand the false equivalence. But he is correct to say that liberals were right, and he is correct to say that Trump is just dumb. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Sometimes Occam's razor, the most straightforward, direct answer, truly is the correct thing. When you look at Trump, you go, that guy's a fucking idiot. And you know why people think that? Because he's a fucking idiot, and there's no other way to describe him.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications.
We told you so. We told you so. Right. This should be funny.
Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America?
What the fuck?
You just saw a glimpse of the UFC fight that took place
That's so embarrassing.
on the White House lawn for Donald Trump's 80th birthday. and it was somehow even more trashy than I expected it to be. It looked like a real-life parody of The Hunger Games or a dumber version of the movie Idiocracy. And I actually don't know how many clips I can show you since the event is paywalled by Paramount. Nonetheless, HuffPost did publish a bunch of photographs that I want to show you.
Wow.
Because they really encapsulate the vibes of this event, and the vibes, predictably, are very, very bad. They're dystopian, they're downright humiliating, and I want to show you what I mean. So here's a picture of tech billionaire Mark Zuckerberg seen schmoozing the president like the spineless, brown-nosing loser he is. You can also see an ocean of ecstatic inbred incels collectively producing what I can only assume are nuclear levels of stench that probably caused DC's air quality index to drop by at least 100 points. And then other people showed up donning American flag outfits, which is actually pretty legally risky because if they fart, I think that's technically flag desecration, which comes with a year-long prison sentence under the Trump regime. Still, it's a bold choice, and I hand it to them for that. Now, here's another picture. This is the exact demographic that you would expect to see at this event, and they were just throwing shit on the ground like it didn't matter. And, you know, you can only imagine what these same people would say if a Democratic president allowed this level of defilement of our precious and beloved White House. Oh, and of course, pro-Trump billionaire David Ellison, whose network carried the event, was also spotted there, probably so Donald Trump can thank him in person for buying up all the remaining American media outlets and turning them all into right-wing rags. And the cherry on top of the shit sundae was when UFC fighter Josh Hokett called former First Lady Michelle Obama a man, which really speaks to the childish mentality of the people at this event. Like, I've always said that MAGA is composed of emotionally stunted adults, and every day it's like they're trying to prove me right. What exactly is the takeaway here in saying that Michelle Obama is a man? That he thinks she's ugly, or that he thinks she's a transgender woman? My guy, you support an uncharacteristically moist president with a neck pussy who unevenly slathers an entire bottle of Jergens Afterglow self-tanning lotion all over his face every morning. I don't think you're in a position to judge the looks of anyone else. And if Obama were transgender, then what? If she was actually a trans woman, then what? Being trans isn't a bad thing. You're essentially just pointing at her and laughing like a 9-year-old bully would do to somebody on the playground because they had freckles or something. Like, it is a childish insult that's more embarrassing for you than Michelle Obama. But apparently, even the UFC's fans think that this guy is very, very cringeworthy, and they were already making fun of him before he made that dumbass remark, because at the weigh-in, he decided to pretend to be drunk and fake vomited on himself. And I just want to read you some of the reactions from fans, courtesy of Anthlon Sports, because they did not think that it was as cute as he did. Quote, "What an ass. He's not even remotely funny." Quote, "Threw up. Guy spit out some applesauce he stashed in his mouth. Jesus effing Christ, who the F likes this? A fighter vomiting on himself? Y'all tune in for this? Fuck out of here. Don't think I've hated a UFC fighter more. So performative,
Dumb slapping the bitches.
Hey,
hey, welcome back, hombre.
This dude is fucking weird and lame. I will never watch the UFC ever again. This is some WWE shit. I hate this motherfucker. Fuck the UFC. Thank F there are other MMA organizations. Never watching this garbage again." And I had to censor some of the F words, otherwise YouTube might think I'm being a little bit too naughty, but I don't blame them because this is middle school humor that makes the entire sport that they love look like a joke. But as embarrassing as this shit show was, I actually do have a hot take that might shock you. I personally loved it. I loved every second of it, albeit for very different reasons than Trump supporters, obviously. See, I enjoyed it in a roundabout way because it forced Americans to see America the way that I've always seen this country, as a complete and utter fucking joke.
Yeah.
See, because even before Trump, I've never understood patriotism. You know, it's something that we've all been pressured to be.
I don't get it
patriotic,
either.
But it never made sense to me. It was always weird to me that I'm the one who gets dirty looks because I don't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Why is everybody else giving me side eye when they're the ones being weird? Why should I feel pride about the imaginary borders that I was randomly born in when that same pride is used to justify heinous acts of violence in other countries? We have to invade Iran and Iraq because we're superior to them. They're barbarians, and we're the civilized ones. We're the good guys. They're the bad guys. We're the best country ever, so anything that we do is justified. And we tell ourselves how amazing we are. I think so we don't feel bad about all of the atrocities that we commit. And
It's
we're
cope,
pressured
yeah.
to say how amazing we are over and over again as soon as we even learn how to talk. Because if we stop jerking ourselves off about how fucking
It's not patriotism, it's jingoism. Yeah, exactly.
perfect we are, even for a second, reality might set in.
No, I get it. I understood what you meant. I talk a lot about jingoism here, right? Ugh.
You have to say it again and again and again so it becomes true to you. Think about it. We have deified our founders of all people for bringing us freedom, even though they were wig-wearing clowns that designed our entire Constitution around slavery on territory where the native population was ethnically cleansed and genocided, which still isn't recognized to this day, mind you, because if we recognize that, it would contradict our hero narrative. But we're told all of this was necessary. We had to do this stuff to establish the greatest country in the history of the world. And anyone who thinks otherwise, they must hate America, which is a country that you have to pay cult-like fealty to if you live here in order to achieve its blessing in the form of the American dream, which is only attainable if you really believe in it. And, you know, maybe that was achievable at one point. Maybe there was an American dream almost exclusively for white people, of course. But
almost, yeah.
They're still telling us that it's shameful to not be patriotic, even though they're telling us it's our fault if we can't make it in this late-stage capitalist hellscape that they've created for us. It's our fault, not theirs. It's a joke. So, no, I don't feel pride for a country founded on lies and genocide and racism that doesn't even bother to offer us the illusion of democracy anymore. And in a weird way, Trump is pulling the mask off of our country and forcing us to see it for what it really is and what it always has been, a downright fucking embarrassment to humanity. And I think it's good that millions of Americans are finally seeing this country the way it actually is and not the way we're told it is. And that's the effect I think Trump is having. A poll by Navigator Research found that all of the vanity projects Trump is pursuing shows Americans that he's focused on all the wrong things. A majority of Americans think that his 22-foot golden statue, his face on a $250 bill, his UFC fight, and his demolition of the East Wing for a ballroom is the wrong thing for him to be focused on, and a sizable amount of MAGA Republicans agree with that. Moreover, a strong plurality of Americans think that his 250-foot tall arch, his renovation of the reflecting pool, and his $1.8 billion slush fund demonstrates that he's focused on the wrong things. Because think about it, how can the greatest country in the world be focused on things that are so useless and meaningless, that do nothing to improve anyone's material conditions? See, in an indirect way,
I call them just bread and circuses. Hey, sorry I'm late, Profan. No worries, girl. Watch it. Welcome back. How you been?
I'm actually glad,
Good to see you again.
That
How's your day?
Trump is hyper-focusing on all of these vanity projects. One, because him doing all of this meaningless bullshit is less harmful than any policies that he would otherwise be pursuing, like the SAVE Act. And two, because Americans have never had a more in-your-face example of how little their government cares about them. It's like Trump is rubbing it in our faces. It's like saying, hey, fuck you, America. And it really forces them to reckon with the idea of patriotism if you have a leader that was popularly elected that can just turn around and spit in your face like this. And CNN data analyst Harry Anton explains that there is a political impact that this UFC fight in particular is having.
Take a look here. UFC White House fights are appropriate. Just 16% overall. And among Republicans, even among Republicans, you know, the diehard-based Republican Party with Trump through thick and thin, just 31% of Republicans. His approval rating amongst Republicans overall, as you know, usually hovers a little bit north of 80%. So we're talking 50 points lower here. And, you know, this overall, you know, being 16%, you know, what is it, like 28% of Americans, you know, believe in telepathy? So this is even below that.
Does this fall into a broader pattern with the White House in voters' minds?
Yeah, I think this is the big problem here, Omar, which is, you know, Americans just don't think that Donald Trump and this White House is in touch with them because, you know, they put on stuff like that Americans don't really care about. Take a look here. Say the White House is out of touch with people like you. 60% overall. We're talking about 3 in 5 Americans. And look among independents. 80% of independents say that the White House is out of touch with people like them. So all of a sudden you have a White House that is potentially putting on events such as this UFC fights, And, Americans' top issue is inflation. And what's Trump's net approval rating on that? Like -50? And you go to yourself, okay, appropriate, no on the UFC fights. And then you put it together with what they actually care about. No wonder that the American people say 60% say the White House is out of touch with people like them and 80% of independents.
So this is why I approve of the UFC fight for strategic purposes. I think that the vibes and the symbolism are necessary
I agree with
to
you,
wake
man.
Americans the fuck up.
I actually agree. You know what? I'm convinced. More of them. Every day, all day.
Once and for all, and get them to realize that the way they're viewing the Trump regime is the way that everyone...
Guys, it's like, are you going to see the clown in the full makeup with the honking nose? Or are you going to, just pretend that the clown has the makeup and the honking nose? No, you got to see it. You got to see it run around like an idiot, right? Like, come on, at this point, this is what they're doing, right?
Around the world has viewed the American empire for a very long time. Trump is an ugly face that just forces Americans to view the American empire through the lens of every other human being on the planet. We've always been this ugly to everybody else, because think about it. Do you think the people in Southeast Asia or Latin America thought that we were awesome, thought that we were the greatest country ever when we were pillaging their countries for decades for their natural resources?
Facts.
Did Iraq think that America was super awesome when Bush invaded them and caused the Civil War? Caused at least 1 million deaths? Did the people of Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia think that Obama was as suave and charming as we all thought when he was drone striking their grandmothers while they were gardening, drone striking people while they were getting married? Did the people of Palestine think that Joe Biden restored decency to the White House while he was giving Israel the weapons that they were using to commit a genocide? Do you think the people of Iran see Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu as liberators
Am I right,
while they
guys?
bomb the schools that their kids are going to? I don't think so. They probably didn't feel too good about us before the war, seeing as how the U.S. teamed up with Great Britain to overthrow Iran's democratically elected leader Mohammad Mossadegh because he dared to nationalize their oil so people in Iran would benefit from that oil instead of Western corporations. We've never been the good guys. And as much as I hate Donald Trump and actually do think he poses a unique, greater threat than any other president, he is useful in the sense that he's basically holding a mirror up to all of our faces and showing us who we are. His disgusting, shameless behavior is forcing Americans to collectively reckon with who we are and how our leaders let things get so bad that millions of people voted for an openly fascist authoritarian con man in the first place. We really need to grapple with the underlying causes here. And with each passing day, it seems like Trump is forcing more and more Americans to be introspective.
Welcome
about
back,
the country
buddy. How you been? House of Cards coming down.
that we were told
Good
to be
see
so
you again.
proud of. It says something about every single one of us that this man is our president. Maybe we didn't vote for him. I didn't, but I have family members who did. The same is probably true for a lot of you. So he's all of our problem. And if you try to look past the spectacle of the UFC event.
Yeah, I agree, right? I think he's just a broader, like, guys, and I've said this multiple times, right? Trump is not like a uniquely bad person, right? He's like just the culmination, the symptom, right? Of all the, like, I would say he's a combination of all the bad, right? But he's not uniquely bad, right? I think like libs and even some leftists go like, "Oh my God, he's like the worst thing ever," and it's like he is really bad, right? Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. However, you have some Trump in you. I have some Trump in me, right? And we all have to fix that. And I think that's what he's trying to say here. Yeah, we should be more like the federal, right? But we're nowhere near that shit. Love that new emote. Thank you, Living Lily.
And talk
his face, he's so happy.
To people about how they feel, or talk, even look at why
Trump is a sociopath, and leadership under sociopaths, what's called collective narcissism. Yeah, well said. Collective narcissism, right? Is it Federation time? It was Federation time 20 years ago, girl. But we ain't getting, 50 years ago at this point, but we ain't getting anywhere near that. Is it? Moths to a flame.
They're going.
I can't wait for you guys to see the Glocky cry emote. It's going to be great.
Come into focus. To show you what I mean, I want to share this clip from MS Now.
Now, if you really look at this crowd, I want you to observe something. The bulk of the people in here, they're young. These are young men. And if you think about the president's base or the core of his base, this is his bread and butter across ethnicities. In 2024, he improved his performance with young black men, with young Latino men, young white men. So if you think about who's coming out to support this, who may actually praise the fact that he's having a UFC match on White House grounds, or the people in line, all of whom appear to be pretty supportive of the president. That being said, we have also, over the course of the last few days, talked to plenty of people who take issue with this entire
now
thing.
We know where to
describing it
clean.
as a circus, a spectacle. I just spoke to a gentleman who called it a clown show, and really taking.
Thank you. Right? I mean, literally what I just said 5 minutes ago. Right? This is a clown show. But, like, guys, I comment on stuff all day about this, right? We have become such a performative society, right? When you travel the world and you see how people are, I'm not saying like every place is way better, right? That's not what I'm trying to say either. I'm just saying that the performative aspect of our culture has become just way too much, right? Instead of just being sincere or like trying to change like sincerely on things, we've just like performed this big like, yeah, we're gonna be, look how great we are, look how great of a place we are, all this stuff. And now that's starting to bite us in the ass, right? Because we see it in things like this. Bread and circuses, Thunderbolt, spectacle. Yeah, well said, right? And that's why I said it's not uniquely like a US thing. I think it's a sign of like declining empire as well. But I think we do have... yeah, we have an auto translate in the chat, guys. So you can translate it from any language, and Glocky will do it. Thunderdome.
With the amount of taxpayer resources going to this. Now, I'll point out the actual UFC structure that was built on White House grounds, that 92-foot claw, that was paid for by UFC and its affiliates. According to a court filing, it cost around $60 million.
That makes everything
when you
better.
Think about the law enforcement presence here, I mean, we have seen DEA, we have seen U.S. Marshals, we've seen the National Guard, Maryland State Troopers, Metropolitan Police, Secret Service agents, a huge law enforcement presence here. The fact that they've closed multiple major roads, there is still a very large taxpayer cost. I want to play for you some of the backlash I heard from a resident of D.C. Take a listen.
It's a circus rather than a celebration of the country. I still feel like we've gotten away from all of the things that make the country great, all of the other historical facts. I'm not sure where UFC fits in with...
It doesn't, but... Donors got to get paid, so they fit in now. You heard that, right, guys? Did everyone catch that at the beginning? And does everyone remember what I said literally last stream? This is just a giant suck fest and it's just a giant social welfare program for corporations. And what did we hear? They gave them contract rights. They gave contract rights to Paramount. So even if you restream this shit, you can get struck. That is what we call corporate welfare, right? Because you're giving somebody like you're just handing over, first of all, they're handing over money to do the broadcast, right? Secondly, they're literally giving them rights to something when it should literally be anybody who should be able to cover this. It's the fucking country. Right? We all as taxpayers like pay for this shit. Nod. Yeah. Like in any other society that have been like, you're going to jail. Here, we're laughing. You see what I mean? So
celebration of the United States and
maybe not any of them, but you get what I mean. Most.
Go figure.
Yeah. So all of those young men who showed up that support Donald Trump, they don't support him because he's addressing the economic anxiety that they're feeling through meaningful policy solutions. Nope. They support him because Trump distracts them from the pain that they're feeling from their economic predicament with bread and circus. And that, my friends, is the modus operandi of the American empire, always has been. We're told we are the greatest country on earth, and if you can't make it in this hyper-capitalist, hyper-individualistic
well, you're
society,
a piece of shit.
Then that's your fault.
Yep.
So that's why.
No, it's even worse. You get called a piece of shit, right? You either don't deserve this. Like, remember we had people coming in here literally saying that the other day? That shit was hilarious to me, right? Bread and circus. Yeah. There's that word.
Is so crucial to the American empire because patriotism is used to reinforce the very system that oppresses everyone. The system can never, ever fail us. We can only fail ourselves. If we don't make it, that's our fault. But I mean,
it's hyper individualism when it's your fault, but they want absolute patriotism and nationalism when it's not, or anything that they provide. Peasants, be grateful.
Can't have everybody in society super depressed and angry about their economic situation because that will lead to social instability that threatens capital. So you do have to give them something to take their mind off of the pain. It's what the Roman Empire did.
Exactly. See, that's why I like this guy. Like, I don't always agree with every political take he has. I think Kyle's a little bit more to the left sometimes, or like he has like a more nuanced take. But like literally what I just said, right? Great take.
We're doing it pretty explicitly.
I think he went to school for political science too, if I remember, but I don't remember enough about him. Right. Doesn't matter if they agree or not. They're on the same side. Yep.
That's what this UFC fight does in a nutshell, in my opinion. And like, think about Trump himself and why he alone is the embodiment of the American dream despite his wealth, because this man is very clearly one of the biggest dipshits who's ever lived. So if a dumb, pathetic loser like him found success in this system, if he can make it, then there's still hope for the rest of us. You know, don't think about the fact that he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Just think about how, you don't have to be bright to make it. You don't have to get an education. You don't have to be empathetic. You could be a piece of shit and you can still be successful. You can give in to all of your worst impulses.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was saying, right? This is a reflection of, like, we all have this in ourselves, right? And that's why I always say, guys, like, I've said this multiple times, go to therapy, right? Figure this stuff out about yourself. Try to work on it, right? Because we all have it, and we all should like try to work on it as much as possible, because this is like a greater symptom of society, right? The more we start doing this actively, and let's be honest, part of it is there's just not a lot of resources, right? Like, not everyone has access to a fucking therapist, but like if you really work at it, you can like be more active and part. Yeah, we didn't listen. No.
We didn't listen.
And
We didn't listen.
and Teledra, I know this is like your field because you love psychology and stuff, but like, yeah, like I always say do that because it's really important, right? This stuff goes hand in hand, and like, it's just gonna make you feel so much better about stuff. And not only that, like the way I view it, right, is, and I've said this multiple times, like I always try like to like give value to people, right? Like I try to like be, okay, well, for however long you're in my life, like I want you to be in a better person than, or I want you to be better off than when I found you, right? And I think like that mentality is very left wing, right? Because that's a sense of action, but you have to actually believe it, right? If you don't believe that, then I can't help you. But I actually believe it, right? So like when I meet people, or when I try to like engage with them, they like, I always get told like, oh, thank you for teaching me about this, thank you for doing, right? And those are like, oh, good. So no matter how long they're in my life or not, I feel it makes me feel like good, I'm actually contributing, right? So these are things like you can start to do. There's a bunch of things, right? But this we'd spend all day here on this thing.
People like shit, treat
True.
women like
Yeah,
shit,
thank
treat
you, buddy.
minorities like shit, and you could be successful. That's also, I think, why they're drawn to him. But when it comes to
Luke
the
Thomas,
system itself,
Gus come
anytime
far.
Americans start to get closer
You
to
know
the
it, buddy.
truth and begin to realize that it's the system and not them, the system offers...
Yeah, somebody told me to do that a few years ago, and that's been like my motto. I was like, that's so wise. I really like that. I really like that.
new scapegoat for them to sacrifice to temporarily ease their pain. It's always some group of people with even less power than they have, be it immigrants or trans people or Muslims or black people or gay people or any other marginalized group that can serve that purpose and fit that narrative. But with regard to patriotism in particular, to reject the idea of it is to deny the empire a useful tool that they need to perpetuate our misery and keep the cycle going year after year. So again, that is why I hope that Trump keeps doing these kinds of things, because
me too. You convinced me, buddy.
Look so foolish that we can't help but question our own patriotism. We begin to wonder why we ever felt that way in the first place and ask ourselves what exactly we were proud of to begin with. Because if our system fell victim to this obvious buffoon clown man who turned the country into whatever the fuck this is, maybe it was never worthy of our pride in the first place.
Tremendous.
Funny. Honestly, I don't know what to call our vision anymore. It doesn't belong on either side. Yeah, I think it's fine not having a label now, right? But I already said it's generally on the left. Obviously it's on the left, right? But it's on the more libertarian side left, right? So it's somewhere there. Labels are not important, guys. It's more about actually, but sure, you do need them sometimes to make it to be a clear communicator, right? But I agree, man. Agree. All right. This is gonna be funny.
Very excited now to be joined by our great friend, Trita Parsi, who has found himself under attack by the despicable Barry Weiss. Let's start with B0 up here on the screen. I do want to draw this to everyone's attention. Dr. Parsi has found himself attacked by the Free Press, who allegedly reported that he was being considered for deportation. So Dropsite, Breaking Points, and the American Conservative have all started this petition to stand with Trita Parsi against deportation. There will be a link down in the description. I encourage you to add your name to this petition to show the United States government how many American citizens stand here with our friend. But we are going to start, first of all, for his great analysis of the situation and of this war. And let's put A0B up here on the screen. Sir, you give us some comments here about Trump's latest musings on Hezbollah. So here he says, Israel is fighting Hezbollah too long. Too many people are being killed. You don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody. There are a lot of people in those apartment houses. They're not all Hezbollah. I suggested to Israel to let Syria take care of Hezbollah, and quote, I did not like that, Trump striking Beirut, or Israel striking Beirut, and I let them know that. What do you make of these kind of musings here on Israel and Hezbollah, which remains one of the key problems for Trump in actually attaining this ceasefire?
Well, Trump is pushing back against the Israelis, trying to sabotage his deal. And he's doing so not simply by saying, hey, don't sabotage my deal. He's going after specific methods that the Israelis are using to build up opinion against Israel. He's criticizing them for the massive amount of collateral damage that they're totally fine with inflicting. Whereas the US itself follows different rules. And it was under the Biden administration that the United States just lifted all restrictions on Israel. They could do whatever they wanted. And of course, Trump continued that for a while. But he's hinting here now that he's going to restrict that by saying that you don't have to kill and take down an entire apartment building. The Israelis attacked Lebanon just hours before the electronic signing, knowing very well that that was an Iranian red line and also an implicit American red line. It was a clear attempt by them to sabotage this. And I think that, their hands is shown now, and I think the glasses are off. The Trump administration is clearly seeing what the Israelis are intending to do, and the only way to prevent them from doing so is not just these comments. I think they're helpful. It's not just these angry phone calls, although I'm pleased to hear about them. Mm-hmm. They have to make it very clear the United States is not going to go into a war that Israel starts against America's wishes. Because the incentive for the Israelis is that they believe that by starting these wars, they can drag the US into it. If you can make it absolutely clear that will not work, it will also disincentivize the Israelis from going down that path because there's no value for them doing so if they can't get the United States to get dragged in. And this has to be done not just orally, but also make it clear militarily. We're not going to be there for you.
Yeah. I'm looking at a Times of Israel headline right now. It says, amid U.S.-Iran deal, IDF says Hezbollah continues attacking troops in South Lebanon. We've already had at least one IDF drone strike within Lebanon. How much do you think that Iran will tolerate of this?
Well, it depends between when we are talking about it. Will they tolerate it right now? Probably. Will they tolerate it after Friday? Probably not. And they will not tolerate, even though at this point it is Beirut that is the red line. I suspect that from the signing, or at least shortly thereafter, it will be all of Lebanon. And then they're going to be very adamant about this, because if they allow for some strikes in southern Lebanon, well, then eventually the Israelis are going to push forward and push forward and push forward. So I think there's going to be a very firm line there. At least that's what they're going to have to do if they want to keep this together. But at the same time, it very much also relies on them holding back Hezbollah. And Hezbollah will not be held back if the Israelis are still inside of Lebanon. Hezbollah will not tolerate that the Israelis are occupying parts of Lebanon, because otherwise this agreement, the ceasefire, can end up cementing an Israeli occupation of Lebanon. So I think the US is also going to have to push the Israelis very hard to get out of Lebanon in order to make sure that that front does not jeopardize the much more important front from the Trump administration's perspective, which is to end this war with Iran.
Yeah. Sir, I do want, one of the warnings I gave before we were interviewing you is just about the sheer force of the Israel lobby and what they are about to bring down on the head of Donald Trump. You lived through the original Israel lobby attacks and ongoing from Barry Weiss herself. But what we are watching here with Ben Shapiro and others is a serious threat that I don't want to diminish in any way to Donald Trump and really to the entire country. Let's take a listen here to a preview of what we're going to be hearing now for the next 60 days. Let's take a listen to Shapiro.
Israel is going to have to respond to terrorism across its border, as we'll see. If the United States is going to suddenly become an advocate for the idea that Israel can't defend itself, then this is a giant L for the United States. And suddenly there's no difference between Israel defending itself and Hezbollah firing missiles and rockets at Israelis in Israeli territory. Okay, this is the problem. If you keep sending the signal to a terror-backing regime that chants death to America, that you want to deal with them so badly that you're going to tell our allies in the region to stand down, you are giving them an enormous amount of forward momentum. And that is a huge mistake.
Huge mistake and a giant L here for the United States. The total fusing, sir, of Israeli and U.S. interests.
There is no separate, just conceptually.
It will be funny, yeah.
Is wrong from their perspective. Look, I think we have to remind ourselves of one very important thing. Yes, you're absolutely right, Sagar. This is going to be extremely tough. But Obama did win this fight.
Yeah, he beat them.
Obama defeated them back in 2015 and defeated them in Congress as well, when there was this massive fight and then every Republican was voting with the Israelis at that time. That means that this can be won again, but it's going to be a hell of a fight. There's no doubt about it. It's after Obama won the fight that they managed to destroy the deal by convincing Trump in 2018 to withdraw from the deal. But short of that, the president, once he puts down his foot, the track record is one in which he gets his way, because the Israelis, at the end of the day, despite the fact that they can put forward a tremendous amount of resistance and inflict significant political cost on the president will win. The question is, will he put down his foot firmly and focus on this matter, prioritize it, not get distracted, and not let himself be convinced that it's better off for him not to fight this fight. Now, one thing I think is really fascinating when it comes to how the Trump administration is talking about.
I get Shapiro and Fuentes confused since they are both shit people.
About this deal, trying to sell.
Zeta physician, Shapiro is a bona fide fool. 100. How you doing? Welcome to the stream.
This deal to the
How's your day?
American public, which is really different from the manner in which the Obama administration did it, is that the Obama administration only focused on this as a nuclear deal. They love talking about the nuclear details, about all of the guarantees and all of the inspections, and they never wanted to touch on the idea that this could be the beginning of a better relationship between the two countries, that this could lead to a transformation of the region. If that were to happen, that would be a valid and valuable bonus, but it was not something that they want to use as a selling point, nor did they even embrace the idea that it would be a good thing to have a better relationship with Iran after this. J.D. Vance's talking points are completely the reverse of this. Yeah. He's starting off by saying, hey, this is going to transform U.S.-Iran relations. This is going to transform the region as a whole, because we're going to end this enmity. Trump is talking about this as a peace deal. I think if you want to fight the Israelis on this in Washington, that is exactly the right way to do it. To go full on and explain that this is about changing the entire relationship and the region, enable the United States to get out of the Middle East because we shouldn't be there in the first place.
Facts.
And sell that to the American public instead of focusing on completely boring nuclear details that most Americans will not be able to fully understand anyways, because none of them, or the vast majority of us, are not nuclear scientists. Mm-hmm. So I find that very fascinating. It's complete reverse of how the Obama administration approached this.
Yeah, which makes sense stylistically. Could not be more difference between the Obama administration and this administration. I wanted to play for you Mark Thiessen, who Trump had held up during the hostilities, as someone we should all be paying attention to, is very much in favor of the Iran war and now is very concerned about the potential end of war against Iran. He is raising specific concerns about the $300 billion reconstruction fund. This is B3, guys. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
Apparently, we're going to give them sanctions relief and reconstruction based on performance. But that means that we're going to be giving them a lifeline to revive their regime after we had decimated it. That is a huge problem because the Iranians may comply for a short period of time, but then we're going to have a weak American president, and they're going to have gotten the money. And then there's talk of a reconstruction fund of hundreds of billions of dollars. They'll be like doing a Marshall Plan for Germany while the Nazis were still in power. So I'm anxious to see what the details of the deal are and what gets negotiated, but I'm concerned. I agree.
It seems like, this is one of the primary attacks on the memo of understanding as we understand it, and a potential deal. You heard from Shapiro and also Levin, as we played earlier, that, this is contrary to Israel's interests and is very unfair to Israel. You also had John Podhoretz saying, Trump chickened out, sort of like going straight at his manhood and his masculinity and saying this is embarrassing and humiliating for him. But on the financial aspect of this, what do we know about how this is all going to work out, and how do you think that the administration will try to spin that? Because, of course, the right under the JCPOA, we heard endlessly about these pallets of cash and, have heard about this for years and years afterwards. I'm sure Trump has talked about it as well. And so now you have significant amount of money that is going to flow to Iran, much of which is their own assets. However, it seems like a difficult piece for them to try to sell.
So I'm hearing this critique also from some folks from the Democratic side that,
Yes.
oh my God, they're going to get investments. Let's separate a couple of things. First of all, you have the unfreezing of their assets as a result of sanctions relief. That's their own money that they will have access to again, which is what they use in order to be able to buy food, medicine, or other things. Then you have what is called this investment fund. We have to remember, the Iranians have suffered $300 billion plus in damages as a result of this war. So this is a reconstruction fund that whether the US is going to be part of it or not, we don't know yet. But it is an investment fund. This is the other countries in the region saying, okay, we are now going to try to have an economic relationship with Iran, integrate ourselves with the Iranian economy as a way of building a buffer against a future war. Because we want to make sure that, we clearly cannot just rely on American bases or American weapons that actually ended up being a detriment to our security. So we're going to have to move away from this idea of just completely containing the Iranians. We have to integrate with them as well. And if we do that, we will build bridges that enables peace to actually flourish in the region in the very same manner that after Second World War, the Europeans needed to rebuild Germany in order to make sure that they integrated all of their economies and raised the cost of war. That is actually a very good thing. Now, I don't know if the US is going to be participating in it or not, but if the region wants to do this, and this is primarily going to be a regional thing, why on earth should the United States stand against that or even argue against that? Shouldn't it be better for everyone if they actually are doing things for themselves in order to be able to make peace more viable and war less likely? We should be very happy about that. We should be very happy that as part of this deal, we're actually giving the region a chance to take care of these matters on their own and make sure that they can do things on their own that leads to peace rather than to the United States having to push, build more bases there or bring more troops to that region.
One of the things, though, sir, is that, as we continue to run the numbers, I was just looking, Israel's whole economy is only $500 billion. Iran's rump economy is $437 billion. So an unsanctioned, reconstructed Iran would be a many times bigger economic powerhouse in addition to strategic powerhouse, which would mean it's more important to the region, more important to the United States. But that's part of the reason why it seems to be so existential for them. And we're watching this in their press. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, this is part of the reason why the Israelis started to push for sanctions back in the mid-1990s, in order to make sure that Iran would not emerge as a potential rival to Israel, as a strategic partner for the United States. After the Cold War,
right there.
The Israelis found themselves in a very, very dire situation. They were an outpost against Soviet penetration of the region, but there was no longer Soviet Union. And then the Persian Gulf War led to a scenario in which the US actually moved closer to the Arab states in the region, and Israel was increasingly seen as a liability rather than a strategic asset. It's during this period that the Israelis
Deledra, go follow me on Kick.
Their alliance with the United States to
I know
not be
you're
a
on Kick
strategic
too.
one, but rather one based on shared value. I have no idea what that means, but nevertheless,
I just
that's when
opened it
that
up.
term was coming up.
Oh my God, guys! Finally.
Precisely because the strategic underpinning of the relationship was now significantly weakened. And in that context, if the US and Iran actually rebuild their relations, and I'm not saying they will, because I don't think there will be a partnership or an alliance, but if they were, this is a country that has gas, that has oil, that has a huge strategic location geopolitically, can control the Strait of Hormuz, has a market of 90 plus million people. If sanctions are lifted, is probably going to be an economy 3 to 4 times the size of Israel, has an industrial base, a scientific base that is only second to none to Israel's itself. So it has all of the different things that could enable it to be a major, major player and an asset to the United States.
Live there.
One of the key
I know,
things that
that's why I
held it
asked you.
back is partly the sanctions and Iran's own government because of their mismanagement, because of their repression, because of their corruption. And because of a political system that is just not capable of, allowing the country to live up to its full potential. But this is something that the Israelis have been worried about for a very long time. And this is a nightmare scenario for them. Not only that Trump would end the war, but also lift the sanctions, because the war weakens Iran in the short term. Sanctions destroys a country over decades, slowly but surely destroys its social fabric. And the Israelis have been successful in having major sanctions on Iran for more than 3 or so decades now. To see those lifted would be an absolutely devastating blow to their approach and to how they define their interest in the region.
Let's put B5 up just to underscore your point here. You know, we've got some quotes here and Haaretz from various Netanyahu allies. Don't bullshit us, Trump, raging at the treacherous United States over the Iran deal. What does this mean for Israel? You know, let's say, I mean, look, there's still a lot of question marks, but let's say the official signing happens this Friday. Let's say we get 60 days down the road and they're able to come to terms on the nuclear file and the other, you know, major outstanding issues which remain. And the sanctions are lifted and Iran is able to begin to rebuild. There is no regime change. So far, it doesn't look like the proxy funding is contemplated as part of this deal either. How will Israel have to change? What will they have to reckon with? And what do you think that this will mean for Netanyahu and his own political standing?
First of all, on the last part of it, this is going to be devastating for Netanyahu. And part of the reason why you have this.
Ooh, are the girls fighting? Yeah, they are.
Is also politically motivated. It's all about the upcoming elections and to finally unseat him, and he will probably end up going to jail afterwards. So this is, from his standpoint, existential. But for Israel, the Israelis could adjust to this reality, change their security doctrine, recognize that they have to find some sort of a modus vivendi with a lot of different countries in the region, that they will not have security by constantly dominating their environment and thinking that they have to have total maneuverability in Syria and the West Bank, in Lebanon in order to be secure, but actually vie for real peace, something that we have absolutely not seen from the Israeli government for at least 15 or so plus years. But I think, frankly, more likely is that they will not have the capacity intellectually, creatively, emotionally to be able to steer their ship in a different direction. And instead, you will see further attempts by the Israelis to sabotage this deal, even after the 60 days, even after it's been established, just as they did with the JCPOA. I think I mentioned on Tucker's show yesterday that I sat down with AIPAC after the JCPOA and I thought that, okay, now it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to adjust to this reality. And I walked away realizing they're not going to adjust at all. They don't care that the deal has been sealed, that it's implemented. They're going to do everything they can to unravel it. And I suspect that that is the path that the Israelis will go this time as well.
And they succeeded.
But that means
they succeeded. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Not under Obama, but they succeeded afterwards. And that may be their calculation, that they will succeed afterwards. But it means that during this period, they're going to be in a direct confrontation with Trump in a manner that I don't think Trump potentially.
Yeah.
It will be as restrained as Obama was. Remember, one of the things that Obama did in order to kind of calm down the Israelis, that he signed that 10 billion, what was it, the 10-year deal, 30 billion, in which, you know, that was a way of trying to make sure that the Israelis calm down a little bit. We'll see if Trump does that. There's several bills in Congress right now that is going to try to integrate the U.S. military with the Israeli military, the U.S. intelligence with the with Israeli intelligence. He may end up accepting some of those things as some sort of a goodie that he gives to the Israelis in order to calm them down.
Very good point. You know, even if they do go, they still won't go quietly and almost certainly have to buy them off in some respect.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or
100. Hey, yo, what's the big story for today? The girls are fighting. That's what's going on. I have to update this. Sorry, man. I'll replay it for you. Thank you for the stream streak. What up, my man? How you been? 7 days of Gustx in a row, man. Let's keep it up. Let's see. Another operation. Okay, wait a second. Said it. Looks like there is an update for it. Yeah, this should be funny too. Also, thank you for the 10 days in a row. Thank you, Gloggy. But look at that. Keeping track as well. How's the Netherlands, man? For now, stable. But that's about to change, I fear. Yeah? Why do you say that, man? I already know what you're going to say, probably. Oh, God.
Keep coming out. So
it's starting, so
the poll
we'll watch this while it gets ready.
For Trump that keep coming out are honestly atrocious. They're some of the worst poll numbers I've ever seen. What I find amazing about Trump is that he looks like he's not even trying to fix the scenario anymore. Like he's sort of just given up on actually convincing people and persuading them and even making them think for a second that he's fighting for them and working for them and trying to find solutions to their problems.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
Honestly, low-key, that's kind of scary if you think about it, because it shows that he thinks, I don't have to deal with that anymore. I don't have to do that. Like, now I'm free. Now I'm free, and I can, not worry about elections because we have 17 ways of trying to rig it, both the midterms and the 2028 election, and they're actually acting like they're never going to have to answer to the voters. But when I say that the current numbers are catastrophic, boy, do I mean it. So let me start with this. NBC News. Among Latinos, 64% disapprove of Trump and only 34% approve, while 77% of voters between the ages of 18 and 29 disapprove of Trump, nearly 80%, compared to just 21% who approve. Now, by the way, we covered a poll a little while ago. This is on the higher end, because I've seen numbers as low as 12%. 12% of young voters support Trump. So 21 is a high number for him. Okay. They say Republicans are still broadly sticking with Trump, with 82% approving of his job as president and 58% saying they strongly approve. But that GOP support has dropped since March, when 88% of Republicans approved of Trump's job and 63% strongly approved.
Capo.
So he's even losing ground among core constituencies and demographics that never abandon him under any circumstances ever. So without a motherfucking doubt, the people remaining are in a cult, but, anybody who was borderline or, on the fence here, they're donezo. It's over. It's a wrap. So for him to be dropping 6 points, 8 points among core constituent groups, that
is pretty crazy.
Big deal. So what we've seen is independents fled him completely.
77%. I never see numbers that big.
Strategy member. Reached 7 stream streak 2 minutes ago. 7 streaking violations. Let's go.
Damn right. But not in Europe, because you guys are all nudists anyway. Am I right?
Hispanics fled.
I mean, you walk down the street and people are just naked half the time anyway, right?
Him completely. Young voters fled him completely.
Streaking, what's that?
And remember, these are all
Thank you for the stream streak, buddy. Good. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Groups that he did relatively very well with, right? Compared to other Republicans. In fact, people were marveling at the pickups with Hispanics, for example, and independents and young voters. But now, not only has it reverted to what it was before, it's actually gotten worse
It's revertigoed
from what it was before. Okay. In 2018, white working class voters approved of Trump on the economy by 30 plus points. Now, they disapprove by as much as that margin in some polls. He was plus 30 with white working class voters when it came to the economy in 2018. Now, remember, Democrats had a big year in 2018. They picked up a lot of seats in the 2018 midterms. And he was plus 30 with white working class voters on the economy. Now he's minus 30. Minus 30 with the same group of people going into the 2026 midterms. If this thing is remotely free or fair, they're cooked. And again, like I've always told you, too big to rig type shit is sort of what might end up happening. They might have a whole bunch of tricks up their sleeves, but it might come to naught if for example, groups that typically would vote Republican just start voting Democrat. Not done though. Democratic voters are highly interested in the upcoming election. Republicans, not so much. So back in March of 2018, which again, I cannot stress this enough. In March of 2018, Democrats ended up having a big midterm year, okay? 66% of Democrats were highly interested in voting in the election. Okay, 57% of Republicans were. Today, it's now 74% of Democrats are highly interested in voting in the election, and 61% of Republicans. So there is a double-digit lead, a 13 percentage point lead among Democratic voters, basically being like, I'm definitely voting. I'm definitely getting my ass to the polls.
How about his fascist
this
policies?
Is one of those numbers
none of that.
Is
That
a
ain't gonna-
really good benchmark and really indicative of what's likely to happen, right? When one side is like, no, I'm actually like, I cannot wait to get my ass to the polls to go vote. That's a big deal because it always comes down to turnout, bro. It always comes down to turnout.
Yeah, I've said that. Elections are all about turnout, right? If you think of it this way, right? I know people always say there's all these other factors, but you have one side, you have the other. If one side depresses its turnout because examples given in this video, then what ends up happening, not always, but typically, is the other side gets more turnout because they're more enthusiastic, right? So there's more likely there that they're going to win, right? So even in states like Alabama that are overwhelmingly Republican, you do have a chance to like win a seat there because, especially for Senate, right? Look at what Doug Jones, right? And that's how he was able to win because people were genuinely excited to go out and vote over the pedo man. Right? Here in Massachusetts, the same thing. It's generally a very left-wing state, but Scott Brown won in 2010. Why? Because Obama fumbled the ball and fucked up. So that depressed a lot of the Democratic turnout, and Republicans came out and voted more in favor of him, right? So that's all what elections are, guys. Like, elections are all about getting your side to be excited enough to vote, right? And whoever has the most excitement, generally speaking, wins. That's been... I can't really think of too many elections that hasn't been the case, right? I think there's one reason Al Gore kind of lost, right? Clinton fucked him, right? I'm trying to think what else. It's obviously why FDR won 4 landslide elections in a row, right? Yeah, I just gave some examples, right? So these are all like oh, I will say the LBJ election, 1964, was also like this kind of right? Because when you generally have like a really bad candidate that is like either really controversial or that is like really extreme, like in 1964, Barry Goldwater was a clown, right? He was an extremist. And remember, guys, Hillary Clinton was a Goldwater girl. Ugh. But when you have these kind of, this is what causes, like, even places that aren't normally blue or, right, red to turn red or blue. So again, don't let people fool you. Like, part of it is like enthusiasm, right? That's why I have a really good feeling about Graham Plattner as well, because there's something about him that just gets you excited to want to like go out, especially as a Mainer, right? And again, these are not my opinions. Look at the numbers. You don't win 75% of the state without getting that much enthusiasm, especially on a sitting governor, right? Then again, the sitting governor was like did live streams from her like basement couch and got yelled at the whole time, right? So like that's kind of a mismatch of energy, right? But it's still nonetheless what I'm talking about, right?
Then we have this. The median Democrat voter is a self-described socialist who thinks the party should be more centrist. So this just goes to show you, it's like that meme, like we taught a monkey the median voter's politics and it hanged itself. In fact, I think somebody posted that underneath here. We taught this chimpanzee to understand the median voter's politics and he hanged himself. Well, shit! It's even the median Democratic voters' politics, because look at this.
Damn!
Democratic voters want a more moderate party and a more socialist one. 3 results from the same May 2026 New York Times Siena poll of Democrats and potential Democratic supporters. A 47% plurality wants the party to move to the center, but only 20% say it's too far left. And 49% view socialism favorably. People just don't know labels, right? Like they genuinely and sincerely don't know labels. They don't understand labels. That's why I've always said you have to break it down into specific policies. You want to know how popular certain policies are? Ask people, do you want to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour or $20 an hour? Ask people, are you in favor of universal health care that's free at the point of service, paid for by the government through your tax dollars? Ask people, do you want to raise taxes on the wealthy, right? Like, these are the things you need to ask, because then you'll get a very clear answer. Yes, I support this thing. But as soon as it becomes more abstract and you say, do you like moderate policies or socialist policies? People are like, I don't like, what does that even mean? So like they're saying here, 47%, a plurality of Democratic voters say the party should move to the center, right? But then you look down here and 49% of Democratic voters have a positive opinion of socialism. That's a plurality of Democratic voters. It's a massive number of Democratic voters. This isn't rocket science. In order to defeat the Republicans in 2026, what you need to do, first and foremost, is actually stand up and fight, because the one word Democratic voters always associate with the party is weak, spineless. That's how they talk about the leaders. So stand up against MAGA, fight back, block every single thing they're doing, right? Actually use the power that you have. You actually have to use that to try to block Republican bullshit. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is actually represent an agenda that helps working people, right? That ends the illegal wars, takes that money, gives people health care and education, gives people a roof over their head, right? Rebuilds the administrative and the regulatory state, which was destroyed by MAGA. Like, we need to be clear about who our villains are. And our villains are the billionaires and the fascists and the warmongers. Whereas the right-wing villains are trans people and immigrants. And guess what? I think people are ripe to hear the message. No, it's not trans people, it's not immigrants. Because people see, okay, well, you're doing the crackdown on trans people, you're doing the crackdown on immigrants, and guess what? People's lives are not getting better, not remotely. So maybe they're not the fucking problem, and the real problem is Elon Musk, and the real problem is Mark Zuckerberg, and the real problem is Mark Andreessen, and the real problem is fucking Israel and the military-industrial complex and the endless warmongering, right? The real problem are the fucking fascists who are building concentration camps and shoving immigrants in them. So, massive takeaways in this poll, right? Democrats have a huge, huge default lead right now, but also people don't know labels. And so the best way to run, if you're a Democrat, is anti-MAGA, anti-corruption, anti-billionaire, anti-fascist, anti-warmonger, but also pro-Medicare for all, pro-free college, pro-living wage, pro-raising taxes on the wealthy, pro-union. So you got to be very clear about what you're against and what you're for, but we're poised for a colossal year, bro. Now it's just a matter of making sure these disgusting, loathsome motherfuckers can't successfully steal it, because you and I both know, they're going to try.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen now.
All right, so we got to talk about this here, man. So shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Chariton. They're on the ground in New Jersey at Delaney Hall.
New Jersey.
Where you have a hunger strike going on, where all these people held in this ICE concentration camp are protesting the horrific conditions that they're in. So you have a bunch of people slammed into a cell that's way too many for that area. You have like 1 or 2 toilets that are clogged and disgusting. You have people getting sick left and right and all over the place. You have moldy food that they're being given. It's just totally inhumane conditions, violating people's constitutional rights. It's cruel and unusual punishment. It's just a horrible, horrible thing to see. You have families being torn apart. You have people showing up. You have, kids that are having panic attacks and people that are suicidal because the family's being ripped apart. Just a horrible thing. One person talked on camera to Jordan and Status Quo, and then ICE caught wind of that, and they wanted to retaliate against them, and so they banned them from seeing their family member. This is just, it's literal like modern day fascist shit. This is fascism. It's here. It's happening, right? And it's in the flavor of anti-immigrant insanity, okay? Let's start with this clip here. Again, shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Chariton. Donald Trump is the Antichrist. You are his soldiers. So here we go. This is from the protest outside, and let's see what we have.
I'm fucking out here. I'm from Kansas. We're going to come from wherever the fuck it takes. My full name is Robert Cody Billings, and I'm not afraid of any of you. Donald Trump is the Antichrist, and you are his soldiers. You fucking losers.
What? My
What
goat.
if they kidnap your kids?
My goat.
What if they kidnap your mom? What if they kidnap you?
My
Great
goat. They're stepping back. According to the National Literacy Institute, roughly half of American adults read at below 6th grade reading level. Most people simply don't understand labels. Yep.
What if they kidnap your kids? What if they kidnap your mom? What if they kidnap you?
Got them.
Well, they don't think about it like that because it's not happening to them, so they don't care. Look at this. Bombshell. Report reveals ICE has separated over 100,000 children from their families. 100,000. So this is a ProPublica article. More than 100,000 kids have had a parent detained in immigration sweeps, report estimates. Since the Trump administration doesn't track how many children have been separated from their parents by immigration detention.
Of course they don't.
A Brookings report tried to calculate it, and it cited ProPublica's reporting. So this is incredible stuff that we're talking about here. They say in response
below a 6th grade reading level. Yep. Thank you, Ken Sai, for that. I believe it.
Brookings' findings, the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, sent an oft-repeated statement that the agency does not separate families, adding that parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children or instead...
Hold on, guys. I'm going to fix the camera real quick here.
Please clap.
Please clap. Got it. Back to the show.
To have them placed with a person the parent designates. DHS said this is consistent with the practices of past administrations. However, guidelines for ICE officers encountering parents have changed.
Bowser, how you doing, man?
A document known as the Parental Interest Directive was given a new name under Trump, the Detained Parents Directive. Its preamble, which once instructed agents to handle immigrants and parents in a way that was, quote, humane, has been stripped of that word. So now in the official rules, before it was you have to treat people humanely. Now they officially got rid of humane. You don't have to treat people humanely. They've separated 100,000 kids. I remember in his first term, when there was just a couple of examples of that, people flipped the fuck out, he panicked, and he reversed that decision. Now, we are so far deep into fascism that they've separated 100,000 kids from their parents, and nobody bats an eyelash, nobody cares, nobody talks about it. This is where we are now, y'all. This is where we are. Here we have a story where somebody inside the ICE concentration camp is incredibly sick. In fact, they're dealing with septic shock. Instead of taking them to the hospital to get proper care, which is necessary at this point, they're literally giving them Pepto-Bismol. You can't make this up. Watch.
I just can't believe they gave your husband constipation medication when he was in septic shock.
She gave him Pepto-Bismol. He's vomiting, profusely vomiting. She came, he didn't know what, he said, babe, they gave me some pink stuff. I said, Pepto-Bismol? He's like, yeah. I said, oh, so I called. I was like,
Yeah.
You gave him Pepto, ma'am, you could call back in the morning and talk to
What
someone.
the hell?
Hospital, tell your husband
Hey,
or you
Patricia,
that
welcome
if
back.
he doesn't come back or he doesn't get care, he could die.
What the hospital told us is that he need more further care than what they gave him.
Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. Like, what are we? This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare. Okay, here we have another protester, family member of somebody inside the concentration camp, outside of it, screaming at the ICE agents. Here we go.
You should be ashamed of the job that you guys have.
Yeah.
Shame on you, my brother. Shame on you for the job that you picked.
The victim with their Glock.
Shame on you. Shame on you for the job that you picked.
90 rounds
There's plenty of jobs out here, and this is the job that you picked.
The victim with their
You're supposed to be our brothers and sisters of color.
Support.
Of color. You're of color.
With their body armor and their
And this is the job that you picked.
Yeah, they don't give a shit, girl.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
By the way, we covered the other day, again, shout out to Status Quo and Jordan Sheridan. They got the video. It was a protester outside who got shoved into an oncoming truck by an ICE Gestapo thug, and their leg got caught under the wheel and their leg got broken. Their leg was broken. All because an ICE thug shoved them into the way of an oncoming car. Now, by the way,
Holy
I
shit.
didn't see that anywhere else. It was
Right.
here. It was Jordan Sheridan. It was Midas Touch, who works with Jordan Sheridan a lot and Status Quo a lot. But I didn't see this on any other news outlets. And I'm going, I don't know. I think it's kind of a big deal if a thuggish agent of the state shoves you into an oncoming truck and your leg gets a compound fracture as a fucking result of it.
Yeah, for
right?
real.
I would think so.
This is the job that they picked to separate families. This is not okay. Not everybody that are in the United States are criminals. Not everybody. Let's go after the real criminals. There's plenty of real criminals out there, but you don't see them going after the real criminals. You see them going after people that can't voice, people that can't stick up for themselves.
By the way, it's factually true. I believe it's 95% of the people that they've gone after have no criminal record whatsoever. 95%.
That's who the people that you see. This is what I'm talking about. We have no visitation. We have no access to going in. The government.
And they're all out here playing fucking soldier. Look at them in their fucking camo. Camo doesn't work in an urban environment, you dipshit. You're wearing camo for like the fucking woods in an urban environment. And you got your fucking flak jackets on. You got your fucking paintball guns, your pepper balls, your fucking zip ties and shit. What is this? What is this? These are people with tiny dicks who play too much Call of Duty.
Government has no access nor to go in. How does that make us feel? How does that make us worry?
Tiny dicks.
I don't go to sleep at night thinking anything can happen to my husband. I'm so disappointed and I'm sick of everything that they're doing to these people.
Jesus Christ, man. Jesus
I'm
Christ.
tired of it.
Let's remember, man, as I always tell you, this is not a federal agency. It's not. This is a criminal organization. And they're engaged in mass kidnappings and abductions and human traffickings. They've taken away due process. They are quite literally hiring criminals and known criminals to be these ICE thugs. There's over 4,000 people missing because of ICE, and many of them missing specifically from Alligator Alcatraz, that illegal facility that was set up as also a massive grift for DeSantis and his cronies to get wealthy. You have at least 40 people that died in ICE custody before they shut down the reporting of deaths in ICE custody because they're trying to hide it, because these are concentration camps, and they know they're concentration camps. Okay? We know that ICE does slavery at their concentration camps. We know that they're out there assaulting protesters, including senior citizens and priests, and they've tear-gassed babies and ran over people with cars and tear-gassed journalists and zip-tied kids and threw them naked in the back of U-Haul vans and took a Black Hawk helicopter and emptied out an entire building that was packed full of American citizens, and they deported a 4-year-old American citizen with cancer. And the list goes on and on. The list goes on and on. So this is who we're dealing with. We're dealing with an agency that fucking lynched a guy, okay? Allegedly lynched a guy based on reporting. This is what we're dealing with. There is no bottom for these people. The whole thing needs to be routed, needs to be gutted. The whole fucking agency needs to be completely and utterly eliminated. They need to be locked the fuck up. We need to throw away the key, because what we're dealing with here are the foot soldiers of fascism, and everybody knows it's the foot soldiers of fascism. And as soon as people realize the extent of the criminality, they will fucking forever lose respect for this fake agency. All right, y'all, that's the show. I love y'all very much. Everybody do me a big favor, subscribe to the channel and click that bell icon. You could also support the show on Patreon, sign up for Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, and of course, go sub to Corin's World and come hang out with us on Monday nights. All right, I love you guys, and I'll talk to you soon. Peace.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Outside.
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
All right.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Juan Gonzalez is in Chicago. On Friday, Elon Musk became the world's first trillionaire as his spaceflight, internet, satellite, social media, and AI conglomerate SpaceX went public in the largest IPO in stock market history. Musk formed SpaceX in 2002 with the goal of colonizing Mars. The company is based in South Texas in a city controlled by Elon Musk known as Starbase, which SpaceX has used for rocket launches since 2014. Environmental and conservation groups recently filed a federal lawsuit seeking to block a land swap that would give SpaceX more than 700 acres of a national wildlife refuge in South Texas. We go now to Becca Hinojosa, co-founder of the South Texas Environmental Justice Network, part of the lawsuit against the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which approved the land swap. Becca, thanks so much for joining us from South Texas. Explain what this lawsuit is all about.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me on Democracy Now! Last week, we were a part of a coalition that filed a lawsuit to block the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service from giving SpaceX and Elon Musk more than 700 acres of public land to expand the dangerous rocket facility and to continue their unnecessary rocket launches. The lawsuit was filed by Center for Biological Diversity. And let me make it clear, SpaceX built its massive facility and company town called Starbase on top of wetlands and in the middle of a major wildlife corridor.
They did.
This was a pristine beach that's next to thousands of acres of protected wildlife habitat for threatened and endangered species like the ocelot, the Oplomato falcon, sea turtles, and migratory birds. There should never be a SpaceX rocket facility or any kind of industrial facility in this area. SpaceX has already burned down dozens of acres of wildlife habitat, is dumping polluted water on our beach, has sent rocket debris into our communities, in Mexico, and these rocket launches have disrupted numerous airplane flights over the years. We've been outspoken about the dangers and risks of SpaceX in our community for over 10 years now, and we will continue to do so.
And Becca, if you could talk a little bit more about these, especially these rocket explosions. We're talking about an area of the United States, the Rio Grande Valley of Texas, that's overwhelmingly Latino and Mexican American, includes some of the poorest counties in the country, and then yet they're being subjected to these environmental impacts.
That's correct. My community is majority Latin, brown, indigenous, mostly an immigrant community. Right now, Musk is testing his Starship Super Heavy rocket, the largest rocket in human history, in our community. Elon Musk is using our impoverished community as his laboratory to blow up dangerous experimental SpaceX rockets. And truthfully, his rocket testing sounds like a bomb going off. I can hear the sonic booms. I can feel the earthquakes.
No shit. It's a fucking rocket.
My apartment, about 20 miles away from the launch pad. What it feels like is this SpaceX rocket
Killing
testing
turtles and ocelots.
is like Elon Musk bombing us.
And could you talk a little more about this
Fuck
city
you,
he's
Elon.
created, Starbase?
I love ocelots, guys. They're one of my favorite animals. If you don't know what an ocelot is, behold. They could never be found in Australia because they're too cute and not dangerous enough.
I'm Coyote Peterson, and this is an ocelot. Hi, buddy. Ah, jeez, bit me right in the face.
I know, right, Ducky? So adorable. I want one.
There's an old saying that things go bump in the night. And if you were out exploring the darkness of Costa Rica's most diverse...
Ironically, yeah, I found out about them in Costa Rica when I visited. That was funny. I was like, oh, wow, they're adorable.
...region, the Osa Peninsula, those things that go bump also stalk stealthily in the shadows, just before they charge, pounce, and attack.
Whoa, that's a wild ocelot, and she's right here at my feet. Look at that. How cool is that?
Fortunately for me, in the encounter you were about to witness, I was about to become a playmate and not an item.
They look like house cats almost, right? It's kind of funny.
On the Rainforest Nightly menu.
Like a big ass house cat, kind of.
Okay, so let me tell you what we have going on here. This is really unique. We're out night herping, looking for reptiles and amphibians. Walking down the trail, I literally stop and I'm shining my light on this giant wolf spider. Biggest wolf spider I've ever seen. And out of the darkness I hear, and boom, an ocelot just zooms right past me. Let me see if I can get her back.
And the reason they're not afraid... You know what I noticed? This is something I noticed as well. This is just like a commentary on Costa Rica as well. I noticed a lot of animals, especially like the wild ones, they don't give a fuck about people. They look at you and they go like, all right, I'm just gonna do what I want to do. They don't care, guys. They do not give a fuck, right? Meanwhile, here in Mass, like you look at a squirrel or a bug, like a bird or something, and you try to go up to it and it runs away, right? It's afraid. And I'm like, I wonder why. It must be like they just aren't afraid of the people, like of the locals. So like it's funny, right? Because people treat them very respectfully. Yeah, I've noticed that. I noticed that too. That's why I was just like, like in the US where I live at least, like most animals are pretty skittish. Here it's like they just they don't care. They'll attack. Well, they don't attack, but you get what I mean. Like they will mind their own business, or they'll come up to you and like try to play with you, right? Like that.
She likes my snake stick. Wait for this. There she is.
Look, this is a wild animal.
She's gonna come right up here. She's attacking my arm.
Yeah,
Where are
see?
you? Come here.
But they're like, if they do it, it's because they don't mean to. It's just, they have sharp claws or something, right? It's like that. That's what I mean by like attack, right? It's not like an actual attack. It's like, ooh, they're just a little bit. Because, it's a fucking cat, guys. They have claws and sharp teeth. They're so cute.
Look what I got in my hands. Look at that ocelot. Hey, buddy. Wow. And she is a lot heavier than you would think. Okay, can you stay here for the scene?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Snake stick. She's going to be all over the place while we're filming. This is a wild cat. However, she is used to humans. She hangs out on this trail. We were told if you walk this trail at night, there's a good chance that you will come across her. Let's see, what else do I maybe have for you to play with? Let's see what we got in my pack.
By the way, no, like hardly anyone lives here. That's why it's so dark, right? This is a wildlife preserve. I had to look it up because I was like, oh, where's the Osa Peninsula? It's basically nobody lives here, right? It's a giant wildlife preserve. So people like him can go, right? And like the Costa Rican government. Renegade, in a perfect world, cats wouldn't exist.
I'm sure there's something in here that a little
Renegade.
ocelot would love. Oh, yep, there we go. Took the pack off and now she's on my back. Maybe just the pack itself. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Can we wrestle with the back? Wrestle with the back? Huh? Get it. Get it. Look at that coloration. Now, this cat blends so perfectly into its environment. All this cryptic patterning allows them to stay hidden in the shadows as they're moving through all of this foliage. Come here. You come here for a second. I'm just going to hold on to you and take the risk of a bite. Oh, and a scratch. A paw to the face. A paw to the face. How about a little belly rub? Yeah, I hear you talking. You got that pack? Can you see her face? Oh, look at that.
Wow, hey,
Now, this
cat's
is just
much.
like a big house cat. She's only about half grown right now, but look at, she weighs about 25 pounds. Oh, I see you.
Maybe the bones,
Okay. Oh,
all muscle.
yeah. Oh, she bit my ear. Oh, she bit. Ow. Was that a kiss or a bite? Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. You are. Don't go for my jugular, though. These cats are lethal.
Oh,
once
yeah, I
fully
mean-
grown, and they can take down pretty much anything that's out here in the Costa Rican rainforest.
Yeah.
All they have to do is run, leap, sink in those front claws, and then a bite to
And
the
then
jugular.
you're dead, yeah.
She's
Like
got
if like you'd be dead if that cat really wanted to do something, right? So like,
Whew, that was crazy. Kissed.
and he's so small, right? Like he's so small in comparison, and you're like, that cat could never do anything. Nope, kill you right away, right?
An ocelot. Where'd you go? There she is. And the pounce.
To be fair, the only downside of an ocelot is they need more room than a house cat, not to gain anxiety, stressed out. Yeah, I agree, because they're used to being out in the jungle and walking a lot, and right out in the rainforest, like being really active and like seeing all the stuff that they see, right? Much like here, right? And I think they're nocturnal, if I understand, strategy member. How you doing, man? Welcome over on Streamplace, guys. We stream over on Streamplace and Kick now. So if you want to join us over there, please join us. Follow the channel at least.
Oh,
Oh, Mario.
Uh-oh.
Got the camera, man.
Now she has found the microphone.
No.
Mark, I think we need. We just need one for ocelots to play with.
I knew it was a matter of time.
I was expecting creepy crawlies, not something as cute. Oh, as an ocelot. you got to get that landing down. You know that? That's what she does. She's been leaping. Come here, from log to log, and she literally launches over the log. Oh, well, let go. She says. Oh.
So, Coyote, is this rare?
This is probably the most unique thing I have ever done with an animal. Ah! Yeah, she's got a hold of me now. There, see, that's what she would want. She's going for the jugular. And hopefully she just doesn't bite me hard. Ah, okay. All right, I'm keeping my eyes closed so I don't take a claw in the eyeball.
Yeah, that would be bad, right?
Look at this.
So just so everybody knows, this is not a captive animal.
No, this
Blue
is a
Sky
wild
still
ocelot.
exists. I'm surprised it hasn't imploded. Oh, it exists and it's growing. It's growing.
100% wild right
It's adorable,
now. I
but
would
it
never
makes me
recommend you go
anxious,
out in the
not gonna
wild and
lie.
Ever try
I
to
know.
get this close to an ocelot, because if it didn't want to play, it could really do some serious damage.
Uh-huh.
And she is just loving me right now. You are just the most adorable thing I think I've ever met.
But he's...
Well, yeah, probably did a number on my hat, didn't you? Let's see.
Is this a kitten?
This is a kitten. She's probably only a few months old, and you can see those paws. Come here, let's take a look at your paws. You see those paws right there?
Damn.
Yeah, you try to whack me in the face with those paws. Those paws are how they climb so well through
Right,
this
Blue Room?
rainforest ecosystem. Is she behind me right now?
Yeah, that's another reason they need a lot of room, because they can climb up stuff really easily, as you can see, guys, right? Yeah. Kind of a side tangent, but it's a fun little one. It's growing slow and steady. X seems to have grown. But I feel like it's synthetic. Oh, X is all synthetic, right? It's all just bots now and shit. I tried to post some stuff on X, and I got like 15 porn bots and like bots trying to sell me crypto. So I just deleted it. I'm like, I can't deal with that. Fuck that. You can't have a social media like that if you're trying to like start something by yourself, right? I don't know why anyone has a fucking X account. I could never stand that crap. That site is vile, saying that for as long life leftists, and of course it's bad, but it has its bad people. But we stream on Streamplace, which is only uses Blue Sky as a connector, right?
I feel like when I make these sort of movements, that's when
Blue Sky banned me. Of course, yeah, that's fucked. I'm sorry, Renegade. I feel bad for you, man. I'm really sorry. That shouldn't have happened to you.
she pounces. And that's what they do. They creep up really slowly, staying hidden. And then they see a sudden movement like this. And they do that. A paw in the mouth. They go right for the neck or the head in this case. Jeez, I just got bit in the eye. And then they have their dinner. Ouch. Ooh, she's licking my ear. That feels weird. I've never had my ear licked before by an ocelot. First time for everything. Yep, ooh, that's good. She's training right there. She's going for the back of my neck. Hopefully she's not gonna inflict that death wound. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, okay. All right, yes, you're there. Ow, I see you. You're so playful. Now, if I was one of her litter mates, this is exactly how she'd be playing.
Yeah.
You know, those claws are sharp. The teeth are sharp.
But their skin, as far as I know, right? Like, I remember my dad, my dog got a serious injury. And my dad, because he's a rough and ready to go kind of rough and very like rural kind of, he grew up in the countryside, right? My dog got like a huge gash on her head, right? You could see inside her skull. Like the skin had cut all the way through. And my dad was like, "Oh, don't worry. I'm used to dealing with this." And I was like freaking out, right? Because I was like, she's going to die. You can see her skull. And he's like, "Oh, no, don't worry. We got this." And he was like, "Yeah, just get me some alcohol, some hydrogen peroxide." And he like whips out a needle. He sterilizes it. And with some fishing wire, he puts in the needle, right? And he just starts like pushing the needle through like her skin and making a like to sewing it back up, right? And I was like, "Oh, right. I forgot who I was dealing with." Like, he used to do this stuff all the time, right? There are no fucking vets out in the middle of nowhere, right? So he was like, "Yep. Well, she wasn't even in pain or anything, guys. It was crazy." And we sewed it up, and the gash was like this big on her head, okay? And literally healed, and we didn't even see a scar. And he's like, "Yeah, I used to do that all the time when I was like a kid." So like, there's a lot of stuff like this, right? That you're just like, what? And she lived to be 16 years old, right? Which for her like species is very, very old. So again, yeah, adorbs, right? But kind of like, whoa, like just because hits you in the face, right?
Getting slight little itty bitty punctures here and there, but nothing that I can't take.
But my point with the story was when we were using the needle, right? Dogs have like a very thick skin. It's almost like a leathery skin, right? Like if you ever try to like puncture leather, it's very difficult depending on what kind of leather, right? And the reason is because like they just have much thicker skin than humans, right? Like any little cut will make us like bleed, not them. Right. And I think it's the same for cats, if I'm guessing, but I'm not 100% sure. Right. So like it was very hard to get that needle into her skin and then like stitch it back up. Right.
Not to be this close to such a cool rainforest creature. I'm Coyote Peterson. Be brave. Stay wild. We'll see you on the next adventure.
Yeah. By the way, I turned on the fucking TV. This is what's so funny about this clip. I turned on the TV over there because I was bored one night in Costa Rica, and this guy literally showed up on Costa Rican television, and they were like, "It's YouTuber." It was so funny to see him. Oh man!
Basically, for his employees.
I don't know. His Twitch is still up. What happened? Elon's lackeys. Yeah, on Twitter.
Yeah, so last year, Elon Musk established his own company town on our beach called Starbase, where those in charge of Starbase have direct ties to SpaceX. It's clear that Starbase is acting only in the interests of SpaceX. For example, SpaceX will buy land and Starbase will annex it. And Starbase, Elon Musk's company town, has essentially militarized our pristine beach. They have a lot of surveillance. They have a lot of police activity. They've made our beach feel very unwelcome. They actively deter people away, and they close the highway to the beach.
Yep.
I want to go to Elon Musk speaking on Friday.
I gave SpaceX less than a 10% chance of succeeding at all, to be clear. In fact, I told people this. I said, look, we're probably going to fail, but, you know.
What a great investment, guys. We as taxpayers are... What an investment.
But you don't say hi no more. Fuck around.
Hey, what's up, Josephus? How you doing, buddy? I didn't see your messages. I didn't see anything, man. The chat's going so quick. How you been, buddy?
We should give it a try because...
Good to see you again, man.
If we don't, if there's not a
Got to work again on my own today. It's nice. Fucking finally.
new company that enters space,
Yeah. What time did you get up today?
we will never be a truly spacefaring civilization. And that's what SpaceX is all about. It's to take the fiction out of science fiction. And create...
No. See, I'm going to say fuck 5:17 a.m. Jesus, dog. You get up mad early. For work too, which is crazy. The kind of work you do. Yeah, like construction is always like that. We spoke about that last time. We supposed to get Launchpad built here, up and state fucking squashed it, sadly. Really? Okay, I'm still mad at Obama for subsidizing this piece of shit during his term. Yeah, I agree. And Obama deserves... Trump has done more to subsidize him than anyone, but still, like Obama started it. Well said, girl. I'm gonna pin that comment. Oh, hell no. Lake Superior rocket launch would have been amazing.
an exciting, inspiring future for everyone.
Although, see, this is my problem. This is the wrong attitude, right?
It's to take the fiction out of science fiction.
This is wrong, because the way you take the fiction out of science fiction is by getting to this the world that we've been talking about, right? Post-scarcity. SpaceX is not going to get us to a post-scarcity world. It's just not, guys. Right? And there's a lot of problems with like colonizing Mars and all this shit. Like all this is just a giant scam.
And create an exciting, inspiring...
Right? Like we don't even have the technology to like make that somewhat plausible. And if we did with the current technology that we have now, it's just not going to work, right? We talked about that on several other broadcasts before, but yeah.
Future for everyone.
5:30. Damn, girl. Damn. The ability to eventually mine asteroids for resources has to start somewhere. Yeah, but we're not gonna be able to do it because it's it's not economically feasible with our current economic models.
So
like we need a lot more technology. We need a lot more things have to come down in costs. It's just there's a whole bunch of things. People think that like mining for an asteroid would be free and it's out in space and there you go, right? But that's not. It's a lot more complicated than that.
that's Elon Musk. If you can respond to that, Becca Hinojosa, and also simply to...
I mean, I don't expect her to say all this, but that's why I'm saying it, right? Because a lot of the stuff that he talks about is all just a giant scam, guys. Like, he's scamming you. I love the idea of this happening, but with the current technology, it's not going to work. And he's just fooling people to get more money out of us in terms of the taxpayer, right? And now we're subsidizing him by if you have an investment firm or if you have any sort of like investment in the stock market, I mean, you will be funding this crap. Okay, let's say we get up there. How will we get the resources down? We can't get them done economically viably unless there's literally a space elevator. Yeah, we went over this strategy, remember? And wow, it was like last year now. But we talked about how a lot of this stuff isn't economically viable, right? Like even if we did get up to an asteroid and started mining, right? And we did all this, the cost of the materials would be so high that nobody would buy them. They would just be, right? Because it's cheaper to just do it on planet Earth. Guys, it's not even me just saying this. Like we watched videos on this. We watched like the I think it was Kyrgyzstan, right? Where it's like a very scientific channel, and they explain this very much. They were like, it's just not economically feasible because yeah, like you could technically get the minerals, right? Even if you could, let's just say, like theoretically, which we don't have the technology to do so, it would be so expensive that selling that or like using it would raise the price of whatever it is that we built with it so much that it wouldn't be economically viable, right? So like that's why Elon is such a scam artist, because he never explains that. He never like he always gets people to be like foolishly optimistic, right, guys? I'm an optimist and I believe in that Star Trek future. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and be like, Elon Musk is the way we get to that Star Trek optimistic future. If anything, he's an impediment to it, right?
Elon Musk becoming the world's first trillionaire.
I know them. They are funded mostly by billionaires. Yeah, well, of course. And if they're saying it, then you know it's bullshit.
Making...
I didn't know that about them. Thank you for letting me know that. But if they're saying that, then you know it's real bullshit.
Debut on Wall Street space.
Well, the end goal of technology is to make a concept currency obsolete. Yes, that's what I say all the time, right? Like, it's just how we get there, right? I think the best model currently is, there's two ways you could look at it, right? Hyper-accelerationists, which means you destroy everything and you just turn everything to shit, and you hope that through the revolt or the destruction of society we get to something better. That's option A. That's probably what Elon and all these other clowns want. Option B is a lot less deadly, and we just fund the shit out of all these projects as a one world kind of, like every country that has the resources would fund these programs or these things, and then we all share on it equally, right? Because remember, guys, what's game theory say? Game theory says that if people work together, if countries work together and they cooperate on big projects like this, generally what happens is we get a better outcome, right? And this is game theory, right? This is straight up math and statistics and computer science. You can't debate this shit. So my point is, if you basically create a world where, like, let's say, I mean, it's a high number, but let's say like 20% of all our budgets, right, go towards science and research. And science and research into like fusion technology, right? Where we can create mini suns, or we can create like spacecrafts and things like that, right? Things that will lead to replicators, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a better way than destroying the system. But I mean, my opinion at this point, my opinion matters a lot less because we're going with option A, right? Sorry, just catching up on the news. Oh, no worries. Yeah, he went on the View. We're gonna watch it. There's really only 2 or 3 billionaires that are truly people. Lucas and Rawling. I think one of them at least. Yeah. Want me to link it in Discord? Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you, strategy member. The Discord is connected to the chat, so you can use the Discord and it will pop up here.
Largest IPO in history.
Just go to the Twitch chat. I'm going to change it to the chat from now on. But yeah, go to the Twitch chat section and they will link it so we will see it automatically.
History from your vantage point there on the border in Texas.
No one should invest in Musk's corporations because it would mean expanding his toxic data center, his SpaceX operations, thereby making Musk sacrifice.
Yeah, see, the Discord is linked to the chat. So anytime anybody has like a video or a picture or anything like that to send, it will post it in the Twitch chat as well. Across all the chats, really. All the chats get it. They all get it, guys.
Zone of black and brown communities even bigger.
Buck Discord, use MIRC. I'm trying to use Matrix. Is that what it is? But I have to find a way to import all our stuff onto Matrix. But that's what I want to use eventually. Because I am kind of... Discord does kind of suck.
We're urging everyone to stop Elon Musk's sacrifice zone and to defund Elon Musk.
And this idea of a one man having a net worth now as a first trillionaire of nearly half of the people on the planet, the 46% of the poorest inhabitants of planet Earth.
You know, it's absolutely disgusting. And that's why our community has been protesting, resisting SpaceX's colonization of our community for over 10 years now. But we can't be the only community speaking out. We're urging everyone to take action and mobilize to stop, Elon Musk's obscene wealth.
Let's go through some of the proposals. Last month, SpaceX filed a proposal seeking to build a 6-mile-long, 16-inch pipeline to bring in massive quantities of natural gas from the port of Brownsville to Starbase to fuel its massive new rocket Starship. The underground pipeline would cross protected wetlands, lands and wild refuge. And SpaceX is discussing the potential purchase of 136,000 acres of land owned by ExxonMobil on an undeveloped stretch of Louisiana's Gulf Coast. That project's environmental footprint would dwarf the already significant Starbase operation. Becca Hinojosa, if you could comment.
Yes, communities all across the country are reaching out to us, asking, how do we resist Elon Musk's colonization. That's what we need to do is we need to work together, all of these communities to resist. Elon Musk
about Discord? You haven't heard a lot of bad things about Discord? Well, Discord is... It has its problems, right?
also pushing forth with a massive land grab in our region. Right now, they're trying to, obtain the 700 acres of wildlife habitat, but they're also trying to take over another.
A cesspool of what? How is Blue Sky a cesspool compared to X? It's pretty tame at the moment. Yeah, I disagree there, man.
Another 7,000
I completely
acres,
disagree. I think Blue Sky is way better off than Twitter.
Of our Boca Chica beach. What we need to do is work together to stop this.
I think that, like, internet toxicity is a problem wherever you go, but especially Twitter or X, right?
And Becca, what's been the response of your elected officials, especially your local elected officials? I can understand why the Governor Abbott and the top state officials would be supportive of Musk, but what about the local officials?
All of our local officials are ignoring community concerns. They're ignoring community members speaking up about their homes shaking, about their windows cracking, their home foundations cracking because of SpaceX rocket launches. We've seen elected officials take money from SpaceX here and lobby in favor of more.
Blue Sky is far more toxic than X. I don't know about that, dog. All the misinformation comes from X, dude. All of it.
That benefit SpaceX.
Yeah, you don't sound serious when you say that.
Which is why we need to, mobilize together.
Like, sure, there are some woke people on there and stuff, or whatever you want to say, or like people that will shit on you like that, but like X is literally full of Nazis, dude. Right?
Elected officials are selling us out to Elon Musk.
Becca Hinojosa co-founded the South Texas Environmental Justice Network, the group
Survivor bias,
part of a coalition that just sued the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for giving 700 acres of public land to SpaceX. Becca's an environmental.
All right.
So the right-wing civil war has basically engulfed the entirety of the right wing.
Yeah, this is what we've been covering a lot of, but I just find it so interesting. Bring it on, guys. More right-wing civil war.
And they are going at each other's jugulars. So now we have Alex Jones getting in on the fun. He's going to go at Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro came after him and Tucker. And let's take a look here. Here we go.
Ben Shapiro saying Tucker is a Muslim agent. No evidence. Saying I'm on some foreign payroll. Bull crap, buddy. You're the one on the Israeli payroll.
Fair. Even if he's not on the Israeli payroll, he certainly acts like he's on the Israeli payroll. So, like, But it is funny, though, hearing Alex Jones say, like, there's no evidence of that. Oh, now you care about evidence? You've never been a big evidence guy, I guess, until this exact moment.
Salem Radio that he's on, all that stuff is literally run by the Israeli government, funded directly by it. You are the agent of foreign groups, not me. My family, both sides, was on the Mayflower. My family, both sides, was in the Texas Revolutionary War, literally ran it, started it, engineered it, was the treasurer of the Republic of Texas. Most trusted. Washington, Brazos, under the president's command.
What a clown.
Oh, yeah, the U.S. government sent him my family. Okay, you couldn't get someone with a more American pedigree than me. I'm not bragging. I've proven myself to be up to snuff with my ancestors. Look what I've already done. Not trying to brag, but bitch, you don't point your finger at 100% Americana, bona fide, real McCoy, bitch, and tell me I work for the Russians, the Chinese, or the fucking Muslims. Fuck you. It is Israel funding Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hamas. And I've been exposing that for 30 years.
Alex
so
Jones.
You take your little Messiah ass, Shapiro. their mouth off how a bunch of Americanas are traitors, and you look in the mirror if you want to see a traitor, you little beady-eyed rat.
This is gold, guys. I love it.
My entire family came on the Mayflower. You guys got to see, I was on the Mayflower. We were with the Pilgrims. We were with the Indians. We were at the first Thanksgiving. It was great. My great-great-grandfather was in James K. Polk's administration. It was awesome. We lived in Texas. We fought the Comanches. We're as American can be. I'm as American as apple pie. I'm 100% Americana. Real American beef right here, fella. You're a Mossad agent. That's what you are, son. I don't know why my Alex impression isn't as on point as it normally is today. I feel like I'm mixing both Alex and RFK together.
Yeah, for real. It's hard not to, though.
All right, but he's not done, though, because now, so as you all know, Alex Jones had to do a turn recently because it became apparent to him, like, oh, wait a second, I'm cooked if I keep defending Trump. My whole audience now hates Trump and wants me to turn on Trump because the Epstein files and the Iran war and all this stuff.
And all this stuff.
He fought that shit as hard as he could for as long as he could. He was trying to ride Trump's little mushroom meat nonstop. He was going to Slurp City with that fat pedophile rapist on a daily basis. And then finally, at some point, I guess, from the business end, it became sort of untenable and he had to rebrand. And so now he's out there going after Trump. And what I love is, he says this stuff as if he came up with it, but in reality, he's just parroting what every liberal and leftist was saying going back like fucking years now, right? Like, isn't it funny when these people finally start telling the truth, they just have to start sounding like us?
Yeah.
You know? So look at this.
Bingo.
Alex Jones.
Well said.
Trump ordered the Epstein cover-up and killed investigations into foreign involvement or any domestic help in Charlie Kirk's assassination. Now we find out the president shut down the FBI from looking into his own assassination attempt. Okay, here we go. Let's watch.
Trump ordered the Epstein cover-up. Hell, he went public and said, don't look at it, you're not MAGA. Weeks after I said, I'm told it's Trump doing this.
Now, by the way, remember when Alex, we did a segment on this. I remember covering it. Alex was going out there going, the Epstein files are not a scam, but Trump being in them is a scam. The Epstein files are not a hoax, but Trump being in them is a hoax. And then he said it like 8 times, like, the Epstein files are not a hoax, but Trump being in them is a hoax. Trump being in them is a hoax. They're
Blue
not a
Room,
hoax, but
welcome
Trump being
back,
in them is a
buddy.
hoax. He's
Good to
thinking,
see you
like,
again.
He could split this difference, saying like, oh yeah, I'm still the Epstein files guy. I'll still cover the Epstein files, but like the Trump stuff is all fake, bro. Meanwhile, that was the most real shit of everything in there. His name is mentioned over 1 million times, bro. He was Epstein's best friend. He's probably a co-conspirator in the child sex trafficking. And so now finally, turns out Trump ordered the Epstein files cover-up. Oh, you don't say. You mean the thing every single fucking Democrat in the country was telling you when you were fucking rejecting it like a year ago? Jesus Christ, man. Holy shit.
Weeks after I said, I'm told it's Trump doing this, that ordered Bongino and ordered Patel to go out and fall on their sword like they're in the headlights in that famous Fox interview, and then go around and do a podcast tour on Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, you name it, and say, no, he acted alone. He wasn't a child trafficker, even though his girlfriend, was in prison for it, and he committed suicide, and we're going to show you the footage, and they edit the video out of him at the federal detention center. So, Trump, no, don't, Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent, National Counterterrorism Center, don't look into the information you got about foreign involvement, foreign government, or any domestic help. Then I talked to the TPUSA, very high level, and they said, yeah, we talked to Patel about, what about these 10 people in the days before? 3 days before, 2 days before, and the day of. 6 the day before, 3 the 2 days before, and 3 or 2 before. It was a total of 10. Saying he'll be dead when he comes to town to give that speech. And that day, see, I told you we killed him. Like, why aren't you hauling these people in? I was like, God, it's trannies. Look, they said they'd do it. Here they are. He's dead.
Oh, my God.
You got this famous globalist deep state operative popping up saying, I shot him, I'm the shooter. And he said to the police, oh, I did that so the shooter can get away. And then that gets swept under the rug. I'm just like, whoa, what's going on here? Then I get calls, people in the cabinet meeting, that Patel's like, I have this from the president. You want to hear from him? That's fine. Susie Wiles is in there. They're all in there. J.D. Vance. We are killing this investigation. There is not going to be any looking into foreign involvement or these other people that said he'd be dead. No accomplices will be looked at.
So now, remember, he went after Candace Owens for questioning the Charlie Kirk assassination. He went after any liberal or leftist or Democrat who was questioning the alleged assassination attempts into Trump. He would go after that, right? He was saying Trump is not guilty in the Epstein files. Now, all of a sudden, Trump ordered the cover up the Epstein files. Trump is in the Epstein files. Trump, they're covering up the Charlie Kirk, the true story of the Charlie Kirk assassination, and they're covering up Trump's own alleged assassination attempt. Oh, would you look at that? We're almost hitting like this weird political singularity where everything every liberal and leftist said for the past fucking 5 years, now everybody's acknowledging, okay, you guys were right about it. The difference is people like Alex will still ultimately cuck himself to whatever fucking slop
They will suck
Republican
him
gets
off,
fed to him.
yeah.
You know, whereas, you know, we're too smart for that. But Megyn Kelly will fucking go for J.D. Vance or whoever the fuck. Tucker Carlson will go for J.D. Vance or whoever the fuck. But they're ultimately having to steal our flow to keep any semblance of an audience. Well, what does that tell you about what we're saying versus what they've been saying in the past? What it tells you is we've been right all along and they've been wrong all along. That's what it tells you. But I hope they continue to fight amongst themselves because there's nothing better than Ben Shapiro going after Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson feuding with Mark Levin and all these people. Let them fight until they're metaphorically bleeding on the ground because let them get all their energy out. And then when we take power, we'll handle this country the right way.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Right.
Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
So many good videos. All right, let's watch.
All right, we got to talk about how quite literally every single detractor of Graham Plattner has outed themselves as a complete and utter piece of shit. Former Biden official Kate Bedingfield on Graham Plattner, quote, "I think it's demoralizing that his transgressions are being overlooked." All right, so listen to what she has to say, then I'm going to give you an amazing fact about this.
Oh, no.
I personally, I think it's demoralizing that his transgressions are being overlooked in this way. However, I'm not overly stunned, in part because I think that the gender breakdown on how people are reacting to what they've read about him is very telling.
He got the most votes of any Democratic candidate in Maine in the history of the United States of America. And they're trying to be, the gender numbers didn't look all that good. What are we doing here? What are we fucking doing here? Why don't you go campaign for Susan Collins?
Political problem for him. The
Might as
electorate
well.
in Maine is heavily female, is older. But I will say when I see Trump attacking him, I mean, what he's got to do is win Biden-Collins voters. He's got to pull some Biden-Collins voters from 2020 over his way. And Donald Trump continuing to attack him is one way that some of those people, may come along. So, listen, I personally don't love it, but the people of Maine, I don't live there, so they don't really care what I think. But I think it's, look, I'm going to just say it, and I have said it consistently. I think it's an indictment
They don't give
of
a
our
fuck,
party
girl.
that we're willing to look the other way on this, personally.
Ready for this? Kate was a spokeswoman for John Edwards in 2008 and stayed on to the end after the Inquirer broke that he was cheating on his cancer-stricken...
There you go, guys. John Edwards. Whoopsies!
...wife with a campaign videographer fathering her child, and as we learned, committed 6 campaign felonies to cover it up. So she
Oh my God, these people
was
are
a spokeswoman for
clowns.
Edwards. After all of that came up, she's like, I'm still riding for him, bro. I'm still
Ride or
riding
die
for him.
for radical centrist John Edwards.
Objectively worse than anything they said about Graham. This is worse than anything they said about Graham.
Yeah.
But you have nothing but
Objectively.
harsh criticism for Graham.
Yeah,
Make
that's-
that make sense. Why is it all these people who go after Graham aggressively end up being total pieces of shit? I'm genuinely asking that question. How about this one? Quote, "Graham Plattner is clearly a person with deep and disturbing psychological issues that predate his military service and continue to this day." Maine State House Minority Leader Billy Bob Falkingham told the Post. So they had this guy write this in the Post. Ready for this?
Falkingham.
This is the same guy who was arrested for throwing a bucket of human shit at someone, sunk 3 boats, nearly killed his sternman while screwing around on the water, and claimed Jesus saved him when he capsized his boat. And here's a link. Maine's new GOP House Minority Leader was once convicted of throwing poop at people. So the poop thrower would like you to know he has some moral qualms with Graham Plattner. Guys, can we be serious here for a second? The reason everybody's coming after Graham Plattner is because he's anti-oligarchy. He's against the Epstein class. He's against the billionaires. Okay, he wants to abolish ICE. He's against Israel. He's against the warmongers. He's against the fascists. He's actually taking bold left-wing positions that stand up to organized money and power. And that's why all these assholes and their mother are coming after him. Now, by the way, want to see something devastating here, which is genuinely sucks. Look at this. The DNC has removed Graham Plattner's Senate race from online advertisements.
Wow.
Well, that's nice. Look at this. So it was there. Now it's not there.
Oh my
nice?
God.
Isn't that nice? If you
vote blue no matter who, right?
To go out there and advocate for real left-wing positions that every left-winger agrees with. The moneyed interests come after you. The corporate Democrats try to snuff you out. Isn't that great? Isn't that awesome? That we have a party actively working against the best elements of the party. Isn't that awesome? To undermine ourselves and make ourselves cucked and weak in the face of fucking fascism. Isn't that awesome? All right, but I still haven't gotten to the best part. Because now, let me show you. The other day we discussed Trump came after Graham and came after him. He's a thug. He's the worst person that's ever run for.
Guys, I was letting you get to the point. I knew he was like a radical trans exclusionary fuck off.
Office ever.
Yeah.
He's the worst one.
I just wanted you guys to, I wanted him to say it, right?
I've ever seen, never. And Graham.
And you guys got him to say it. Thank you guys. I appreciate your support. Love you guys. See you transform. Yeah, no, none of that in here. Fuck off.
Here we go.
At least like so blatant too, right? Like, oh God. It was just so blatant from the get-go. I was like, dog, really? Really?
Chris, they're the worst policy.
Like, fuck off. Down to the point where it was like, blue sky is worse than X. Like, the dude's not a leftist, guys. He's lying to us, right? There are a few red flags. It was. But I let you guys do it because I was like, I trust you guys. You're in my community. I love you guys. I just wanted you guys to, like, take it out of his mouth.
I watched that thug that's up in Maine. He's a thug. And they're trying to make excuses for him. I mean, he's worse than any human being that's ever run for office, probably.
They're also hella Islamophobic. Yeah, for real. No, none of that. Psh. Immediately banned. Yeah. I was shocked. Blues Kentucky is worse than X. Yeah. Like, I was like, I knew what he was trying to say, guys. But I just wanted him to say it so we could all ban him. I told you guys, my political radar on people, it never fails me. I was like, uh-oh, this guy's gonna be a problem.
I don't know him. I don't want to say bad, but I just look. They're the worst policy of anybody. I watched that thug.
Yeah, he sounds more like a log cabin Republican than anything else. Like a leftist? Come on, dog. You're not a leftist.
But man, he's a thug. And they're trying to make excuses for him. I mean, he's worse
And guys, if you lie about that kind of stuff, you're willing to lie about so many things. I guarantee you. So I don't want you here. Fuck off.
Any human being that's
right. On top of the trans, obviously that's the biggest reason, right? I just wanted him to say it. And I was like, and banned. He got the double Mario. I worked on that. I'm going to fix that animation, but it's going to be even better. I love that image. It's one of my... Every time I see this, it makes me laugh out loud. It's so good, right, guys? It's so funny.
run for office, probably. I don't know him. I don't want to say bad, but I just look. I mean, nobody's ever had a record like that.
Wow. Got to say, being called a thug and the worst person to ever run for office by Donald Trump might be the highest compliment that I've ever...
I think, guys, right there, that shows how That shows a lot. It's a me, Mario. Yeah, damn right. Mamma mia. I mean, guys, this is why I said the fact that Trump hates him this much and calls him a thug, that should honestly like raise your stock in him, right?
Rare.
I'm not saying like he's perfect or anything like that, right? Of course. But like if Trump hates him that much, guys, it's hilarious to me. It's me, Waluigi. Ha 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 ha.
He's also right. There might not be a lot of other people like me who've run for office. You know, people that actually serve their country.
Yeah. But like the actual Nazi is saying that the guy that is being accused of being a Nazi is a thug. Okay, got you. What a world we live in.
Fought in this nation's wars, came home, started
Let that make sense, guys.
business, live down here in the real world, have spent years and years being involved at the local level in the community, and then one day decided to go run for U.S. Senate. Maybe he's right about that. But for Donald Trump to come after me personally is, it might be the nicest thing anybody's ever said about me. And the reason he's doing it is that he's scared. He knows. He knows that we're coming after him. He knows that when we win this election, when
So
we take
this is
kind of
new,
politics
yeah?
down to Washington,
That is new.
when we retake this seat for working class Mainers, when we retake the Senate with fighting Democrats who actually want to hold Trump and his cronies and all their corruption accountable, he knows that's coming. And it's got him shaking in his boots. And he should be, because we are coming. Because we're building something here in Maine, the likes of which has not been seen before. We are really building a true broad-based working class coalition to build power the old-fashioned way, organizing people and taking it to fight for a better future, taking it to make sure that the Epstein class, that Donald Trump and all of his depraved billionaire friends who think that they can get away with disgusting acts, think that because of their money and their power and their wealth and their influence, that they're above the law, they're about to find out that they're not. And it's got them terrified, and they should be.
Listen up, y'all. Listen up. With Donald Trump going after Graham Plattner, let me just say, and I speak on behalf of all of us, I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to hear it. You are Donald J. Trump. That's who you are. You were Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for a decade. That's not me speaking. That's not some third party speaking. That is Epstein himself on literal audio tape directly to Michael Wolff. He said, I was Trump's best friend for a decade. Trump was on his plane 8 times that we know of. He went to the island. The first time Trump and Melania had sex was allegedly on the Lolita Express, which is Epstein's pedophile plane. And he's lecturing Graham Platt, the worst person to ever run for office. Graham is the worst. He's a thug. He's a thug. He's the worst person to ever run for office. Says the guy who offered Epstein a position in his first White House. Many people don't know that. It's the truth. He offered Jeffrey Epstein a position. Why? Because he knows how much dirt Epstein has on him. So to try to shut him up,
He's the worst guy to ever run for office yet. Oh, God.
He tried to offer him a position.
That.
Because he doesn't want people learning that Trump and Epstein, himself and Epstein, shared a girlfriend. That Epstein passed off a 20-year-old to him in 1993. He doesn't want people being reminded about the creepy-ass love letter to Epstein on his birthday that Trump wrote with the drawing of the prepubescent girl. He doesn't want people reminding him of the human trafficking from the modeling agency that Trump ran, okay? By the way, Epstein allegedly learned human trafficking tricks from Trump's teenage modeling agency. This is a guy, by the way, who's on video, or excuse me, on audio saying to Howard Stern directly, when I owned the Miss Teen USA, when I owned that, I got to walk in there when they were getting changed and I'd say, is everything okay in here? And you can get away with it because you own the place. Literally bragging about spying on naked teenage girls as a 40-something-year-old man. Facts. And this is the guy who's going to say, Graham is the worst person to ever run for office? Graham is the thug? You have got to be fucking kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Don't even get me started on the other shit that we know about Trump. Don't get me started on those FBI intake forms, by the way. Tomorrow I'm going to do a segment. Apparently, the White House was panicked and freaking out about one of the Epstein files, which involved accusing Trump of having a nipple torture kink. And they were so
Ew.
freaked out by it, they decided, don't put up a searchable database of everything, because if we do, that shit's going to come up. And they were freaking out, thinking, how's everybody going to react, knowing about our disgusting, pedophile, depraved, wretched, cretinous boss who does horrible things to underage girls, including torturing their fucking nipples. What are we even talking about here? What are we talking about here? I could go on all day, bro. I could go on all day.
You know, hey, if that's your fetish, guys, like, no shade, right? But like for Trump, right? It's just no. Out of all the stuff we know about him, it's a no for me. Hell no.
If I need to bring up the limo driver in Dallas that says he heard Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein about abusing girls, do I need to bring that up? Do I need to talk about the picture that Michael Wolff said he saw that Epstein showed him of Trump?
But I will get auto-modded. Go ahead, I'll unblock it.
With a stain on his pants?
If you want to mod, guys, let me know. Just I'll consider people modding. Just no, but he actually hurts girls. Yeah, exactly.
Remember that? There is so much dirt. The biggest one, which nobody talks about, by the way, is that in 2011, Epstein has an email where he's talking to, I think it was Ghislaine, but it may have been somebody else. And he says, oh, Trump is at the house right now with one of the victims. As you all know, all of his houses are bugged to the high heavens. That means there's video of Trump with underage girls from 20. This is before he even ran for office. Okay? There was no, like, attempt to get him or whatever. We know, as a matter of fact, there's videos of Trump with underage girls at Epstein's properties, which means he can be blackmailed. And believe me, Mossad has that. Russia probably has that. All these intelligence agencies have that. And so our president is a blackmailed pedophile. He is a clear and present danger. That's what you need to understand.
Yep.
So I don't want to hear it about Graham Plattner's issues. Like, what was it? Mika Brzezinski on Morning Joe asked Graham Plattner, do you really have credibility to say we should release the Epstein files given your history? And he's like, I had consensual adult affairs, which I'm not proud of, by the way, but that's a lot different than human sex trafficking, child sex trafficking done by elite billionaires. What are we talking about? Jesus Christ. So Graham absolutely nailed him, and you simply love to see it.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Disgusting. Let's watch it.
Epic!
Nice. Put it. Josephus, did you... Yep, here it is. Did you post it? We'll watch this too, Ducky. Thank you. Oh, the video you posted. It was just, I haven't found that part of voting machine. Sorry, man. No, I mean, the JD. We're gonna watch it. I'll just find it. I'll be anywhere. I found it. I might not be able to play this too much, to be honest. Oh, no, we can. Sorry, hold up. No, I got it. Thank you.
For 29 seasons, this show has invited thousands of guests with all kinds of diverse points of view. And we have been asking our next guest to join us for a while now. So we're glad that he's taken us up on the offer today. Please welcome author of the new book, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Fuck you, JD. This is cringe. Why are they standing? Why is Guinan here?
I was surprised at how tall you were. He's very tall.
If you only see somebody on TV, you just see their, in my case, giant head. So
We all
it hides how
have
tall
giant
I am.
heads,
That's
yeah.
right.
We are the table of big heads here.
So this is a
Alyssa-
show of MAGA Republicans.
Joy,
right?
don't
That's
look
what
happy,
the
yeah.
team told me? Okay.
It's a good thing they're chairs. They got rid of all the couches for him, guys. Because he might be urged to fuck them
We'll find out.
in 4K on live TV. Is this live? It's probably pre-programmed, right? But
I think you have the first question, Alyssa.
Yes, Mr. Vice President, thank you for being with us. Now, you came into office with clear momentum, but when I talk to my friends and family who supported you and the president and still support you and the president, one issue comes up time and time again, and it's the economy. Inflation's up, wages are down, gas prices are starting to drop at news of this Iran deal, which we will get to.
Sure.
What can you say to voters who trusted you to lower costs on day one, and will they be satisfied?
Right? That's
Yeah,
what
right,
the media
yes.
team told me.
whoops, my bad, guys.
We are the table of big heads.
Good.
Question, Alyssa.
Yeah, I talked to my friends and family who supported you and the president and still support you and the president. One issue comes up time and time again, and it's the economy. Inflation's up, wages are down, gas prices are starting to drop at news of this Iran deal, which we will get to.
Sure.
What can you say to voters who trusted you to lower costs on day one, and will they be satisfied by November?
Well, I think that's ultimately up to the voters, right? I think voters have every right to expect as much as possible out of their elected representatives. We certainly know that we were elected on a number of mandates. One was to close the border, which I think we've done successfully, exceeded expectations there. Number two was to lower prices, and there's a lot of work to do, in large part because of what's happened over the last few months in the Middle East. But as you said, oil, which got up to $120 a barrel, now is at $80 a barrel. That's going to be reflected in lower fuel, lower food, lower energy prices. But there's a lot more work to do. The thing that I'm proudest about most, because as some of you may know, I grew up in one of these towns that was forgotten by the leaders in Washington of both parties, is that you're seeing, that's Middletown, Ohio. That's my hometown in southwestern Ohio. It was a proud steel town. I was raised by a grandfather who was a union steel worker, is that those jobs disappeared. Those factories closed down.
Wow,
The thing
what
that
a
I'm most
cook.
excited about is you do see a large amount of capital investment coming into our country. Factories being built, construction jobs are way up, manufacturing jobs are starting to catch up. So there's a lot more work to do. I think that we're making progress, but ultimately we're going to make our pitch to the voters in November, and they're the ones who get to decide whether we've done a good job or not, and that's how they're going to vote.
Okay. So President Trump has called affordability a hoax.
Yep.
He said that, not me. He's pouring money into this ballroom of his and the reflecting pool. Oh, don't forget the Arch de Trumpe, I call it.
Trumpe.
And a White House cage match. All these things. Why is he doing them when you just, everybody knows that Americans are struggling? What is he spending all this money for?
Well, I got to defend the president on the hoax point. What the president said is the idea that Republicans caused the affordability problem is a hoax. And I think
Bullshit.
That's true. If you go
We
back to the
heard what
Biden
he said.
administration, inflation got up to 9% under the Biden administration. Okay, right now it's at 3.5%. By the way, too high. We're doing everything that we can to bring it back down to 2.5%, which is where most people would like to see it. But we inherited an affordability problem. We're doing a lot to make it better. It's going to take a little bit of time. There's a lot more work to do. But the president knows that a lot of Americans are struggling. In fact, he ran on that. He talked about it. And we've done some things and made some good progress on that point.
He just said he loves the inflation.
What he said, Anna, what he said is that
he said that.
Loves the fact that the inflation is going to come down.
God, JD, you're such a fucking stooge.
War is over. That's what he said.
That's not what he said.
That wasn't a direct.
That is not what he said, motherfucker. I want to. Oh my God.
Wait, are you his interpreter or are you his vice president?
Yeah, for real.
Come on.
Well, look.
Dude, you have to translate this man more than the Russian language to an English speaker. Have you noticed that? This guy literally, all he ever does is fucking translate for all us. Like, what are we, speaking a different language? We hear the fucking words come out of his fucking mouth.
Look, what the president said, people were asking about the inflation. They were asking about the affordability problem, which again is very real. And what he said is, I love the inflation because it's going to come down when the war is over. And now, we already see gas prices today, $4.06 a gallon, too high, but way down from where they were just a couple of weeks ago. So there's a lot we got to do, but I think that we're doing as much as we can. We're going to keep on working at it. And again, the American people are going to make their verdict, but I think that we have a very credible case to run on, that we brought a lot of new investment. We're building the factories. That is going to pay serious dividends for the American people over the long haul.
When?
Well, Joy, if you look at manufacturing jobs,
Okay.
those jobs are increasing at a large level. Construction jobs are doing a little bit better. So what happens is the construction jobs to build the factories, and then the manufacturing workers go back to work. That also leads to rising wages. That's one of the things that I'm very proud of. Is if you look at the amount that wages are going up now compared to, say, 2022, they're going up way faster. That's a good thing. You know, the affordability problem. Again, gas, way too high right now. Certain things way too high. You know, rents have been either flat or down for 12 months now. So there are things that are showing signs of life, things that are showing signs of progress. My view, I'm sure you guys don't agree with it, is that we inherited a mess and we're fixing it. But sometimes it takes a long time to fix a mess.
Sonny.
Okay. Mr. Vice President, according to a new report from the New York Times, you were the leading voice behind the scenes to release the Epstein files, and we applaud you for that. And you warned top officials, including top DOJ officials, at strategy meetings taking place inside the Situation Room. We understand that there are tapes of those meetings, that this was a huge problem for the base. The report says you even floated having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell to clear the president's name, but you were rebuffed by your people. Why?
Well, I'd say, first of all, don't believe everything that you read in any newspaper, whether it's a right-leaning paper or a left-leaning paper, because as you guys know, well, there are things that are true, things that are false, and things that are totally missing context. Well, here's what I'll say. So, number one, I am, frankly, kind of a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff, and that story says that that's one of the things that's true, is that some people called me a conspiracy theory on the Epstein stuff.
Oh, fuck off.
Susie, but absolutely, she thinks I'm a conspiracy theorist on the Epstein stuff, because I think that it's crazy that you had this guy who is clearly a sex predator who is hanging out with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Like, that really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there, but that really bothered me, and I wanted to...
Nobody knows, guys. Nobody knows.
Have full transparency. What I disagree with is the idea that the White House wasn't committed to full transparency. We have to remember, like, I was inside the room when some of these decisions were made. The Epstein Files Transparency Act, the one that the president signed, the one that led to all these files that we're seeing, the emails. By the way, again, sorry, Joe, I do have to defend my boss. I know you guys don't always appreciate this, but, you know, one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump literally reported Jeffrey Epstein to the police.
Okay,
That's one of the things that came out of these files.
They were best friends for about a decade. And remember, he signed that Transparency Act under duress when some Republican women, congresswomen like Lauren Boebert, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, did not give in to his pressure of not signing. He brought Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her into caving on not voting for that bill.
So let me respond to that. So
That's all true.
Let me respond to that. So number one is yes, Donald Trump threw Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1980s. He also threw Jeffrey Epstein out of his club when he found out he was a creep and reported him to the police. That's something that the media often misses when it reports this story. They tell the fact that they knew each other in the 80s, which the president himself admits. They ignore the fact that he narked on him to the police and led ultimately to JeffreyEpstein's downfall. To that point, Anna, you know the Republican Party. Well, it's one of the things that led to law enforcement investigation. But on the point that you made,
it was allegedly over a real estate deal that they got into a fight over.
But the email says
And
actually
they didn't just know each other. Let's just be truthful and transparent here. They didn't just know each other. They were incredibly close friends.
he reported him to the police. That's what I'm saying.
Nice.
That is objectively true. But Anna made another point that I think I would be if I may, because Anna made a very important point. This question about did Donald Trump release these files only under duress from Republicans? And Anna, you know the Republican Party probably better than I do. The idea that Donald Trump runs around afraid of Republican congressmen as opposed to the other way around is kind of crazy.
What was the bipartisan? It was Republicans and Democrats.
But because the Republicans control the House and the Senate, particularly the Senate, you need the Republican sign-off. What the president
Crazy,
did
guys.
Look,
You heard it
I
here.
will say this. Again, I was in there in the meetings. He was very frustrated that the Democrats were making this about him when he's like, look, I threw the guy out of my club. I am the guy who reported him to the police, or one of the people who reported him to the police. The president was frustrated about that, absolutely. But he eventually came to say, you know what? Let's just get everything out there. Let's have this out in the public. And he actually called the senators. I was there. He called the senators and said, you know what? Pass this bill, I'll sign it. And that was it.
Well, then let me follow up briefly. Let me follow up briefly.
Yes.
It sounds like you believed that there would be men in the files who would be held accountable. Rightfully so. And the American people are with you on this. Why haven't we seen the release of over 2.5 million additional Epstein file documents? It seems like you are someone that is on the right side of history on this.
So we've released, I think, 6 million files or 6 million pages
What a
of
joke.
documents. My understanding is the 2.5 million, Sonny. I'm going to check on this to make sure, but my understanding is that a lot of those are duplicates.
What
of
a
things that have
joke.
already been released.
So then
We're not
release them,
holding.
but
We're
not gonna have any questions.
not holding anything back. Some of those things are like the courts have to order you to release them. So that was one thing that we confronted. You talk about this situation in meetings. Is there's a big bunch of files that existed. I think in the Southern District of New York, or maybe it was some other jurisdiction. But we were like, we want to release these files, but you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files, and the courts would say no. So those particular documents, I would need to actually know exactly what you're talking about.
3.5 million documents were released, and my understanding is 2.5 million have not been released.
Those may have been the ones that are under court. So I don't know what the documents
Good
are
job.
talking about, but I'm telling you,
Let me go to break. Let me go to break.
Sure.
Let me go to break.
All right. Is there a part 2 or is that it? I got it.
Golden, uncommon.
He inherited an affordability problem.
He said that, not me. He's pouring money into this ballroom of his and the reflecting pool. Oh, don't forget the Arch de Trompe. Why is
The inflation. They were asking about the affordability when the. Have you said thank you
At strategy meetings.
Yeah, you
taking
didn't.
place.
Think that
Hey,
it's
Gray,
crazy.
welcome back.
You had this guy that really bothered me. I don't know what's there, of course. Nobody knows exactly what happened unless you were there. But one of the things you see in the Epstein emails is that Jeffrey Epstein hated Donald. Whoopi, if I may,
No,
because
go
Anna made
ahead.
a very important point. This question about.
I think we're here.
More stuff.
Great.
We'll be back with more with Vice President Joe.
Of New York, or maybe it was some other jurisdiction.
Is there
But we were
anybody
like, we wanna
here
release-
that's going
That's
to
what we-
vote for Lion Kamala?
Lion Kamala sounds about nice. Sounds about right now in comparison.
these files.
Damn, should have voted for Lion Kamala.
But you need the court approval in order to release the files. Sometimes we would apply to release the files and the courts would say no. So those particular
Yeah, this is bullshit.
Documents. I would need to actually like.
We talked about why this is bullshit before
know
too,
exactly
which is
what you're talking about.
3.5
but
million documents were released, and my understanding is 2.5 million have not been.
Those may have been the ones that are under court. So I don't know what the documents
Can I
you're
ask you
talking
something?
about, but I'm telling you,
Let me go to
we're
break. Let me go to break.
Sure.
Let me go
This
to
is where we
break.
left off.
Because people are looking at me, going.
And let's talk about the book. I'm here to sell books. Communion. Buy my book, please.
Oh my god, fucking what a shill. God. Selling his fucking shill book.
We will, but this is a good opportunity for us to get some
Grifting book here. He's grifting his book. I wish someone could stimulate her policies and see what the world would look like today.
We'll be back with more.
Would simulate her policies.
We are back with Vice President J.D. Vance. Sarah, you got the question.
Yes, Mr. Vice President. In your new book, Communion, you write about your personal evolution with faith from evangelical to atheist to Catholic convert. And you also explain your evolution similarly on Trump, from calling him America's Hitler to America's best hope. Now, as someone who has admitted to chasing ambition, which you write about in the book in the past, but now says your faith brought you back to your priorities, I have to kind of use your own words that sit with me from 2016.
Sure.
Fellow Christians, everyone is watching when we apologize for this man. Lord, help us. And I think about that all the time because as a fellow Christian, that is something that weighs on my heart as I watch this country and the leadership at the top, because it's also something I have to explain to my kids, which I know we also share, this idea that our greatest privilege and responsibility are these young people we're raising.
Of course.
So help me find the words to explain to my children what they're witnessing right now.
Well, you know, first of all, it's been well covered that I was a critic of Donald Trump back in 2015 and 2016. Now, obviously, I'm sitting here as the Vice President of the United States in the Trump administration. Well, Joy, a little humility, actually. I think that when you make predictions and those predictions turn out to be false, you got to ask yourself, well, what made me wrong about that? What did I not understand or not appreciate? For example, I said that Donald Trump's economic policies would not lead to wage growth. They did in the first term. That was actually a major, major thing. I said that we couldn't bring back any of those factory jobs because I kind of had given into this idea that those jobs were disappearing. But actually, Donald Trump, you saw a manufacturing boom during that administration. So there's a certain point. Let me just. So there's a certain point where you say, you know, I made predictions about this. I ended up being wrong. Yeah. And in politics and anything, I think it's important to just say, you know what? I got some things wrong, and I was wrong about him. He was a very successful president. It's one of the reasons why I've been supportive of him.
Go on in the book to explain that good policy was maybe one of your justifications, but the quote and when you tweeted that or X'd it was not about policy. It was what Christians were willing to excuse. And that's the part I can't get past. What are you willing to excuse in the name of power?
Right? Blue Room?
Well, I would say fundamentally...
Wow, they literally have a QR code on his stupid book on screen right now, guys. Thankfully, the news ticker is blocking it, so you don't have the urge to scan it. Go scan the QR code right now.
One of the things I underappreciate...
Scooter Bugart, look at his stupid fucking face, man. I know. I don't think I've seen another face like that in a long time. It's almost as bad as when he was being serenaded by Hasidic Jews. Remember that? What a meme.
About Donald Trump is that so many of the things
ticker.
that people said about him weren't actually true. Again, you talk about humility. Okay, so I see Donald Trump, I see a clip of him, or I see not even a clip of him, but reporting about something that he said, and I take it at face value. For example, let's just go back to one of the most controversial things Donald Trump said during the first term that I was wrong during the first campaign, is that I was led to believe by the stories. I read stories that said Donald Trump said that all Mexicans were rapists. He never said that. What he said is that the certain South American countries, Central American countries, were releasing criminals into our country, including Mexico.
He never said that.
That was objectively true.
What the fuck? That's gaslighting, motherfucker.
Fidel Castro
What?
in 1980 with the Mariel boat lift.
He made that fucking line up later, like in the second term, dipshit.
Many journalists, including CNN, where you used to work and be my colleague, that have tried to find evidence of that. There is no evidence that Maduro was releasing people from insane asylums or jails like Fidel Castro did do. This was made up without pushing back.
Anna, we know that there were people who were released from prisons who were encouraged to come into the United States.
It wasn't like it wasn't a Marielle, Mr. Vice President. It wasn't.
No,
it was
send
like
it to me.
Purposeful release, open up the jails, open up the insane asylums, and let people flood Florida. I lived through that in Miami.
If you go, it may not have been like Marielle, but if you go back to the caravans that were happening in 22, 23, we know that those things were funded. They were in some ways supported by the government.
There was absolutely
so I don't know how you define support or not support, but if people are encouraged to come into our country after having spent time in prison by their own governments, I think that's a problem.
But, Vice President, can I just add one more thing? Because you do speak about immigration at length in this book.
Sure.
And I believe, as a Christian, I can tell my kids why it's important to have borders. I get that. There are laws, there are resources. I get all that things. It's much harder to explain when I see someone dragged out of a house or wrongly taken to a thing that isn't a violent criminal. That is, it's a little
Jesus. The fact that she has to say this as a Christian is so sad, right?
Nuance as a parent to try to say when someone's referred to as vermin or scum, when I teach them in school about people that have done that before, but this is different. It's very hard as a parent and a Christian to say both things.
And you actually say in the book, you talk about this, struggle, this internal struggle in the book, and you talk about moral trade-offs that result in favoring a strict migration policy without dehumanizing anyone. But listen, over 50 people have died in ICE custody. There are thousands of children, 6,200, that are being held in places like Dilley detention.
You know, they're at least grilling them on this, right? I think they could be a little bit more, but I don't think they've accepted. I don't think they haven't. Obviously, they could be more, much harder, right? But this is not really a like a journalistic show, right? Trump just doesn't know what the word asylum means. Yes, he doesn't. He thinks insane asylums and seeking asylum are the same thing, guys. Yeah, I agree. We do have a 6th grade reading level in this country. Because that kind of shows it.
The people that have visited those detention centers, I don't know if you have, talk about the subhuman, infrahuman conditions, the lack of clean water, the lack of medical attention, the lack of education. I would urge you as a Christian and as a father to visit those detention
they don't care
centers
about
where
that.
the children are being held and make sure that the conditions are up to the values that we hold in this country.
So you guys have thrown a lot at me, and I see we got 30 seconds left here. But let me say,
You're
number
the Vice
one,
President. You can go long.
I'd like to pick up on this theme because I think it's really important. We do have to strike a balance, of course, between enforcing our laws. We don't want to dehumanize people. That is the balance that, look, law enforcement, what I'd say about this, law enforcement is always inherently not a very pretty process, especially when you're dealing sometimes with violent people, with people who are resisting arrest. Some of the people that I've been told by the media were completely peaceful, had never violated any laws. You actually look into the record and you find out that those people were actually being violent, or they did have a criminal record. They had a sex trafficking conviction.
Don't have criminal records. So the majority of people that ICE is rounding up and taking out of their homes from their families, they're separating families. They're using children as bait.
But
the majority are not criminals.
But can I respond to that, guys? Let me just say this. Okay. So you talk about the children. Here's what I'd say. Do we know that during the last administration, we had tens of thousands of children who were sex trafficked by the cartels, who were brought into our country in profoundly dangerous and predatory conditions?
Let's talk about this administration.
But here's the point. Unless you enforce the border, you invite that kind of conduct. You think that our immigration policies are inhumane based on the reporting of one person with a political bias. What I'm telling you is that it's inhumane to allow cartels to sex traffic.
Yeah, like you're cheapening their opinion, right? These are just lies. What she's telling you is, with her own two eyes, she's seen what's going on, and she's saying she doesn't agree with it, right? They do this really well, guys, and I don't fall for it, right? This is moving the post. Oh no, you're just uninformed, right? basically they're gaslighting you. They're saying what you saw with your own two eyes doesn't exist. Right? And it's really that quick of a judgment. Is it dehumanizing? Is it immoral? Yes. Yes or no? It's either yes or no, I don't care. And to her, she's seeing it and she's saying yes. Clearly. And I agree with her, right? Duh.
And you guys have done
And what he's trying to say is, no, the media is lying to you about, motherfucker, the media just showing me the pictures, the video. God damn it.
By the way,
Hold on, y'all. Please hold on.
I appreciate that.
Hold
We're going to
on.
get you back, Anna.
We're coming back with more with the vice president, and I've got questions for
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Ooh. Whoopi coming in hot.
We are back with Vice President J.D. Vance. Sir?
Sir?
You come from a poor community.
Sure.
You know how hard it has been for people. Two things. You talk a lot about your Catholic faith, but the Catholic faith says we take in immigrants. We take in people who don't have or who are having a hard time.
But Whoopi, that's inconvenient because I'm a Republican and I'm trying to run for president next year. Next term. Right? That's really what he should say, but he's just going to give us some bullshit.
How do you justify both things?
So let me say first a couple things, Whoopi. So number one, the book is actually way less political than you might think if you were just watching this, because obviously we're getting into the issues
He's already
today.
tired of it.
95% of the book is really not about politics. I kind of have to write about politics because I'm the vice president, but political than you might think if you were just watching this, because obviously we're getting into the issues of the day. 95% of the book is really not about politics. I kind of have to write about politics because I'm the vice president, but I want to answer your question. So fundamentally, if you think about what is immigration enforcement, immigration is law enforcement. It's somebody who has broken a law. A law enforcement officer has to show up and enforce that law. Now, inherently, sometimes that process is not always going to be pretty if you capture a video clip of it, in the same way that if you arrest somebody for committing a violent or a nonviolent crime, sometimes it's not always pretty. What I'm saying is the Catholic faith is actually I think it strikes the right balance here. It says, the Christian faith, I think this is true of Protestants and Catholics, that you can have borders.
Yeah.
You're allowed to enforce your borders. That means the law enforcement piece of it. But you also have to take certain precautions and certain care, okay? And again, your argument is fundamentally, Whoopi, you're saying that we don't strike the right balance. I disagree with you about how we apply that, but nobody hopefully is saying we're not allowed to have a border.
No,
what I'm saying is that in order for us to actually enforce the law, you can't set a standard that says you're not allowed to deport anyone unless they've committed a violent crime. You've got to enforce the law equally and justly.
But you're talking past them. What does this have to do? Answer the fucking question. This is a deflection.
No, let me do my follow-up.
You don't have to raise your hand,
Let me do my follow-up.
Yes, I do.
God, I'm so sick of this shit. That was a deflection, guys.
We're talking about
Shave off that beard. Yeah, I want him to look like the Pillsbury Doughboy again.
people.
Although he's looking pretty burnt today, right? He must have got a lot of sun.
What did black people do to this administration that has allowed it to really stigmatize folks of color? And you know how hard it is. You have folks of color in your family. So when you see, things, the Emmett Till stuff coming down, or them doing all kinds of removal of information of black heroes, how does that sit with you?
Well, what exactly are you talking about, Whoopi? Because you just...
Oh, come on. You know what it is, dog. They took down a bunch of stuff on African American history because AKA woke, right? And it's not woke. Like, what? The fuck?
I can tell you all this. Yeah.
No,
like, you're taking down actual history now, right?
I want to know what she's...
You don't know what I'm talking
to your
about.
actual point.
So in a lot of the museums, there's so many. Where they're taking down the actual history that happened in this country. Slavery happened. All kinds of stuff happened. And it seems that it has been very easy for this administration to remove that and also to denigrate black folks who have worked their behinds off to get this American dream. How do you, I mean, you know better.
So Sonny, that was actually a very helpful intervention, because I think the story you're talking about is where, allegedly the administration is holding back the appointments of people based on skin color. I've seen this story.
I'm talking about a host of things. I'm talking about black history getting erased from public spaces. Black voter districts are being dismantled. Black leaders are being sidelined from our ranks. Where do Americans of color fit in this vision? Because it doesn't seem like we fit.
I think, Sonny, my view,
And if I may, since October of last year, there's been something like 6,668 refugees allowed into the country. All but 3 were white South Africans.
So, first of all, I'm very skeptical of that number, because we have a lot of different immigration pathways in the United States of America. But let me just address Whoopi's point. Look, first of all, you asked the question, and maybe you don't believe this coming from me, but I think everybody is welcome in our political coalition. Frankly, even if you didn't vote for us, everybody is welcome in our country, so long as you're an American citizen with the duties and the legal obligations and rights to be here. But Whoopi, let me just give you an example of this. Okay, so you say that we're anti-minority or anti-black.
No, I didn't say that. I asked. See?
Well, okay, fine. Fair.
Don't start any stuff
All
with
right,
me,
okay,
man.
all
Don't
right.
get me in trouble.
Yeah.
Don't start no stuff with me. But
I misinterpreted your question,
That's
but
all right.
let me answer your actual question there. What I'm saying, I think, okay, look at Washington, D.C. One of the most democratic and one of the blackest, by a share of population, blackest cities in the United States.
Oh no, he's gonna blame them voting Democrat. I already know where he's gonna go. Get off the plantation. Jesus.
Radical decrease in violent crimes and sexual assaults and in murders. We have tried to take the crime issue seriously, in part because we believe everybody, whether you're black or white or rich or poor, deserves to live in a safe neighborhood.
why does the crime?
And
where does the crime step in? This is not about crime. This is
what are we talking about? This guy's like the biggest deflector of a question. God, no wonder people hate him. He is like the most. He is like the epitome of slimy politician.
Lost their jobs.
Right. This is about human
Sonny,
rights.
you're
And you notice, like one thing I will say, obviously he has a communications director or coach or something, right? Somebody on his staff that he pays to like message this stuff, because he views this as a way to sell books. And he doesn't want to come across as mean to women, because of course, right? And Trump is already not very popular. So his job is to just play defense and to sound like he's listening. Right? Do you notice how like I don't know, what's the word? Pleasant. I mean, I hate to use that one. That's not the right word. Agreeable he is compared to other times that we've seen him where he's very combative. That's why. Somebody told him, and probably his campaign director or something, his communications director, somebody on the staff was like, "You're not here to debate them. You're here to sell your fucking book." And to make the president look not as bad. And maybe you'll increase your chances, right? That's literally what they told him. Please say my favorite phrase of yours, Gus. Oh, fuck off. That. I haven't said it today. That, Raina. Peter Thiel pays.
What you're saying is
no. He definitely, like, this is why he's acting different, right? He's acting different because somebody on his team, right? Probably the communications director, communications specialist, once, right? I don't know exactly how his team looks like, but somebody said, yeah, you're not here to debate them. You're here to basically defend and be like, oh yeah, I kind of see your point, but this is how I view it, right? Because he doesn't act like this on CNN. He doesn't act like this on MSNBC, right? I don't think he's ever been on NBC or whatever, right? When we see him on Meet the Press. So these are two different approaches, right? And this is why like a lot of people don't like these kind of politicians. And I agree. This is like he's like the epitome of this shit. That one, fuck off.
And Black history has been erased from public
Black
spaces.
history is not erased from public
Guys,
spaces.
we do
That
have to
is
get to
not
Iran
right.
when we get back.
Yeah,
There's some very
guys,
important news to
I'm
get
telling you, we celebrate Black history. We celebrate all American history in this administration. You guys do this, but I promise you it's true.
I have to go to break. Anna, God, please, we have more with Vice President J.D. Vance when we come back. Don't do that. We're back with Vice President J.D. Vance. Joy has the next question.
Okay, so in the book, Mr. Vice President, you make a mea culpa of sorts for calling Democrats childless cat ladies.
Oh, man.
Okay.
My most boneheaded comment.
You say that in the book, that it was boneheaded, which it was.
Thank you.
What were you thinking when you said that?
So Joy said when we were off air that I'm fine, which I think is about the best endorsement that I'm going to get out of Joy Behar for a Republican. Thank you. I appreciate that. Graded on a curve here at The View. But, you know, I
Did you hear that? Oh, thank you, Joy, for saying at least I'm fine. Right? He would never say that. It's such a fake smile. Yeah, exactly. So,
I guess one of the things
There you go,
that I
guys.
try to do, and I'm always, you know, all of us are always learning. You know, you said you were a lapsed Catholic. I'm a bad Catholic. I think all of us, that's why we need grace as Christians, is because we recognize that there are certain things we got to work on. Right. But here's what I'd say about that. So did that comment actually shed light on something and start a discussion, or did it just close people down? And when I make a comment that just closes people down, instead of trying to appreciate the point that I make, that's a mistake, right? And that's on me to do better.
Okay,
because
then
can I
let
just
me
say,
ask you a
the point
follow-up.
that I'd say on that, Joy, is I do think, in a very subtle, sometimes in a more profound way, I think our country has become more anti-family and more anti-child. It's harder to travel. It's harder to go to a restaurant.
Mr. Vice President, you know your grandchild is, or your child is arriving.
No grandbabies yet.
Not yet. We're very excited for you and Usha, and we wanted to give you a
Thank
view
you.
one.
oh no, what a tone shift. Guys, we're so excited for your baby. Here you go. We just wanted to give it to you.
I appreciate it.
Meanwhile, other people's kids are being ripped apart from their families. Like,
Thank you.
We will put this on. We'll
J.D.
send you guys a
Vance,
photo.
his new book, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith.
well, meaning we'll wear it once, throw it in the trash.
Faith is available now. Scan the QR code on your screen to purchase
There
a
you
copy,
go.
and we will be right back.
Thank you for shilling my book. Look at that fucking face, guys. Oh my God. This is disgusting.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, that was a disaster. That was a disaster. All right. Luke Thompson gets political.
UFC White House is in the books.
Thank you, Ducky, for this one.
Let's do a political recap. For those who may want something more fight-oriented, I did a post-fight show and a full-card watch-along on my MMA channel. I'll put a link in the comments or the description box, and you can check that out there. Instead, for this video on this political channel, I want to view the event through a political lens to see what we learned, or at least what I learned or observed in the process. Let me start by saying, if I may, that I did, and I'm sure you've seen some examples of this, I did an enormous amount of media, probably more media than I've ever done, at least in this kind of a time frame ever in my career. And basically, with some exception, I did a couple of, I did MK, Morning Combat, my MMA podcast. I did a couple of other MMA podcasts, and those were just strictly really about the fights with some extension beyond that. But mostly what I have done is all just political media. I was on, just yesterday, I was on CBC's morning radio show. It's the Canadian version equivalent of NPR's Morning Edition. I was on Dan Le Batard. I was on CNN. I did Breaking Points. I was basically everywhere. In this past 2 weeks, I talked to, I can't even keep track of all of it. I had to stop saying yes to people because I just didn't have time. And I just want to say I'm very grateful for that opportunity, because I feel like I finally got a chance to articulate to a wide audience the importance of the connection between the UFC and the Trump administration. I feel like I finally got a chance to say to the world, listen, there is a union between these two entities, and that union is worth some examination and interrogation, and in certain aspects, of course, some criticism along the way. I had never really gotten that before. I'd been kind of shouting into the wind, and I feel like I'll probably never get an opportunity like that to reach out on that particular way. And so I have to say I feel grateful that the media entities reached out, and then I was able to articulate what I thought was important about it. I'm not bringing this up first because I actually think it's the most important, but I'd like to use it as like a starting point for the conversation, namely Josh Hokett. So Hokett wins his match against Derek Lewis. This was widely expected. And afterwards, he is interviewed by Joe Rogan, as is customary when fighters win on these big cards where Rogan is commentating. And then during the course of this, he says that Michelle Obama is a man. I'm sure you've seen this because it's been everywhere. It's been all over social media, both for people who like what Hokett did and especially for people who did not like what Hokett did. I've seen this as far as, I was asked about it in virtually every interview I did yesterday. I saw it, The Daily Show covered it, late night television covered it, again, positively or negatively, depending on the political persuasion. It's been a lightning rod. I do wonder what would have happened for the review of this event had Hokett never done that. There would have been criticism because there's other things to point out. In fact, I would argue is the Hokett thing is kind of interesting because I'm not saying that him making these claims is something that no one should ever care about or find amusing, but rather when you really think about what the more important story is in terms of the union between the UFC and the Trump administration, it's not really this one. This one to me is the kind of thing that gets circulated in outrage media cycles. And again, I'm not commenting that the outrage is unfair by any stretch of the imagination, but rather that it's not the substantive thing that really is alarming to me about the UFC and Trump union. I think honestly, if they hadn't had this Hokett situation where, the White House is being asked to comment and, every political reporter on earth is kind of hounding important people, including Dana White, who had to comment about it for an answer, I think that this event would have been somewhat more well received. You'll note that there was polling heading into the event that indicated that even among Republicans that didn't think the UFC White House lawn was an important or the correct place to put a UFC fight, to have it on the White House lawn.
You don't say.
And especially among people who, more broadly speaking, it was deeply unpopular. Now, I'd be curious to see what subsequent polling looks like. I bet that you would get a jump in, at least in terms of the right anyway, in terms of their view of all of it. In fact, that's kind of where I would like to take the conversation. I mean, the Hokett thing is an example because if you look at what people are saying on the right, they're either defending his right to say it, or they're defending it as a joke, or they're defending it as a troll, or they're just defending it because they like it. Some combination of that. And it leads you to a bigger conclusion, which is not so much about Hokett, but when you zoom out a little bit and you just survey what the right is saying about the UFC White House event, they loved it. They loved it. In fact, I got asked on CNN about this. They're like, how do you interpret this event? And the answer is, well, if you're an MMA fan, and that doesn't necessarily mean you're a Trump fan, but if you're an MMA fan, and especially if you're also a Trump fan or at a bare minimum right-leaning, maybe you have some disagreements with Donald Trump, there's a very, very good chance you like that event. There's a very, very high chance. MMA fans liked the fights in general, specifically the main and the co-main event. There's good reason to like the main and co-main events. There was obviously a big result in both of them. And they like, as we've described previously, pageantry, big stakes, big show, big lights, big atmosphere. And on those kinds of narrow considerations, the UFC event, I think, delivered for them. But the right is the thing that I really want to pay attention to, absent necessarily people who are like direct MMA fans. To watch such a polarized reaction around a UFC event, and then for a UFC organization that is not really going to be dialing back their political involvement, we'll get to some of this in a minute. They signed and they had a sponsorship from Anduril. We'll talk about that in a minute, as well as the fact that now there's some discussions about getting the Fight for the Troops franchise back up and running again, to say nothing of the fact that Anduril wants to have Zuffa Boxing sponsored events as well. Like, this relationship between corporate power and the state and surveillance or AI, military technology, I think that is only going to be ramping up. But the point I wanted to make was it just seemed to me, the takeaway here is that the UFC has basically become not merely the chief sort of sports department, whatever you want to call it, of the Trump administration, but the biggest cultural force for the right generally. Consider this concert series that fell apart, or even just when they tried to do, for example, a Super Bowl halftime show, and the only thing they could really get was Kid Rock and a bunch of musicians you've never heard from. They don't have super strong cultural icons. They don't have super strong just cultural force generally, the right in this country. They don't have the best musicians. They don't have the best artists. They don't make the best kind of art. And yes, of course, in sports, it can be a lot more mixed. But like the UFC, as now, to me, in my mind, an avowed right-wing brand, and I think coming out of this event, I don't see how they can be viewed otherwise. The polarizing reaction between the left and the right is just going to make the UFC be seen as a right-wing company. I'll come back to that. But I noticed, like, Patrick Ruffini, who's a political pollster, I'll put this up on the screen, and Jack Posobiec was tweeting stuff like this too. He's an idiot, but Patrick Ruffini is not an idiot. And for him to be saying stuff like this, I don't necessarily agree with what the general point is, but I'm trying to make an argument here. I actually think that the next chapter of the UFC is going to be hardcore right-wing embrace. I think some of them have tried this previously, but as this relationship between the UFC and not just the Trump administration, but just government and government resources generally, like, merges, and then they dress it all up in patriotism theater, this is going to get the right to really rally behind them, to say, look, who is our strongest cultural force? Who is our strongest cultural ambassador? It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship. I would ask you, what on the right side of the aisle, like, that you can clearly discern anyway, is a bigger force for the projection of the right now than the UFC? It's them. Yeah. It's them. They're the leaders in the clubhouse. They have put themselves in a position by getting close to Donald Trump, but then delivering on this event, I think, for their audiences, certainly, and then putting all of this kind of theater, this authoritarian adrenaline theater all together, wrapping it up in patriotism. This is catnip for the right. And I really believe you're going to see them, again, through the defense of Josh Hokett, even if that was not the UFC and it was somewhere in the NFL and the NFL wanted to find him, I think you'd see something kind of similar, but that all of these forces are working through this kind of UFC storyline. I believe that this is a window into the future of more of what we're going to see. Again, not so much a repeat of multiple White House events, although one never knows, I suppose, but in this newly formed effort, this memorandum of understanding that they signed with the State Department, these Zuffa Boxing efforts that they're going to have for an AI, basically a surveillance tech warfare company, or this reinvigoration of Fight for the Troops, or who knows what else might come from this. All of these things are going to make the right view and rally around the Ultimate Fighting Championship as their dominant cultural export. And then on the left-hand side, we saw this coming before the event. I had noticed, and I had mentioned to you that, weeks ago when I was doing media, a lot of the questions seemed somewhat naive about the relationship between the UFC and Trump. And then as we got closer and closer and closer, the questions I was getting in interviews got much better. They began to really you could see them piece together, wait a second, there's actually something going on here. And as you pull on that string, it just takes you into a lot of directions that help you to really get the relationship between them. You all know, if you watch this channel, that is robust. I've got a million videos on here if you'd like to see more of them. So in addition to the right viewing the UFC as its strongest cultural export, I think the left is now going to be seeing much more in much more hardened ways the UFC as something of not really that belongs to the right, but something that they should be antagonizing against. And that could be part of the media class. That could be part of just ordinary citizens. I did see multiple members of Congress, including a couple of senators, tweet about Hokit and some of the conflicts of interest in this event. And, one just has to wonder what kind of a regulatory target that the UFC has made themselves. Yes, I don't think it's going to stop the Ali Act, but if there is a change in power in 26 and then especially in 28, sure, the Emanuels are part of the Democratic donor class, and to an extent the elected political class, but I feel like there's at least a chance you might see that there's some blowback to all of this by hardening attitudes on the left about who the UFC is, what they represent, who they're aligned with, and what kind of scrutiny there should be over their already kind of documented business practices, their labor practices that have gotten them already a lot of, fairly negative attention. I just think that, to me, it felt like on Saturday we hit a bifurcation moment where either you're on the right and you think everything you saw is great. And again, there could be the one exception to this would be the MMA fans who just kind of look the other way. But for the vast majority of the wide public, it's the right rallying around them. It's the left antagonizing them without much of a discernible middle, other than, a small fraction of MMA fans who may not have sympathies towards Trump, but just let it rock. That's not a big, that's not a strong middle. I'm talking about something more substantive than that. And I don't know where that is at this point. Then there's the stuff that you kind of already know, the conflicts of interest, and they are just seemingly endless. Whether this is the UFC getting, again, why were they on the White House?
I added some like what are they called? Fan made ones. Somebody recommended it. I was like, it's probably just for like copyright issues, but
this was a political reward for helping to return Trump to power circa 2021 all the way to 2024, rehabilitating him and then boosting his candidacy. That's why they got this. He already owns stock in TKO. Again, that's not going to make or break his wealth, but he is profiting from it nevertheless. Then on top of it, you saw Trump's Truth Social sponsoring the event, and then World Liberty Financial, which I just cannot overstate this. If you were making a taxonomy of Trump's financial corruption, because there's different ways in which it works, but if you were making one, World Liberty Financial would be one of the biggest parts of that web of that taxonomy that you're building. And they were part of paying the bonuses to fighters who won through this stablecoin that they had created. I just can't overstate to you. It is shocking to me. Genuine. I don't say this very often. Shocking to me that something that is the centerpiece of Trump's willingness to use the office of the presidency to make himself rich, and then to do that in ways that is not merely financially beneficial, but raises deep, serious ethical concerns, is just insane. And that was just all part of it. That was just all part of it. So Truth Social is a part of it. Trump Coin is a part of it. They were selling these gold coins for 4x valuation, and then World Liberty Financial also being a part of how the fighters got paid rather than just cash, so they could promote Trump's coin, which he and his family have used to massively grow their wealth through very, very questionable and shady means. Like, it's just beyond the pale. And I know a lot of people were also complaining, what's up with all these ads. Bud Light was on this. You had other, crypto companies on there. Stake, which I was told by Sagar Enjeti of Breaking Points was not even legal. I didn't even know that. I genuinely had no clue. And all of this kind of merging of corporate sponsorship with state power, with authoritarian theater, with, again, patriotism theater, all kind of working together for self-aggrandizement or group aggrandizement is just, I don't know that there's any words to describe this other than that any kind of person of conscience can't look away. They have to at least inventory what is happening here to understand the depths of it. And it just is almost seemingly, without end. We go back to these conversations about tacky and trashy, which I just don't find to be the most meaningful criticism. To me, when we're talking about the president of the United States having a stable coin through a company that they're using to make money in very, very questionable and unethical ways. That to me is the story. The tackiness of the event, I don't think is the most important thing. I have described what it looked like for that event to be here as kind of like the Vegasification of DC, and I do stand by that. There is an inherent clash between the way the culture of the city runs and that what this kind of a thing was. But these are not the things to focus on the most. It's kind of interesting, right? It's like Hokett's comments and like this grand spectacle with the bright lights and everything. This is what everyone seems to be focusing on when like the business deals and the political relationships underpinning it, these are much more important to consider in my mind. I mean, just take, for example, Riyadh season. Why is Riyadh season, Saudi Arabia's like tourism, sports washing effort, why are they sponsoring an event on the White House lawn? Why does their money need to go towards an event like this other than as a way to boost, their relationship to UFC, which boosts it through Trump, as a way to gain proximity into Trump world, which again, on some level, I'm sure they already have, but to make their presence felt in this particular way, to normalize the whole thing. All of that seems to me kind of insane as well. And then there was like this weird situation where you did have a lot of celebrities, and you did have, the Ellisons were there fresh off of getting the Department of Justice and the Trump administration to approve the takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery, which would just be, a third worldification of our media system. I'm hoping that the state attorneys general will stop it, but they're there. Mark Zuckerberg is there. Again, to me, the real story, or one of the real stories, I should say, is the alignment of techno-fascists with state power, with patriotism theater, all kind of working together. Anyway, they handed out these glasses, or they had pledged to give these glasses to all blind veterans that Meta makes, that I think what I'm told is that audibly articulates to you what you're seeing. And I had complained about this.
Oh God. Gee, I wonder who's paying for that.
On the live stream, and someone was like, well, I'm sorry, communism can't do this. What's so wrong with billionaires doing it? It's like, God, you people are fools, man.
They're the idiots.
Don't just believe anything you're told. There's no one of the major problems in modern America is how unwilling people are to question power.
Bingo.
And when they do question it sometimes is along the dumbest reasons. And then when there's really good reasons, they don't really focus on that. Here's a case where Meta is just being sued left and right by the federal government or other actors, or state governments too, for that matter. And in particular, had been recently involved in a situation where their product was known internally that it was basically unsafe for youth. Let's put it that in a general way. And they knew about it and didn't do anything about it. And then I'm supposed to believe that this is a company whose gestures towards blind veterans is a thing that they really care about. No, it's of course Meta, who's just had an enormous amount of bad press, trying to find a way to get some good press by using the troops as props. And of course, so anyone's going to say, if you watch the whole thing, there was a lot of them being used as props where UFC fighters were, and I won't even do it, but where they're saluted. Of course, they weren't being saluted. They were being saluted because they were walking out with Medal of Honor recipients. And, one more time, it's like I honoring the nation's heroes to me is always going to be important. But I don't know if this is the best venue for that. To me, the event kind of felt like a combination of CPAC with the typical sort of July 4th celebrations you might see on the National Mall with a UFC event. It felt like that. It felt like CPAC plus July 4th plus UFC. That's kind of the vibe that it all worked. I mean, there were so many, conservative things related to this event. There were so many right-wing things related to this event. Turning Point USA had a logo on the mat. They were airing Turning Point USA ads, like, full on that Fan Fest section, with Charlie Kirk in them. And then, you could hear John Anik talking about, Trump coin and everything else in between. Like, this was, to me, the right kind of coalescing, as I indicated earlier, around UFC for all of their various interests. I think this is only going to, I'd be surprised if this doesn't continue in some way. I mean, again, a White House event, I don't know. Are they going to be at CPAC? I don't necessarily know, but finding other ways to have the right coalesce around them to protect their business, to protect their interests, to advance their business, to advance their interests, whether it's with people who make drones that the Trump boys, or one of the Trump boys essentially, or the Kushner boys, excuse me, I take that back. One of the Kushner fellows owns, all, again, related to the Trump family. That is going to be clearly a part of it. But I just mean, it's one way or the other, it just seemed to me that the UFC, intentionally or otherwise, planted a flag that the right wanted to rally around. And there was just so many different pieces of evidence to that fact. Now, I keep bringing up this Anduril stuff, and I think it's important to talk about it now. They became a sponsor of the event, and you might be asking, well, let me just say this. Kareem Zidane wrote a great article about it. I'll put that in the description box below as well. You should read it. And then I found this young woman on social media who did a great recap of it. Take a look at what she said.
Anduril Industries is a defense tech company founded in 2017 by Palmer Luckey, the guy who's best known for building Oculus and selling it to Meta for $2 billion.
Oh, no, not him.
Exiled from that company for being too right-wing and extreme. Backed
Did you hear that, guys?
by Peter Thiel's founder fund, Anduril builds, quote, autonomous warfare systems and surveillance technology that combine AI with robotics. We're talking about drones, AI-powered weapons, sentry towers on the US-Mexico border designed to surveil migrants. Their tagline is literally fight unfair. They're not even trying to hide it. Just 48 hours before the White House event, UFC announced that Anduril would become an official partner of the UFC Freedom 250. It's also worth noting that separately, the Pentagon just handed Anduril a contract worth up to $20 billion, while Joshua Kushner, Jared Kushner's brother, is among Anduril's major investors. So to recap, a drone company with deep ties to the Kushner family just got a $20 billion government contract, then bought ad space at the president's birthday party on public land. This is what technofascism actually looks like. It's not the Matrix or Cyberpunk. It's a UFC fight on the White House lawn, sponsored by an AI weapons company, and the president personally profits while everyone else struggles to pay for gas and groceries. They're normalizing the merger of military technology, political spectacle, and corporate power. And they're doing it on television.
God damn it, Ducky. Great video, by the way. Thank you for the suggestion, girl.
Television while the crowd chants USA. What happened last night wasn't a birthday party. It was a spectacle of empire.
Mind you, they're going to be...
I'm going to say of a declining empire, right? The bread and circuses happened in Rome because Rome was declining, not because it was doing great, guys. Let that sink in.
Having boxing events with military members, with other military members in attendance getting tickets, as well as other activations, and I think something as a presenting sponsor as well at Zuffa boxing events. I mean, it's going to be fully integrated into everything they do. This is the UFC presently, and this is the UFC in the future, at least insofar as right-wing governments are in power. I think once the left wings one get in power, I don't know how that's going to go. I guess we'll have to see. Although if you're on the defense contracting side, then this can go on for quite a while at this point. This is to me the takeaway from the UFC. It's that, they didn't run from being right wing. They tried to present themselves as being neutral. I think, again, UFC fans bought all of that. Nobody else seems to have bought that at all. They're focusing on some things that are obviously disconcerting or unappealing about it all. And again, the use of civic architecture for displays like this, or, what kinds of things athletes should be saying at events like this, or what they should be saying at all under the auspices of the UFC's umbrella. But the real story is about this union. It's a much more robust union at this point. It's going to be a much more robust union going forward. And how the UFC how the UFC factors into being not merely a launderer that helped return Trump to power, but a launderer for military killing and surveillance technology, or a launderer for the interest of the government of Saudi Arabia, or a launderer for any of the nexus of right-wing power centers. The UFC is all too willing to do it, and I believe that the right has now and will continue to much more aggressively rally around them, identify themselves with them. Meanwhile, the left is going to go in the opposite direction. Or there might even be independents as well. I don't want to say it's just merely the left, because
I hate it because it's so true.
Polling speaks to some of this, but there's this bifurcation. It's a bifurcation that has happened, and we are entering, I think, honestly, a new era of MMA. The UFC's entrenched and TKO's entrenched monopoly position and their position within the Trump administration is going to make it very good to get these, government contracting revenues. We've been talking about government contracting as a part of TKO's business. I did this totally in the run up to this event. So like when you just put the sum total of everything together, they are going to emerge from this. I don't know what the numbers will be. I think that they'll be good. It's hard to say exactly what they'll be, but I think that they're going to be strong. But I don't think it's necessarily going to create new fans because, yes, they might get some more on the right, but I think
he's ruined almost everything. Yeah. I mean, and there's no going back, right? Anybody who thinks that we're going to go back to some sort of normal, guys, it's just going to be a worse form of it, right? It's the truth. Sorry.
Market's going to not be able to grow too much. And then the other side of the aisle that they would want, they have...
Sorry to burst your bubble.
Completely ostracized and humiliated. And this whole thing has gone a long way in doing that. So, people talk about, like, is this event going to be successful? Well, for the UFC's purposes, I don't see how you could argue it wasn't. And in terms of delivering for MMA fans, I think in general, most MMA fans would say yes. But I just view this as whatever the UFC has been up to this point, those days are over. It will look the same in many ways. There's an Apex event coming up this weekend that will probably feel mostly the same. But it has been politicized, this company and this product and this sport, in a way that I never thought possible. The UFC has leaned into it heavily, and they play a central role as a propagandistic arm of the Trump administration and the related entities. And I want to just say part of that Anderil thing, if I may as well, that war.gov ad that they aired, that thing was ominous to watch. It was ominous to watch, where you're watching in the shadow of a military defeat in Iran, which I don't say with any joy whatsoever, none. In fact, it pains me to say it.
Another defeat.
Of that,
but guys, we've never lost any war. Vietnam, we didn't lose that. Remember that clown who came in here the other day and said that?
Watching this war.gov effort.
Like, well, what's the last war we've won? World War II?
In conjunction with...
First of all, like, that metric is stupid, right? Secondly, like, objectively, that's the last war.
All of this AI... surveillance, military killing technology, and the UFC was playing host to promoting that interest. That is the future of the UFC. It's that. Like, you're looking at that right there.
This is fascism, guys, right? Because a lot of times people don't realize this, but fascism is a fusion of the corporate and state into one. Like, they become very blurry, right? What do I mean by that? Private companies essentially are the government or work hand in hand with the government. Whenever you see that,
is that window. War.gov is that window, either as a recruitment effort as well to join, or the promotion of these overseas hegemonic empire efforts, or anything else.
That is like the definition you learn in school, right? In college. Like, it's a fusion of the two systems economically, right? So there's like a lot of blurriness because you're like, well, and let me give you an example, right? Volkswagen, right? It was created by Hitler, but it was for profit. It had its own CEO, right? It has like directives from the government, but it's still like privately owned and making money for Stockholm, right? All that stuff. It's not like the government, the German government got all like the profits and stuff like that. It was much more divvied up, and it's still a for-profit company, right? And it still exists today. So
the UFC has positioned itself to serve those interests, and that's just where MMA is now. I did a lot of soul searching during the course of the coverage.
It's good. Search for your soul. Search for your soul. How does my hair look?
Of this event.
I'll see if I can find a picture.
And first of all, I just want to say I'm glad it's over. I really don't have it down anymore because, like, the longer I leave it, the more cowlick I have. Like, I have a huge cowlick, and it's annoying to tame. So, with some reports today,
I gotta get like a hair dryer or something.
About some crazed lunatics that wanted to harm it, and I'm I know people are skeptical of anything that Kash Patel says. God only knows what the truth is. But to the extent that it's true, I'm glad they got stopped, because obviously that would have been a disaster. I did not want, of course, what person in their right mind would want harm to befall any of that? So I'm actually glad that if they're going to do it, it does it without any issue. And I think in that sense, I'm quite relieved. But I'm worried about the sport's future. I am worried about it quite a bit. And I am trying to understand exactly at this point, if that is what it is going to become, what is my place in that? I'm not going to give you an answer now, but I am going to tell you what I'm thinking, which is I have no idea. I have no idea. If what they want to be is a propagandistic arm of techno-fascism, if what they want to be is a propagandistic arm of the Trump administration, even more than they already have been, because what we've already gotten has been basically untenable. And if they want to go even further, as well as serving as the chief cultural ambassador of the right, I don't know where that leaves a lot of people, to be honest. It's not just me, I don't think. My situation is different because I've been inside the sport for 2 decades, but I think it creates a lot of difficulty. And I'm trying to think about the answer to that without rushing to a conclusion, but suffice to say, it gives me a lot to think about. It gives me a lot to think about in terms of what proximity to the sport I want to have, because to wrap it all up and to use the Hokit thing as an example, people have been on the left, or whoever you want to call it, have been dismayed that the UFC, yes, Dana White came out and said he really did not like Hokit's comments. And by the way, and having covered Dana White a long time, if he says he doesn't like a comment like that in the way that which he did, he definitely didn't. You know what I mean? I can tell it definitely bothered him. But of course, what does that mean if you're not willing to do anything about it? But the reaction was,
I find that.
But are they going to do something about it? Are they going to make him apologize? Or are they going to apologize? And the answer is never. They will never do that. Not until something radically changes in the organization. They'll never, ever do that. And you have to understand that. I didn't mention this when we were talking about Hokit earlier, but he did the Brittany Griner is a man thing at one of his post-fight interviews with Joe Rogan. And then I think on the Contender series, lashed out at transgender people. This is just a thing that he does. And he did it basically from his auditioning to be on in the UFC. He's done it subsequent times and just keeps getting promoted. They can hand wring all they want, but they're not going to do anything, which means in totality, this is just who they are now. This is what MMA is now. And there's no amount of criticism I can offer them that will change that. There's no amount of pushback from people like me, because I don't think there's enough of us within MMA to change it. They're not going to listen to outside forces. Look at what MMA fans are doing. MMA.
I found one. Here we go. That's how it looks. I told you it has a very Justin Bieber look to it.
Fans to me seem so starved for high level production, which is what you got. You got high level production, but they seem so starved for it that they're willing to look the other way on all of these other considerations to just say, you know what, we just want big fights. And I understand. What fight fan doesn't want those things? I understand it, but they're so deprived, and there's no other entity in the market that can give them this, that they're just willing to accept it. They're willing to let their sport be co-opted in this way just to get this reward in the end. And it's so funny. They'll say, oh, it's not political. You're making it political. How can it be that all of you can notice great details about these fighters' personal lives, what they share on social media, what they did in fights, what they wear, who they're with, their histories, their present, their streams, their content, their careers, their records, their footwork, you name it. You can see all of these details, and you can't see a single thing I've mentioned in this video. You are lying. You are lying. You're either dumb or you're lying. There's no way. You see both. You see both, but they're choosing not to see the more complicating parts because they love MMA and they want big events. And this is the closest they're going to get basically in the modern UFC. So they're just willing to look the other way, which means there's not going to be an internal revolt inside of MMA that's going to force the UFC's hand. This is just who they are. This is just who they are now. This is just
Thank
what
you,
MMA
girl.
is now.
Appreciate it.
And everyone out there has to decide how they feel
I don't really
about
like
that.
it like that, right? Because I could either keep my hair super short, like he does, or if I keep it longer, then I can do like my hairstyle right now. But generally speaking, when it's like down or whatever, yeah, like it looks like that.
What relationship to that they want to have. And
Which is why I just put product in it, right? Because it's easier to manage, and I don't know, it just changes the shape of your face, right? So
it's something I'm thinking about, and I suspect that's something that a lot of people are thinking about. Thanks for watching this video. Thanks to all of you out there who have encouraged me during this time to provide critical coverage, to offer something that you may not have gotten.
Thank you. Thank you. How Kirkstad's propaganda. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because people suck this channel off a lot. And I was just always under the impression that they were okay. But let's learn, shall we?
In November,
God, ruining everything, right? Everything's just funded by billionaires.
2016, Gustx published a video on the most gruesome parasites. It tells a story of devastating diseases that the world governments couldn't solve, so the big pharma stepped in to be the hero of humanity and save the day. It's one of those too good to be true stories, so I decided to look it up myself, and the real events are nowhere near as glaring for the big pharma as Gustx presents. Pharmaceutical corporations did donate their medicine to the most affected regions, but they didn't do it out of their own volition or initiative. They did it after decades of neglecting the diseases because they weren't profitable enough to manufacture fixes for them. Bill Gates
Good
is
job,
actually
girl.
responsible for
uncommon
much of the neglect. His charitable priorities overemphasize
and a rare ability.
big-name diseases such as malaria, HIV, or tuberculosis. But in the process of doing so, they drew crucial attention and resources away from more common and structural problems, many of which led to outbreaks of other diseases. After the public pressure was too large to ignore, the drug makers decided to join the plan. Big Pharma never came up with this initiative. It was the World Health Organization who had proposed a roadmap to eradicate the diseases by 2020 and convinced governments and NGOs to join them. The pharmaceutical conglomerates never assumed any risk. These corporations took home almost $9 trillion
Nice, you caught it.
18 years. So this little stunt is really just a pocket change for them. This video was paid for by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and it so happens that the Gates are heavily invested in many of
Remember, Melinda Gates is literally funding Susan Collins' campaign. And she's one of those good billionaires. Remember that, guys. Good billionaires. Fuck off.
companies
I don't want to hear it.
heroes. They own major holdings in many of the participating companies, and both Bill and Melinda Gates are trustees of 2 pharma firms. This video isn't positive news, it's a positive PR. Gustx admitted they wouldn't have made this video if it wasn't paid for by Gates. Okay, what the hell just happened? This one video is the perfect culmination of everything that's wrong with billionaires funding media to get the coverage they need. It provides a whitewashed take on real events, it undeservedly elevates the role of private entities, and gives a marketing boost to their agenda and financial interests. The ultra-wealthy are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into media companies, academic institutions, and governing bodies to rig every step of
Yep. They want us to feel bad for her because her husband was a pedo with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he was a pedo, but it sounds like he was, definitely, right? Yeah, I get what you mean, though. Yeah. Oh, guys, but she's a feminist, right? Meanwhile, she's supporting the largest reason, like, it's so stupid. I even have to explain this. Meanwhile, she's supporting the person who voted for Brett Kavanaugh, who literally raped a woman. And yes, I can say that because she testified in Congress under oath, and she seemed pretty convincing to me. And that is more of a feminist than anything Graham Plattner's done. And remember, guys, she's basically a Democrat. So, like, what are we talking about? This is a clown show. No, fuck off.
Listening.
These people can. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is an illusion that there are good like billionaires. Even that clown said it, right? There's only 2 good billionaires. Blah, 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 blah. Remember the guy who just got banned for being a transphobe? Like, ridiculous, right?
In their favor. When billionaires want to open up the markets for their trade, they'll fund media outlets that tell the audience how important investments, innovations, and economic growth are. They'll donate to research that will give them the argument that whatever they decide to do is science. They'll give to political campaigns to get the right candidates elected so that the laws they lobby for are easier to pass. We have identified this to be a problem with all big institutions, and this is what it did to our trust in them. So if it is a problem when billionaires fund our politicians, our journalists, and our academia, is it also a problem when they fund our YouTubers? Because billionaire funding is a lot more prevalent on YouTube than you might think. It's far beyond the scope of this 6-year-old video. I didn't realize I was watching a video sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation because Gustx didn't reveal this information until the last 20 seconds of the video. I actually first found out about the sponsorship from Gustx Medium article on how they treat sponsors. Here, Philip Detmer, the owner of the channel, admitted that Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was their biggest supporter. So big, in fact, it helped transform Gustx into a powerhouse. But Philip Detmer also told us that Gustx is almost entirely viewer funded. I wanted to know where the truth lies, so I went to the Foundation's grant database and found this. In November 2015, Gustx was awarded $570,000 from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for a 49-month-long contract. I wanted to see the full extent of this contract, so I started going through their YouTube videos to see how many were made for the foundation. And that's when I entered a rabbit hole. I was able to identify at least 8 videos Gustx made for the Gates Foundation. When they were awarded the Gates grant, the Patreon was relatively small, yielding less than $9,000 per month. The money from Gates would cover at least $11,000 per month, or $71,250 per video. So the Gates money alone would be at least on par with their Patreon, but Gates wasn't alone. Throughout my research, I kept discovering more and more billionaire-sponsored videos. It's not just one foundation. It's George Soros, the Templetons, and Facebook co-founder Dustin Moskowitz. They also made a sponsored video for this professor from Oxford University, William MacAskill, who is funded by Open Philanthropy, and Gustx also received money from Bill Gates' personal blog and venture capitalist funds. From what I was able to find, Gustx made at least
Get in my ball, Chomper. You know, he does look a lot like Chomper. I love those movies growing up as a kid. Some of my favorite. I don't know if you guys ever seen them, but Land Before Time. I got the reference, girl. It's like, oh, mom and dad are here, and they're like his dad and mom are like 2 vicious T-Rexes who want to eat them. Yeah. Adorable fucking movies. We won't watch I think we might get struck over this, but we'll watch like 2 seconds.
It hatching.
It's adorable. It looks so much like him. I think they did that by on purpose, right?
It's a
Yeah. There's so many of those movies now. I don't remember which ones I've seen, but I was really young, so I kind of don't remember.
Open Society Foundations, at least 3 videos for Templeton.
But I remember Chopper. He was my fave because his parents were fucking vicious. T-Rex.
3 videos for Bill Gates' block and energy, and 1 video for William McCaskill. We know they were awarded $500,000 from the Gates Foundation and almost $6 million from Open Philanthropy. If they kept the same per video rate since the Gates grant, it could be estimated Gustx received at least $7 million from billionaire funds. This would be more money than Gustx received from their supporters on Patreon in the entire history of the channel. This made me realize that Gustx never was this small, independent, almost entirely viewer-funded channel. As soon as the studio incorporated, billionaires began lining up. They transformed the small Munich-based design studio with 5 employees into a multi-million-dollar media powerhouse with dozens of employees. Gustx was also sponsored by regular commercial businesses such as Brilliant or Skillshare, but neither of these has multi-billion-dollar investments in global industries, and they aren't spending millions in political lobbies trying to influence lawmaking. And most importantly, they don't fund the sources that Gustx uses for the research. And what the hell is going on with Gustx research? Gustx told us their research is impartial and fact-checked by scientists to ensure integrity. But my skepticism alarms were already buzzing out of their asses, so I started looking at their sources and noticed something odd. Many of their videos rely primarily on a single publication. This publication is a partner of the channel, and they help them with research and provide numbers for their scripts. This publication
Thank you so much for giving me this video. I'm gonna trust them a lot less.
So frequently in their sources.
I'm sure they have some like value, but I don't know.
Their website
not good.
is quoted up to dozens of times in a single document. This research publication is not some independent group of scientists just sharing their hard science for free. It is Our World in Data, heavily funded by Bill Gates and other billionaires, many of which have also sponsored Gustx videos. The publication received at least $4.8 million from the Gates Foundation alone, but they were also funded by Open Philanthropy, Templeton, and William McCaskill. All of these entities had their series of sponsored videos at their Gustx channel. Their partnership with Our World in Data was initiated by the grant from the Gates Foundation through the first video on overpopulation, made in collaboration with Max Roser, the founder and lead scientist of Our World in Data. Following this money trail led me to discover that the data in Gustx videos isn't such a rock-solid science as they authoritatively present in their videos. Many of the numbers from Our World in Data Gustx relies on so much are complete garbage. In the videos on overpopulation, they show this amazing decline in global poverty, a trend which they attribute to economic growth. But where is this data coming from? It's from Max Roser graph at Our World in Data. But look at how the data points go all the way back to the early 19th century. None of these historical numbers are proven. Real data on poverty for the majority of the world didn't exist until 1981. Anything before that is a speculation. And who defines extreme poverty? The World Bank does. How? By calculating the lowest possible rate as an average from poverty lines of the poorest countries in the world. That's living below $1.90 a day. Scholars strongly disagree with this rate and suggest at least $7.40 a day. With the World Bank's rate, billions of people that are extremely poor according to their national poverty lines end up in lower middle income regions, which is what makes the graph looks like this instead of this if we use the $7.40 line, or this if we leave out China. So not a dramatic decline at all, but an increase actually, or a stagnation at best, since 1981. There's also half of the world's population suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition, more than 40 million modern slaves, and the ever-widening income gap between the richest and the poor. So really hard to come to an optimistic conclusion that poverty is somehow on the decline. But it is a conclusion touted by Bill Gates, who also paid for this video to be made.
As the economist Max Roser has said, the world has done quite well on this. The newspapers could have run a headline.
The lives of the poor will improve more in the next 15 years than at any other time in history.
Number of people in poverty fell by 137,000 since yesterday. Comes out as what for many people will be a stunningly positive story.
Many videos made in part.
Gus didn't know about Kurds Go. I did not, but then again, I've never subscribed to their channel, so
partnership.
I've never been a huge fan at all, so I know other people suggest their videos on here, and whenever you look up like science-related videos, you do get them at the top of the list, generally speaking, right? But yeah, I've never subscribed to them, so I just never bothered to look into it. Right? Like, why am I going to look into a content creator that I don't care about?
With our world in data can
But
be
thank you guys. I mean, this is important.
dissected like this. Look at the numbers on historical emissions from the video on who is responsible for climate change. Where are these numbers coming from? Our world in data, of course. But that's just one source that conveniently downplays the role of the developed countries in climate change. According to a paper from Lancet,
His video about drug addiction was, yeah, I don't know what he see. I don't know that video. See, like because I don't watch their content. I've watched some of their content, but I've maybe watched 3 fucking videos out of their probably 1,000, 2,000 videos or whatever they have on their channel, right? So unfortunately, I don't have very much. I just kind of go like, oh, okay, cool graphics. But to be fair, I'm always skeptical of channels that have like really, really high production values, right? Because think of it this way. If you have really high production values, and you can't see how they did it, or like the animation is all like, then generally speaking, that means they're spending a lot of money on this stuff, right? So I definitely was like, wow, like this is a huge company if they can basically spend all this money on like pretty graphics and stuff. Right. Meanwhile, here, like on Twitch and stuff, I have like a talking treasure goblin who moves his mouth and does this, right? So like, yeah, I think that's like a sign of like tons of money being poured into this stuff. It's probably not the only sign, right? But it's certainly like something to look out for in the future. But it's good that we're watching this.
funded by no one, are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into media companies, academic.
Not bad.
A lot more prevalent on YouTube than you might think. Dozens of employees. Gustx was also sponsored by regular commercial businesses such as Brilliant or Skillshare, but neither of these has multi-billion-dollar investments in global industries.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So like, you don't get this kind of these budgets without like some dude working in his basement, right? Or a guy working, a woman working in her bedroom. This like takes a lot of work. So like this clearly has. Oh look, George Soros. Damn it. Oh no, Gloggy is funded by Big Gates.
Millions in political lobbies trying to influence lawmaking. And most importantly,
damn it, Gloggy!
Fund
I knew it! I knew it!
the sources that Gustx uses for the research. And what the hell is going on with Gustx research? Gustx told us their research is impartial and fact-checked by scientists to ensure integrity. But my skepticism alarms were already buzzing out of their asses, so I started looking at their sources and noticed something odd. Many of their videos rely primarily on a single publication. This publication is a partner of the channel, and they help them with research and provide numbers for their scripts.
Yeah, that's never a good sign. See, I didn't know that because I didn't bother to even care to look, right? See, here's the thing, guys. If you don't care, then you just don't even... But this is why it's important to also verify this stuff. Because you go in here, right? And then if you look, and it's literally one source, yeah, that's a sign that it's probably biased. Well, not even... That's not the right word. Probably be paid for. Right? AstroTurfed.
Application appears so frequently in their sources, their website is quoted up to dozens of times in a single document.
Because who cares? Everyone's biased, right? But AstroTurfed for sure.
This research publication is not some independent group of scientists just sharing their hard science for free. It is our world in data, heavily funded by Bill Gates and other billionaires, many of which have also sponsored Gustx videos. The publication received at least $4.8 million from the Gates Foundation alone, but they were also funded by Open Philanthropy, Templeton, and William McCaskill. All of these entities had their series of sponsored videos at their Gustx channel. Their partnership with Our World in Data was initiated by the grant from the Gates Foundation through the first video on overpopulation, made in collaboration with Max Roser, the founder and lead scientist of Our World in Data. Following this money trail led me to discover that the data in Gustx videos isn't such a rock-solid science as they authoritatively present in their videos. Many of the numbers from our world in data Gustx relies on so much are complete garbage. In the videos on overpopulation, they show this amazing decline in global poverty, a trend which they attribute to economic growth. But where is this data coming from? It's from Max Roser graph at Our World in Data. But look at how the data points go all the way back to the early 19th century. None of these historical numbers are proven. Real data
that should, guys, that right there should be a red flag, right? Back in 1820, we didn't give two flying fucks about poverty. How are we even ranking that, right? Again, I haven't seen these videos, so that's interesting to me, and obviously the World Bank is one of the least responsible sources you could use on this subject. No offense. They're so neoliberal.
19th century. None of these historical numbers are proven. Real data on poverty for the majority of the world didn't exist until 1981. Anything before that is a speculation.
It's just
who defines
guess.
Extreme poverty? The World Bank.
And here's the thing about a guess, unless it's like a very accurate guess or very scholarly guess, like who is to say that number really exists? Like source?
Does. How? By calculating the lowest possible rate as an average from poverty lines of the poorest countries in the world. That's living below $1.90 a day. Scholars strongly disagree with this rate and suggest at least $7.40 a day. With the World Bank's rate, billions of people that are extremely poor according to their national poverty lines end up in lower middle income regions, which is what makes the graph looks like this instead of this if we use the $7.40 line, or this if we leave out China. So not a dramatic decline at all, but an increase actually, or a stagnation at best since 1981. There's also half of the world's population.
Yeah, like the whole $1, that is like, who cares, right? Because the dollar has been weakened tremendously. So yeah, of course it's gonna go up, right? That's just a obfuscation. It's a hand wave of look how great we've become in this world. Thank you, neoliberalism. And meanwhile, you can hear the whacking off in the background, right? Though.
Suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition, more than 40 million modern slaves, and the ever-widening income gap between the richest and the poor. So really hard to come to an optimistic conclusion that poverty is somehow on the decline. But it is a conclusion touted by Bill Gates, who also paid for this video to be made.
As the economist Max Roser has said, the world has done quite well on this. The newspapers could have run a headline.
The lives of the poor will improve more in the next 15 years than at any other time in history.
Number of people in poverty fell by 137,000 since yesterday. Comes out as what for many people will be a stunningly positive story.
Many videos made in partnership with Our World in Data can be dissected like this. Look at the numbers on historical emissions from the video on who is responsible for climate change. Where are these numbers coming from? Our World in Data, of course, but that's just one source that conveniently downplays the role of the developed countries in climate change. According to a paper from Lancet, funded by no one, the US is responsible not for 25% of emissions, but 40%. The EU is responsible for 29% instead of 22%. G8 emitted 85% of historical CO2, and the global north is accountable for 92% of excess carbon in the atmosphere. These numbers draw a much less equitable share of responsibility than Gustx. As I was analyzing more and more videos, I actually discovered a plot I did not expect to find. In a couple of separate videos on climate change, Gustx briefly mentions seemingly random selection of innovations.
Or a new generation of nuclear power plants to new batteries, electronics and steel, low carbon production of cement, artificial meat, carbon capture, direct air capture, and carbon capture.
There doesn't seem to be any objective merit as to why I mentioned these in particular, but they do have in common two things. Bill Gates has invested millions into startups developing low carbon cement, steel, batteries, alternative meat, nuclear energy, and carbon capture. None of these technologies have proven to be commercially viable or scalable enough to make them count. The innovations lack robust scientific backing, and experts do not agree relying on them is a valid strategy. Many videos on topics that align with the interests of Gustx Act billionaire sponsors are frequently sprinkled with messaging about how investments and innovations will solve a problem or make the world a better place.
By investing in these things right now, investment and aid and fair investment.
I've noticed that too.
Massive investment as investment pours in.
It's obnoxious how often this happens.
Invest your money, chat. Invest right now. Patricia, stop fishing and invest. God damn it.
Innovation that lead to innovation, the nature of innovation. And innovation, but innovation, the more time we give innovation and innovation.
What a meme.
Like artificial meat.
The standards for quality of such data is profoundly lower.
See, when I say investment, I mean directly, right? I don't even mean through neoliberal institutions. I mean literally, like, take that money and give it to them. Right? I don't mean the invest in the stock market crap and private. So we're operating off two very different.
Make these hidden injections work. In the instance of carbon capture, Gustx Act
Oh
pulled the
my
numbers
God.
straight from a Gates-funded magazine, who took the number from a Gates-funded private carbon capture facility.
Yeah.
But that's the lowest estimate. In reality, it could be as much as twice as expensive today, and still at least twice as expensive as trees are right now, than carbon capture is projected to be in the most optimistic estimates, which won't be real until at least the next decade. Rather than solving the climate crisis, many scientists argue such investments divert attention away from more impactful solutions and delay phasing out of modern industrial methods and fossil fuel dependence.
Absolutely, right? And that's what I want you guys to get away from this. Like, you can do all this stuff plus. And, like, that's why this stuff is funded, like Gustx, right? Because, think of it this way. You don't have, you can basically have your cake and eat it too, right? You can keep wasting resources, wasting energy. You can keep consuming at the level that we do all the time, right? And just pretend like we're all like dancing in the rain, fixing the problem, when in reality it's just getting worse, right? Like this is why the green credit system is a scam, right? We talked about how green credits are a scam on the stream. They seem nice, right? But it's just a giant neoliberal operation to get more to create more pollution and feel good about it. Literally, you can hear the whacking off in the background, right? Because companies like Tesla sell the credits to people like ExxonMobil, right? And then what ends up happening? Well, they're like, no, we're carbon neutral. We're getting as carbon neutral as possible. When we already know that's not true, right? Come on. It's just a giant... It's a scam, guys. I don't know what else to say. Like, he even brought it up in the documentary we watched, right? It is.
Gustx Act doesn't tell you which technologies Bill Gates is invested in and how positive messaging about them is advancing his positions. But Gustx Act did take the effort to mention exactly those technologies that Bill Gates and his billionaire friends are most invested in. There is a pattern that can explain why Gustx Act videos are like this. In many videos that coincide with Bill Gates' interests, they collaborate with our world in data or prioritize their content on these issues. In their video on Do We Need Nuclear Energy to Stop Climate Change, Gustx Act prominently links to Our World in Data's pieces on nuclear energy. This video is not sponsored by Gates, but the billionaire is betting heavily on his new generation of nuclear reactors. Gustx Act's source document links to Our World in Data 27 times, or about every third reference. Gustx Act made videos heavily criticizing organic food. This is another topic of major investment from Gates, who thinks industrialized agriculture with pesticides and GMOs is the best approach to solving world hunger, which it hasn't solved so far. In all four cases where Gustx Act draws verdict on organic food, Our World in Data is cited as reference. This video is also not sponsored by Gates. The most generous billionaire is one of the earliest backers.
Really? Because this stream is
owning major positions in vegan and meat-free protein companies. Gustx Act has made a series of videos on meat, all with a strong verdict on how meat is bad for you and the environment. All of these videos were advised on by Hannah Ritchie, one of the key lieutenants at Our World in Data.
which I don't agree either, right? I think sure, like if you look at it a specific way, of course it can be, right? But the solution is not to sell you some fake corporate packaged product, right? Like if you think the solution to like meat and pollution and all that is fucking, what is it called? Beyond Meat. You've bought in the neoliberal crap way too much, right? Because that stuff has a ton of pesticides. It's incredibly processed. It's, yeah, there's just like so many reasons, right? It's essentially like what we were talking about with canola, right? Literally. It's 1-to-1 on that.
During the production of at least one video.
Right. And again, it's not that like the product may be unhealthy. I don't really care at that point. What I care about is the skepticism on relying on corporations to be like the savior of our fucking society, right? Like when people say like, well, we're killing ourselves because meat, right? Therefore, the way to fix it is to buy this product, right? Always be skeptical of that. Always be skeptical.
Richie was a business manager at a meat-free microprotein company. Whatever your take on meat is, these are conflicts of interest that should normally be disclosed by any serious research. But Gustx makes no effort to help you connect the dots. Gustx is terrible at disclosing their sponsors. I did a poll of my audience to see when they think channels should disclaim sponsorship. Most people would prefer before the video starts or during intro. Gustx never reveals their sponsors until the very end of their videos. Some sponsors were declared in the last few seconds of the video, some were only mentioned in the text on screen, and in at least one instance, the only disclaimer of sponsorship was in the description. This is a low bar even for YouTube. Plenty of good educational creators disclose their sponsors up front. Why should Gustx be given a pass? Most people who do not watch videos till the very last second, or who cannot read everything that's on the screen, would never be aware of the extent to which Gustx videos are sponsored by billionaires. Gustx also does a terrible job at explaining who their sponsors actually are.
This video is part of a series about climate change supported by Breakthrough Energy.
In their climate change video sponsored by Breakthrough Energy, you're told it is just
a coalition founded by Bill Gates that's working to expand clean energy investment and support the innovations that will lead the world to net zero carbon emissions.
But they don't tell you that Breakthrough Energy is a bunch of venture capitalist funds where billionaires stand to make huge profits from adoption of technologies they invest their billions into. Gustx left a link in the description that leads to Gates' book sale, but not the fund's official website. YouTube has a policy that flags channels funded by governments with a label that informs viewers of this financial conflict. This was enacted with the aim of combating government misinformation on the platform. You can see this on Gustx German channel that is backed by the government, and YouTube labels it as a German PBS. This same standard should be applied to private funding too. There should be a label that cannot be arbitrarily set or removed by the creator that discloses upfront who is funding their videos. Media consolidation is a major threat to diversity of views, and billionaires, including the ones funding Gustx, are the main driver behind this trend.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
It is not enough to promise editorial independence, because there are multiple ways sponsors can influence content behind the scenes. Gustx maintains their sponsors never have input on their scripts, but in practice, they routinely consult with researchers that come from sponsor-funded institutions or scientists directly on their sponsors.
Yeah, like, yeah, of course, right? If all your research is coming from those institutions, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't influence. Yeah, they do.
Payroll. The two videos Gustx made with Max Roser were sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But Max Roser's Our World in Data received almost $5 million from Bill Gates, so what is exactly the degree of separation here? In the video on vaccine side effects, Gustx lists 6 experts they consulted with, at least 4 of which are from Gates-funded institutions, and 1 scientist is an executive at the Gates Foundation.
Clown show.
How is that not a sponsor commenting on their script? In 3 videos Gustx made for the Templeton World Charity, at least 4 out of 6 scientists have received direct funding for the research from Templeton. In the Gustx video on long-termism, The Last Human, sponsored by Open Philanthropy, 2 out of 3 scientists are from the Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute, the institute which received at least £15 million from Open Philanthropy. The one LMU Munich scientist was also at Oxford during the Open Philanthropy grants. There is no disclaimer of any of these associations anywhere in Gustx materials. Another long-termist video, the one on the civilizational collapse, was sponsored and researched by William MacAskill. Seemingly a random professor from Oxford University, MacAskill is behind the Center of Effective Altruism and a number of other charities that have received funding from Open Philanthropy, and some have funded Our World in Data. Nothing about this relationship is ever disclosed in Gustx source materials. Open Philanthropy has given Gustx more than 5 million euros to expand the channel into foreign languages and to promote long-termist philosophy and effective altruism in their videos. Do you think money doesn't buy influence? So billionaires do political lobbying and campaign financing for the lols, and they don't get any laws influenced in their favor? Do billionaires buy newspapers and donate to media companies to support independent journalism? Think of what happened to the COVID-19 vaccine developed by the University of Oxford. Researchers originally planned to release their vaccine patent for free so that third world countries could manufacture their doses faster instead of waiting for the rich countries to donate the vaccines to them. Until Bill Gates stepped in and forced the university to partner with a manufacturer and not release their patents. Against the pleas of the WHO and the developing world that patents would stifle vaccine access, Gates used his $750 million leverage to change a university's course. And he did this to protect the interests of big pharmaceutical companies he has been investing in for decades, which resulted in the global vaccine apartheid and possibly millions of preventable deaths. Money buys influence. It buys it in politics, it buys it in science, it gets you favorable coverage in the media. Gates poured $300 million into media companies, Gustx being one of them. Ask yourself, when was the last time you read a critical piece on Gates or his foundation? If Gustx wants to maintain they are able to decouple the interests of their funding source from the content in their videos, does this mean that we'll soon get to see a cutely animated character of Bill Gates meeting up with Jeffrey Epstein at his private venues after he was convicted sex trafficker?
Science is more than a body of knowledge.
When big money buys big influence, science is always the casualty.
If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority,
it becomes less diverse, more stringent, and more authoritative.
Then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along.
In the academic community, there is a phenomenon called the chilling effect. It occurs when scientists self-censor or refuse to speak out against the funding source of their institutions out of fear of losing support or getting sacked. With the Gates Foundation, they refer to it as the Bill chill. Gates' funding priorities have worried scientists for stifling diversity of views for decades. His philanthropic funding made it difficult to find independent reviewers. Through his multi-billion-dollar empire of donations and investments, Gates amassed enough power to single-handedly influence policies of global and national governing bodies. When Gates Foundation pours money into a project, they end up having enough power to veto public policies that don't align with their charity's priorities. We need to have a serious debate. Is big money lobbying a problem only if it's for issues we don't like? Or is it a problem on principle? This is how Gustx views the fossil fuel lobbyists, as evil villains trying to influence our politicians and mislead the public with their money. Gustx clearly understands the problem of big money, but they don't seem to have a problem with when they are on the receiving end of the big money influencing policies and public opinion. Billionaires have hacked the system by which we measure the merits of arguments in science and public discourse. With the sheer wealth, they brute force their ideas into the mainstream by giving their interests more funding for research, more coverage in the media, and higher likelihood of becoming a public policy. This system is beyond broken. especially for a studio as big as Gustx. Back in 2017, Gustx admitted in their Medium article they would actually be able to do away with sponsors altogether and rely on their Patreon supporters, ad revenue, and merch. They also have a design studio branch that makes commission work for big-name clients. So why haven't the channel got rid of sponsors yet? They are already funded by the German state, and they sold courses on Brilliant and Skillshare. Why not maintain integrity?
You can afford to make less, make less.
By the very least, Gustx should be more transparent and disclose sponsorship at the beginning of their videos so that people can make the decision before they watch the video and not afterwards. But transparency alone would not fix the conflict of interest and perverse incentives. Journalists, educators, and media outlets should not take money from entities they are supposed to be critically covering. Tobacco advertising has been banned almost universally across the globe. It isn't the only lobby that's been found influencing academia, education, and media with their funding. Billionaires seek to do the same. There is no such thing as a free gift. Did you notice that throughout this entire video there was no segue to a sponsored segment? That's because this channel has never taken a single sponsorship deal. None. With my current ad revenue, I can honestly proclaim that the Hated One channel is indeed almost entirely viewer funded. Without my Patreon supporters, this video wouldn't happen. So if you'd like to support actual independent content, please join my Patreon today. You'll be greatly rewarded with an exclusive podcast and merch. Thank you.
Great video. Yeah, I learned something too. Oh, all right. All right, let's learn about Antifa. Where is it?
Massive protests are erupting in Minneapolis after Trump's most recent fascist crackdown. The DOJ has arrested 15 people who are so-called Antifa, which is the administration's favorite self-report. Because like most of these fake conspiracy charges, the truth is there's nothing illegal about calling out fascism, even if the MAGA-stapo thinks their fear tactics like this are gonna make us scared.
Is your dog okay?
Not my dog.
Not your dog. Okay.
What's your name?
My name's Isaac Sant.
Isaac Sant.
First name's I-S-A-A-C. Last name S-A-N-T.
Thank you.
My lawyer is Kevin Rich. I very much like you could call him.
We'll do it.
Rich is spelled R-I-C-H.
612-444-2654. Nazis.
Shame on you.
Nazis. Fucking Nazis. Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
I don't think it's a mistake that they're calling this Operation Vanguard. This is their first real crackdown when there was no underlying crime, and they want to see this repeated across the country. This so-called conspiracy.
Disruptive and unlawful. The organization trains its members in the aggressive use of shields against law enforcement, surveillance, operational planning, and rapid mobilization against law enforcement actions.
Like, how is DOJ, how do you define Antifa? Like, what is Antifa?
So what is Antifa goes beyond, I think, the scope of what this indictment is. But what we can tell you is that we have plenty of people that self-identify in that way, and you might want to ask them that question.
Is that a crime? How can the courts be assured? How can
Yeah, because guys, Antifa's not like an organization run by anybody, right? It's just an ideology. It's a political movement.
juries be assured
Oh
that
my God.
what's in this indictment and these affidavits is true and is based on facts?
It's a political activist movement, right?
You watch how this case plays out. You watch how the evidence plays out. and the evidence will prove it all out.
Some of the charges in this indictment might go through, like some specific assault claims from specific people, but most of this document is trying to detail actions that fall squarely in the realm of the First Amendment. And even worse, when you read these charges, it's clear that they're just making stuff up. They claim these 15 people were members of Direct Action Minnesota, and Direct Action refers to disruptive and obstructive tactics used by participants to forcefully challenge, block, or stop immigration raids, detentions, and deportations. That is definitely not what direct action means. A simple Google search will show that direct action is not another word for clearly illegal activity. Almost all of the claims about coordination, conspiracy, and premeditation stem from this purposefully wrong definition of direct action. Like text messages between people trying to meet up is suddenly evidence towards conspiracy to commit direct action. They're being as broad as possible so they can finally apply the procedures that they don't want you to hear about. Namely, NSPM 7, which was first reported on by Ken Klippenstein, and it's a directive from Trump aimed at criminalizing being a leftist. This Hitlerian memo instructs
We've talked about a lot about this memo.
The DOJ and other agencies to identify these markers as indicators of domestic terrorism. Does anything on this list seem like it would apply to you, me, and every subscriber who considers themselves a red-blooded American socialist? They want us to be afraid in order to make it easier to flatten our rights and then round us all up. Andrew Mercado, an on-the-ground reporter, put it really well as somebody who's also in the crosshairs. What I do know is this: observing government activity isn't a crime. Recording public officials isn't a crime. Attending a protest isn't a crime. Journalism isn't a crime. Know your rights. And folks immediately started gathering at the courthouse to protest this insane acceleration into fascism. And of course, the cowards in uniform answered the people with even more violence. You'll see it didn't take long for them to turn a peaceful protest into another chaotic shit show.
What the hell? What the hell?
I'm with the press.
Luckily, there were lawyers in the crowd because they will be needed, not only for whoever was brutally assaulted by the police here, I mean they had to call an ambulance for the woman who got the full blast of it, but also the defendants who may be in a much better position than you'd think after seeing the arrest. The saving grace of the American fascists is that they're very stupid, a consequence of the anti-intellectualism that's at the core of MAGA. So most of the cases that they're bringing in front of a judge are getting thrown out, dismissed, or plead down to basically nothing. Spam Blondie only ever got one successful case, and not because they were able to prove a conspiracy. By the sound of it,
Blondie.
They couldn't even prove that Antifa
That's a new one. I haven't heard
existed.
that.
Yes. So what we heard from the federal government since July 4th, 2025 is descriptions that are similar to what we're hearing in Minneapolis, in Chicago, in Los Angeles, in Portland, and now in Vermont. That people who are standing up for immigrants are terrorists, are Antifa, are masked villains, are wearing black to be disguised and never been found. During the trial, we heard repeatedly the reference to something they call the North Texas Antifa cell. The Department of Justice still says this is a thing. But then we heard from cooperating defendants explaining that no such thing exists, that They didn't even know that they were a part of Antifa to begin with, as the government alleges. So this case, although it is the federal government's first successful Antifa trial, it actually didn't even need Antifa to have any convictions. The convictions, riot, material support for terrorism, attempted murder, use of explosives, don't even need an organization, or that there is even a terrorist organization. The Antifa of it all, from my perspective, was purely political.
We're not going to stop protesting because we know that ICE is full of murderers and assaulters. They'll kidnap you, ship you across the country, and then apparently just release you into the wilderness to die. That's why the anti-fascist movement will only grow the harder that they try to stop it. Subscribe to U.S. Democratic Socialists. I'm Tony Heinderman.
Speaking of which, it's our boy.
An announcement made by FBI Director Kash Patel this morning on the social media site X, alluding to the fact that his agency had foiled a terrorist plot to attack the UFC fight over the weekend, has angered Secret Service officials who say that it could have jeopardized that investigation and arrest of suspects. MS Now's Carol Leonnig and Ken Delanian report this, quote, "The problem with Kash Patel's social media announcement, the sources say, was the case had been sealed in court and roughly 10 suspects had not yet been arrested and placed in custody at the time Kash Patel made his public social media post. Secret Service and FBI officials had discussed seeking to make more arrests, unseal the case by late Tuesday afternoon, and make a joint public statement, and were surprised by Kash Patel, quote, jumping the gun. We all woke up this morning to see this on Twitter," said one administration official, who, like others, asked to speak confidentially to discuss sensitive matters. Matt Quinn, the Secret Service's deputy director, called out Kash Patel's premature announcement in a Tuesday news conference, but did not use his name, and said the Secret Service made a conscious decision not to reveal the existence of the probe prematurely. Quote, "I'll tell you a phrase I learned early in my career in the New York field office, and that's don't choke on your own smoke," he said. "I'll tell you, the Secret Service led that investigation from the beginning. I'll tell you that case is ongoing. In order to maintain the integrity of the investigation and the security plan, we chose not to leak it," end quote. I want to bring in senior investigative reporter Carol Leonnig. Michael Feinberg's still here. Carol Leonnig, it's the closest thing I've seen to a permission structure to call Kash Patel an idiot from inside Trump's own administration.
It is striking, Nicole. You know, when I saw the video of Deputy Director of the Secret Service saying, you know, remember everybody, don't choke on your own smoke, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. This is the Secret Service, a pretty buttoned down and careful institution of law enforcement, indirectly calling out Kash Patel, the FBI director, starting a little bit of a kerfuffle with the FBI director. When I went a little deeper into this to understand what had happened, it made much more sense to me why the Secret Service was so ticked off internally. And what sources were saying to me was the following. The Secret Service and the FBI began jointly investigating this before June 13th, based on a tip from an individual who said, hey, I've got a relative, I'm in Cincinnati. This relative is talking about a plot that they're hatching in D.C. Secret Service and FBI partner up together. The Secret Service begins reviewing an internal signal chat that they obtained through a subpoena. And in that, there are discussions about this plot of attacking the UFC fight with drones and possibly snipers. But here's where the story gets more interesting, Nicole. The case was sealed. The FBI and the Justice Department had worked together to arrest someone on June 13th, one individual, again, moved to make that court document absolutely a secret so they could continue investigating other suspects on the chat and begin arresting those whom they thought they could bring charges against reasonably well because of what they had said they were going to do in Washington, D.C. But all of those plans were for naught because then Kash Patel announced on Tuesday morning, here's what the FBI and its partners have uncovered and stopped from happening.
I mean, Michael Feinberg, you've got the head of the Secret Service, or the deputy at the Secret Service, basically accusing Kash Patel of, quote, choking and saying, we decided not to leak. You've also got, based on Carol's careful reporting, an investigation that's been compromised at best. And the target was the White House event where the president was there. I don't think it gets any more serious. Why does Kash Patel still have a job?
Because he's a meme.
I think much of America wants to know the answer to that question. We're at the point where we need to come up with a new word.
And this is the meme lord presidency, guys.
That encompasses something that should shock your conscience, but is totally expectable. Because that's the only way to describe the weird combination of malevolence and incompetence that has marked Kash Patel's tenure. This is somebody manifestly unsuited for the job. He does not have the operational security discipline to realize when he should not run his mouth or post something on Twitter. When you arrest somebody under seal, there is usually a pretty damn good reason. And more often than not, it's because there are still more people you need to arrest whom, for a variety of reasons, you couldn't get to at the same time. So you keep the initial arrest quiet. That way the co-conspirators can't find out about it, panic, and flee. But here, apparently, Kash Patel inadvertently decided to give them a heads up, and now they may be scattered to the four winds.
I mean, Carol, you've done the most in-depth reporting on the kinds of people who never reach out to the press, never talk to the press, expressing alarm. I mean, what is the sense of his indifference to basic laws of catching bad guys? I mean, this seems like it's Michael Feinberg explaining it, like all you have to do is watch SVU to understand that that's the case. You keep it quiet so you can get the whole all the conspirators, all the bad guys. Why is he permitted to blow up investigations when the target could have included people very close to the White House and the White House itself?
It's a very, very extreme worry inside the Secret Service, Nicole. And while I can't categorize how other FBI agents feel about this on the Joint Terrorism Task Force that was brought in to help investigate, I can tell you at the Secret Service, this is beyond annoying because, keep in mind, Donald Trump has twice been, forgive me, I have to change that, has 3 times since he began his campaign for re-election been the target of an actual attempt to kill him, an assassination attempt where a gunman was either in hiding or was able to fire and get close to the president. At one point, the candidate for re-election and former president in Butler, Pennsylvania, 3 times. Yeah. So the Secret Service is on, they're always on high alert, Nicole, but they, believe basically that the threat matrix for Donald Trump right now is about 10 times any concern they had about Joe Biden. And I should clarify and say it's probably a good bit more than 10. Now, you asked a really important question that I want to be concise about, which is, this is part of a trend in which Kash Patel has repeatedly rushed to social media to crow, to boast, to claim that the FBI and its partners
are doing such a good job,
are catching the bad guys, are
yeah, you know why he's doing that, though? Because Trump is going to see it on Fox News and suck him off. Well, feel good about himself, right? He doesn't suck anyone off unless it's Putin.
Bad things from happening. This happened in the shooting in Brown University where Kash Patel prematurely had to be walked back when it happened. The question that I want to be concise about, which is, this is part of a trend in which Kash Patel has repeatedly rushed to social media to crow, to boast, to claim that the FBI and its partners are catching the bad guys, are are stopping bad things from happening. This happened in the shooting in Brown University, where Kash Patel prematurely claimed that there was a suspect in custody. That had to be walked back when it turned out that authorities just questioned somebody that they ran into, and the person had no nexus to the Brown University shooting. This happened again earlier in September of 2025 with the shooting and murder of conservative activist and Trump ally Charlie Kirk. Kash Patel rushed to social media, I think it was at a little bit after 6 p.m. the night of Kirk's death, to say we have the subject under custody, in custody. And within, I believe, 90 minutes, that had to be corrected because that person who was a potential person of interest turned out to have, again, no connection at all to the shooting. Someone questioned for a reasonable reason, but that's it. So there have been a couple incidents now, and those are not the only ones, where Patel's desire to rush to the megaphone and really repeat something that Donald Trump does over and over again, right? Crow, boast on social media, claim credit. And his own investigators and fellow investigators are furious about it.
Great. More on Kash.
Hi there, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in the East. The desire to create a slush fund to reward political loyalists doesn't appear to start and stop with Donald J. Trump. Shocking new reporting by MS Now's Ken Delanian finds that embattled FBI Director Kash Patel stands accused of using more than $1 million in taxpayer funds to reward the FBI agents who went after Patel's enemies and who covered up Kash Patel's misbehavior in office, weakening our nation's chief law enforcement agency in the process. Our Ken Delanian reports this about a letter that ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Jamie Raskin, sent to Kash Patel. It reads, quote, "The letter says the money went to special agents serving on his director's advisory team, which Raskin's letter describes as, quote, a curated group of agents who are willing to carry out your unlawful partisan and personal orders. It went to agents on Patel's security detail, quote, circumventing the mandatory maximum pay caps established by statute. By issuing these side payments, your office may be knowingly breaking the federal law," the letter says. In some cases, nearly 8,000 payments have been made to nearly $8,000 payments have been made to multiple individuals every 2-week pay period, despite many of the beneficiaries of your selective generosity already maxing out on a federal employee's salary. The letter goes on to say it is unclear exactly how much each of the agents has received, but adds this, quote, "We can confirm that numerous loyalist employees have received at least 5 such payments in consecutive pay periods, amounting to nearly $40,000 per agent. We can also confirm you have depleted this reserve at such a frenzied rate that some of the payments have bounced back from exhausted accounts." Here's more from that stunning letter from Congressman Jamie Raskin. Quote, "We know the agents on your director's advisory team, perhaps better known as the Payback Squad, given their reported willingness to pursue political targets and overlook pesky legal obstacles like probable cause, have received a significant amount of these funds. These Payback Squad lieutenants have repaid your corrupt generosity by polygraphing FBI employees, including members of your security detail and information technology personnel suspected of not fully participating in the cover-up of your excessive drinking habits and erratic behavior, such as the famous episode in which you locked yourself out of your computer, panicked, and then told staff and allies that you had been fired. For their part, the agents on your security detail have also witnessed your indiscretions. when joining you on date nights and bro trips alike.
Date night!
It is not clear whether these bonus payments have simply been a corrupt attempt to slide cash to friends.
When are we going to have a date
also
chat?
Meant to ensure the silence of the agents who witnessed your inebriation and accompanying professional negligence and
This guy's such a clown. Oh my God.
Either way, these freelance awards appear to constitute gross mismanagement of public funds and an abuse of authority by the director's office. The FBI has not responded to MS Now's request for comment on Congressman Raskin's letter, but it is just the latest episode that raises new alarms about Kash Patel's conduct and willingness to upend the FBI for his personal purposes. Kash Patel has hollowed out the FBI. He has repeatedly fired agents in key security positions for political purposes. A series of purges, which Ken Delanian has called, quote, without precedent in the modern history of the Bureau. Yet another member of the Trump administration weaponizing his position and putting Donald Trump's agenda and his own grievances ahead of our country's security is where we begin today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. The aforementioned Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian joins us. Also joining us, former Assistant Special Agent in charge at the FBI, our National Security and Intelligence Analyst Michael Feinberg. Ken Delanian, it's an incredible piece of reporting on your part. It's an incredible letter on Congressman Raskin's part. It's probably an obvious question, but can you surmise if it's a whistleblower? I mean, it reads like someone from the inside has provided some sort of accounting of cash payments.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Nicole. They didn't use the term whistleblower. The House Democrats didn't, but that's certainly how it appears that they got some information. And of course, in the letter, they demand a series of documents and disclosures related to these payments, which they're not going to get unless and until they win back the House and next year start issuing subpoenas. And it's going to be really interesting to see how all that unfolds. But this is
which is glitching, yeah.
To Democrats and to probably a lot of people on a lot of levels. I'll just pick the one that jumped out at me. If Kash Patel is awarding $8,000 per paycheck bonuses to agents on his security detail, that's a lot of money for a rank-and-file FBI agent on a government salary. And these are people who have been under the microscope because, according to the Atlantic magazine, just for example, some of them are deeply concerned
Day
about
night on Discord.
And the Atlantic reported that there have been occasions where they've had trouble waking him up to go to his morning meetings. And on one occasion, they had to get a breaching tool to go into his hotel room, or at least contemplated doing that. Now, he's denied all that. He's sued the Atlantic. They stand by their story. But what Jamie Raskin was wondering and allowed in the letter and raising the question about is this an attempt to keep these folks on side, or to silence them, or to engender loyalty so that they are not speaking about the things they are seeing on the detail? And these are sworn agents who are obligated to report misconduct that they're aware of, but they're in a horribly difficult position. And if they're getting paid a little bit extra on the side, that just adds to the complexity of this, and is really not how government is supposed to work. You know, CEOs may hand out bonuses to their favorite employees, but the director of the FBI is not supposed to do that. And Raskin is also raising the question about whether these payments may be illegal, Nicole.
I mean, $4,000 a week is not just a bonus. I mean, that's an additional salary. Michael Feinberg, your initial reactions, and then we'll dive into the specific allegations here.
Yeah, look, an award system
What's going to be the next movie night, guys?
Is not foreign to the FBI. It's pretty normal for agents to get cash awards through a variety of mechanisms. The numbers and the frequencies being reported by Ken, however, are highly unusual. And what's also unusual are the people to whom these awards are going. The director's advisory team, for people who don't know, is the invention of Kash Patel. It is a rogues gallery of mostly former agents who have been embittered and angry at what they see as the leftward tilt of the organization under Chris Wray. And so Kash Patel has brought back a number of agents who retired or who were fired, who were very active in the MAGA sphere. And he's given them jobs, and he's giving them his personal investigations from what's been reported. One of them was a staffer in Jim Jordan's office. Another was a retired special agent in charge who attempted to help John Durham undermine the Russia investigations of Donald Trump during the first term. These are not normal agents. This is not the normal staff, and these awards are not how the Bureau normally functions.
I want to ask you, Ken Delanian, about this payback squad. The term is
oh shit,
Raskin's letter. Are you able to confirm that such a term is used by Patel himself to describe this loyalist sort of squad within?
I gotta make
FBI?
those less
that
common.
has
Obviously,
so
it's
many
epic, right?
alarming, connotations.
Just
throughout
ignore it.
history throughout the world.
It sure does, Nicole. Look, I've not heard that term. That was Notice reporting on that, but it's been pretty obvious that something like a payback squad has existed since the time Kash Patel was sworn into office. I mean, and there's no secret about it. Todd Blanche has boasted on national television about the fact that Kash Patel has sought to purge every FBI agent who
Nice,
worked
good
on,
job.
for example, an investigation of Donald Trump. And, you know, it seems like barely a week or two goes by that Carol Leonnig and I are reporting on the latest political firing inside the FBI. There was another one I heard about today, actually, a senior counterterrorism agent who was fired. And I've said this a million times, we've never seen this in the history of the Bureau. Even in the Hoover days, it wasn't this profound, the extent to which the director of the FBI is using, for personal and political reasons and ideological reasons, going after career public servants for simply doing their jobs, for working on cases that they were assigned to work on. And we know from Brian Driscoll's lawsuit, the lawsuit by former acting director Brian Driscoll and others who were in private meetings with Kash Patel, who essentially said that in order to keep his job, this is one of the things he had to do. He had to fire agents who had gone crosswise with Donald Trump, FBI officials who had worked on cases that the Trump White House looks disfavorably on. And again, the reason this may be going on at the Department of Agriculture, the reason we're reporting on it so intensively at the FBI is because the FBI is an extremely powerful organization that has a lot of influence on American life, and we rely on it to protect us from terrorist attacks, for example, and complex criminal schemes. And the idea that it's being run this way is very, very troubling, Nicole.
I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long.
Too long.
And too many people
I love when he does that. Too long.
are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses. And
No shit, dog. That's what we've been saying for years at this point.
not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you.
Of course.
Without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did.
Israel's not gonna like that one, guys. Oh. I wonder what dirt they have on him.
I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
BB. Oh, well, there you go. You know he tampered what he just said, because responsible is not what he meant. We know what he really meant.
You just heard Donald Trump tepidly criticize war criminal
very
and international fugitive Benjamin Netanyahu for sabotaging U.S. peace talks with Iran, because as stupid as Donald Trump is, he still understands that the longer this war drags on, the greater the political cost will be to him and his Republican cronies in the midterms. So it would behoove him to get out as quickly as possible. And for what it's worth, it seems like he does actually want to do that, seeing as how he claimed that a deal with Iran was right around the corner 38 different times and counting. But every single time it falls through because Donald Trump's partner in crime, Israel, doesn't want him to make peace with Iran. And that's not a conspiracy theory or conjecture. They've outright admitted that they don't want the United States to make peace with Iran. Ben-Gvir explicitly said that the genocidal government of Israel will not allow Trump to make a peace deal with Iran, and they've made good on that promise repeatedly. Stephen Prager of Common Dreams reported in late May, as it has during previous peace negotiations between Iran and the U.S., Israel launched another major bombardment against Lebanon on Tuesday, violating the 45-day ceasefire that went into effect last month. And before that, back in early April, Israel launched what was referred to as apocalyptic strikes on southern Lebanon, where they launched 100 missiles in 10 minutes that killed 87 people the day after the U.S. and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire. Fast forward to June, and Israel did it again, this time in open defiance of Donald Trump. Jake Johnson of Common Dreams explains the Israeli military
My dad just messaged me.
bombed Iran shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to not respond to an Iranian missile barrage, which came in retaliation for Israel's earlier bombing of Beirut. And 2 days ago, Trump condemned another attack on Beirut from Israel, citing how close he was to a peace deal with Iran. So every single time we get close to a peace deal with Iran, Israel sabotages it to keep the U.S. entrenched in this war even longer because there is a clear conflict between Donald Trump and Netanyahu's political goals. Trump wants to get out as quickly as possible and claim victory to minimize the political cost, whereas Netanyahu wants to keep the war going as long as he can to maximize the political benefit to him because that's what Israel's psychotic and bloodthirsty society wants. But Israel needs the U.S. to keep this war going, so that's why they are trying to drag Trump back into war whenever he gets closer to a peace deal. But Iran has been pretty consistent from the beginning that any and all agreements must include Lebanon, otherwise they wouldn't agree to anything. And this memorandum of understanding that we've all been talking about, that is no different, by the way.
The announcement of putting an end to the war was announced Monday morning. Any military attack from the Zionist entity against Lebanon from now on will never be accepted. The continuation of the Israeli occupation to Lebanon.
Israel will not leave. No, they won't. Nice, Patricia. A golden Chinook salmon. Oh my God. What's a Chinook salmon?
Lebanese territories.
Holy shit. That's a huge fish. It is the largest Pacific salmon. Holy. Oh, so these are the ones we see all the time. Okay. Wow, that's huge, girl. Oh, you got a 12-pound one, so a little smaller. That one's at least 30 or 40, right? £97 is the biggest record, guys. Holy shit. Giga Chad of salmons, baby. Damn right. Giga Chads of salmons. How you doing, Splendid Navy? Good to see you.
It is a violation of the Memorandum of Understanding.
So if you're wondering whether or not the latest MOU will actually lead to peace, I guess that depends on whether or not Israel will allow it to lead to peace, because all they have to do is bomb Lebanon, and like that, we're back to square one. Now, at the time that I record this, nobody really knows what's in the memorandum, but there are various reports about what may be in this 60-day memorandum. It reportedly pushes back talks of Iran's nuclear enrichment, and there's this offer, apparently, that Iran is going to get $300 billion from the U.S. in what is effectively reparations for the damage that the U.S. caused, although Trump has called that fake news, but he might just be saying that that's fake news to get Republicans off of his back, since they're accusing him of surrendering to Iran, which he kind of has no choice but to do, since they have all the leverage in the world since we lost the war. There's also uncertainty about whether or not Iran will be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz after a certain period of time, but none of this is confirmed, and the only way to actually know what's real and what isn't is for Iran to confirm it, because our government is so unreliable that we have to depend on the word of the country that we're at war with for the truth. That's where we're at right now as a country. So I'm not believing anything unless Iran says it or unless I see it with my own two eyes, because Trump is going to spin it as a victory to save face, even if he surrenders. And literally nothing this man says holds any weight whatsoever, including his supposed criticisms of Israel, because if he really wanted to reign in Israel, he'd cut them off militarily, which would guarantee
it's all a
that
clown
they wouldn't
show.
have the capacity to
Guys,
keep
if he
bombing Lebanon.
really wanted to, he could do it, but he just doesn't want to because reasons. Right? They clearly have dirt on his ass.
But
and we all know that he does, right?
He hasn't
that they do.
done that, so his actions indicate that his criticisms of Israel are disingenuous at best. And given how Congress is quietly fusing our military-industrial complex with Israel's, I get the sense that all of this is kabuki theater, and Trump's public denunciations of Israel are nothing more than some ploy to get Iran to give America a pass for Israel's war crimes in Lebanon. But I think they'd be smarter than that, right? But again, I don't know what's happening, but it is weird that Trump went from threatening to kill Iranian civilization to complimenting their leadership and saying they're not radical.
I want to mention Iran. We appreciate the relationship we've had over the short period of time with Iran. We're dealing with people that I think are very rational people. They were nice to deal with. They were strong people, smart people. I think actually they're smarter than the first and second group. But they're not radicalized, and they're, looking to help their country.
Yeah, call me crazy, but something seems really off here. You don't publicly denounce your partner in crime who you started a war with while simultaneously praising the country that you invaded unless you have ulterior motives. Trump could just be trying to butter up Iran to get them to give him a pass when Israel inevitably violates the MOU by bombing southern Lebanon, or he could be sending a message to Americans to get them to treat Israel like the scapegoat in the likely event shit hits the fan again. It is beneficial for Trump if American citizens and Iran at least mentally disaggregate the U.S. from Israel, even though their actions have been one and the same, because that really is the only way that America and Israel can extract political wins out of this situation, given their diverging interests. And it wouldn't be the first time that U.S. leadership has lied to us about their supposed anger with Israeli leadership. We saw this with the Biden administration too, where stories would conspicuously leak about how concerned Biden was about Israel's war crimes in Gaza, but that was obviously nothing more than damage control and an attempt to placate the Democratic Party's base who was opposed to his administration's complicity. So if Biden really was as concerned as he said he was, then he would have done the logical thing and cut off the money and the weapons to Israel. He never did that, though, because he supported what Israel was doing, and his feigned concern was nothing more than a failed attempt to placate the base ahead of the 2024 election. And here we are now, getting the same kind of leaks from the Trump regime about how mad he supposedly is at Netanyahu, coincidentally, right before another major election. Feeling deja vu, anybody? Because I sure am.
Anyone?
And as angry as Trump supposedly is, he's expressed zero intent whatsoever to actually hold Netanyahu accountable by cutting him off financially and militarily. He threatens to cut off blue states that don't comply with his federal policies or ICE all the time. But we're supposed to believe that the thought of cutting off Israel never even crossed his mind, despite how fed up he apparently is with Netanyahu? I mean, it seems pretty hard to believe. For example, on June 1st, Axios published a report about Donald Trump supposedly going off on Netanyahu on a phone call over his escalation in Lebanon, telling Netanyahu, "You're fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." Another U.S. official said Trump was concerned
he's
by
not
the
wrong,
fact that
but
Israel had
too
killed
little,
so many
too late.
civilians in Lebanon, sound familiar, and objected to Israelis knocking down buildings to take out a single Hezbollah commander. A week later, Trump told the Financial Times that Israel would have no choice but to accept a deal he makes with Iran because he calls the shots, not them. But a week after that, Trump told Axios he was shocked when his advisors called to brief him about the Israeli strike in Beirut, and he fumed at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Quote, "It is so bad, I couldn't believe it. An hour before we are supposed to sign the deal. Why did Bibi have to do a fucking attack? I was so pissed off. I let him know. He has no fucking judgment. I let him know that, Trump said. So who's really calling the shots? Because optically speaking, it looks like Netanyahu is the one who's calling the shots, not Donald Trump. But I mean, if my suspicion is right and all of this is nothing more than political theater, it's still hard for me to believe that, one, Trump would be able to concoct a ruse this convincing, and two, that he would make himself look like this much of a cuck on purpose because he cares about his image over everything else. With that being said, if he really was mad at Israel, he would use his leverage as U.S. president to rein them in. If he implements a weapons embargo, they will not have the ability to wage a war in Lebanon. They rely on the U.S. to do everything that they're doing. The threat alone to do that might be enough. But he's refused to use his leverage. So, I mean, he's either a pushover or he's pretending to be a pushover, but neither of those explanations is super convincing to me, which suggests that there's maybe some alternate explanation that I haven't considered yet. Maybe Trump has no choice but to cave to Israel despite his public scoldings of them because they have some sort of blackmail on him or because he has financial interests in Israel that would be jeopardized if he pissed them off. I mean, Trump was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, who was reportedly an Israeli intelligence asset. So does Israel have incriminating evidence on Donald Trump that they've obtained through Epstein? It sounds really conspiratorial, and I don't like to dabble in conspiracy theories, but as Dropsite News reports, there is ample evidence that Netanyahu actually blackmailed Bill Clinton with recordings of phone sex they had of him and Monica Lewinsky. Now, to be clear, that's never been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt, but it's not unreasonable to think that
course it's not unreasonable.
Genocidal terrorist state would blackmail their own allies to get what they want.
Oh, God.
So perhaps there's something there regarding Trump and the Epstein files. I don't know. But the explanation doesn't necessarily have to be that complicated because they didn't have blackmail on Biden. He's not in the Epstein files, and he still wouldn't cut them off as well. So,
True.
I mean, maybe it really is as simple as Netanyahu is just really good at getting what he wants from American politicians. And with regard to Trump, he took a lot of money from Israeli donors like Miriam Adelson, and the Trump crime family stands to personally profit from Israel's...
I think that's what I said, right? It's not just the donations. It's not just the funding of the parties. It's complicated, right? Like, it's way more, or it's more nuanced, I should say. It's not really that complicated. I think there are several things going on, and I think overall, one of those things can put you over the edge and just suck off Israel, right? Trump and Bibi feud is blatant psyop.
Annexation of Gaza and even
Agreed.
southern Lebanon. They could build luxury apartment complexes and build resorts on the graves of Palestinians.
Because he's probably telling him, like, I look like an idiot supporting you. I gotta come out and attack you, right?
In Gaza, and the Trump crime family can't really profit off of Israeli imperialism in the Middle East after he's president if he pisses them off while he's president. So that could also explain his behavior and, you know, his willingness to pretend to be mad at Netanyahu. Netanyahu, I think, would understand if Trump publicly threw him under a bus for political reasons. Israel does the same thing to its allies to save face in their own country. But again, I have no fucking idea, honestly. Like, this is more conjecture on my part, and I don't know why Trump is acting the way he's acting. But the reason why I feel so inclined to question Trump's motives here is because none of this really makes sense, but it's also possible that it really is exactly as it seems. Our dipshit president is just getting increasingly frustrated with an ally who's taking advantage of his limited cognition. It could be as simple as that. It was Netanyahu, after all, who convinced Donald Trump to go to war with Iran in the first place when every other president, including Biden, refused. Occam's razor, right? But if Israel really is stringing Trump along, it means that they are no longer an ally or compliant vassal state. It means they've morphed into a hostile entity working directly against U.S. interests, which would warrant far more than a mere weapons embargo. I think sanctions would be justified at that point. Although I don't think it would ever come to that because, love him or hate him, Israel is an extension of the U.S. empire in the Middle East. But Trump's motives aside, I don't know how peace in the Middle East is possible without regime change in Israel. And by regime change, to be clear, I don't mean them electing a new leader who's going to do the same fucking thing. I mean the systemic dismantling of the Israeli state in its current form with an entirely new constitution guaranteeing equal rights for everyone, including Palestinians, with the right to return. I don't think that a genocidal apartheid state is going to be conducive to long-term
Well
peace
said.
and stability in the Middle East. Quite the contrary, especially because they're trying to gobble up all of their neighbors for their Greater Israel project. But I think that's a different story for a different day. It's obvious why I feel so skeptical of Trump's motives, because none of us can trust anything this man has to say, ever. No American politician has ever lied as...
I'll tell you what, Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long and too many people.
Too long.
I don't know. But, his will is contrary, especially because there's a whole hell of a lot more than Donald Trump's. And nobody would even think that's unreasonable at this point, given his rights for everyone, including Palestinians, with the right to return. I don't think that a genocidal apartheid state is going to be conducive to long-term peace and stability in the Middle East. Quite the contrary, especially because they're trying to gobble up all of their neighbors for their Greater Israel project. But I think that's a different story for a different day. It's obvious why I feel so skeptical of Trump's motives, because none of us can trust anything this man has to say, ever. No American politician has ever lied as much as Donald Trump. So I'm not sure if the MOU is going to actually lead to temporary peace. But I do know that I trust Iran's word a whole hell of a lot more than Donald Trump's. And nobody would even think that's unreasonable at this point, given his history of deceit. Because after saying a deal is around the corner 2-3 times, you begin to doubt whether or not he's actually serious about getting a deal. But after saying a deal is nearly complete 38 times, you begin to just tune them out and stop taking anything he says seriously and just expect this to be more market manipulation. But one thing I can say with certainty is that this war should have never happened in the first place. And Iran proved that they're able to hold their own against the mightiest military on earth, which is a big fat L for Donald Trump, however hard he's going to try to spin it. So if Trump does agree to terms that look like he has surrendered, my fear is that Republicans as well as the media might goad him back into the war in hopes that he'll somehow be able to gain the upper hand by bombing them more and have more leverage for better terms. I don't know. But it's extraordinarily difficult to discern fact from fiction during a war when you have a president living in an alternate universe in his head. But we'll know when the war is actually over, when the bombs stop dropping. Until then, anything he says is just noise at this point.
I hate it. All right. We'll watch this next, but oh no, we already watched that one. My bad. All right. We got something from AOC. What up, AOC? Oh, so cute. Oh, is this the Puerto Rican festival? That's a Humanist Report. His name is. She looks fire. That's one way of putting it, dog.
Sonaron los panderos en todo Puerto Rico. Sonaron los panderos en todo Puerto Rico. La gente está bailando al combate de este ritmo. La gente está bailando al combate de este ritmo sabroso. Tú vives como yo vivo vacilando. Tú vives como yo vivo vacilando. Sí, toma.
Ooh. Yeah, and we might watch a little bit of the elections, but it's just like the Republican shit. So, who cares about Republicans? They're all cringe anyway. Cringe lord after cringe lord coming out of there. All right, next. I've heard about this and we're gonna watch it. This is Dario, the CEO of Anthropic. God damn it.
All right, so this video right here is incredibly creepy. We have the CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei.
Amodei, right?
And he is going to awkwardly smile and giggle through his answer about why Claude AI is being used by the Pentagon and how it may have had something to do with the bombing of the elementary school in Manab. Okay, so here, let's listen.
Bloomberg has reported that Claude is being used by the U.S. military in the war in Iran to do AI-assisted targeting via a platform.
Which, by the way, let's be clear about AI-assisted targeting. The move here is to wash your hands clean of people making the decisions, right? So we can commit war crime after war crime, but we go, I didn't actually make the decision. No human actually made the decision. It was the AI that made the decision. So in front of a court of law, in the International Court of Justice, you try to hold us accountable and we'll say, we're not responsible. Nobody ever decided to pick that target. The AI picked that target. So it's all a ruse. The Israelis did this too in Gaza. They were using AI to pick targets in Gaza. Then they go, shit. Oh, do we get innocence? I mean, we didn't even, it wasn't even us. Like, no person made that decision. It's the AI that did it. So if there's a mistake, blame the AI. See what this is? It's morally laundering horrific war crimes.
In February, a U.S. missile reportedly hit a girls' school in Iran, killing more than 150 people, most of them children. Did Claude play a role in that strike?
We don't know exactly how, these models were used. Obviously, these things that mistakes that happen in warfare are really, really terrible. Like, this is a really terrible thing to happen. We were willing to risk the future of our company to limit how, these models are used. And, what you're talking about is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. We're worried that there will be 100 times as much, with use cases that do violate our red lines.
Using your AI technology to target a little girl's school does not violate your red line? Well, maybe your fucking red line sucks balls.
Agreed.
Maybe that.
I think you're a piece of shit.
Right? Guys, you do understand what happened here.
Guys, I'm going to give you some ASMR because I'm pretty thirsty before I eat dinner.
So this little girl's school, by the way, was close to a military building, right? But here's the thing. We knew that, right? Like, we knew that. We knew that there's this girls' school and it's close to this military building and it's like kids of the IRGC who go there.
Yeah, fuck off. Like, come on, man. It was your AI.
So they're like connected. And so I think they just did it on purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they did it on purpose. I think they knew what they were doing. They were trying to send a message.
Like, they did it on purpose, guys. Oh my God, this is such bullshit. Fuck
the
off.
IRGC, that we mean business, and they killed their kids.
Fuck
they killed a bunch of kids,
off.
right? But according to him, hey, since it was in the complex that had a military building, this wouldn't have even violated our. Well, thank you for making the case for us. Like, the anti-AI people, thank you for making our case for us. That, you're you're morally laundering this and trying to make it so nobody could be held accountable for these crimes.
Groceries? What are those?
And you guys are completely fucking primitive, savage, barbarian, backwards idiots who, you may be smart enough to create the technical nature of the AI, but, it shouldn't exist, right? In the same way that,
I don't know, kid. Fuck it. Groceries, kid.
It's smart to build the nuclear weapons, but that probably shouldn't fucking exist. And here we are. And he's smiling his way through this answer. Oh, this doesn't even violate our red line. What the fuck? We're talking about 168 little girls who were murdered, and this is your reaction?
Now, again, I would say I think overall the use of these models is appropriate. I think it's good on net. But military decision makers make terrible mistakes, even at the best of times. And I don't know if we're in the best of times. What we've seen here is Claude assists, but a human makes the final call. So a human made that final call, not Claude.
But see, here's the thing, right? Me using AI, I've kind of come to realize this, and I've told you guys, it's really imperfect, right? It will tell you, hey, do this to get this to work. You do it, it doesn't work. And then you'll tell it, it didn't work, what's going on? Oh, don't do this, do this. And literally the step before was everything was wrong. Or it will hallucinate and say, hey, add these steps to it before you actually fix the problem, except that's not true because I've been paying attention to what you're saying, and that could never be true. So there's a lot of hallucinations that it does, right? And you, unless you know what you're doing, or unless you like have some experience with it, where you're like, that can't be true because you just told me two different contradictory things in the same freaking chat, right? Because they all operate off chat models. And people are using this as like authoritative sources, right? It's crazy to me. Excuse me? You're going to bomb a girls' school with that kind of indecisiveness, right? Where it doesn't even know that it's doing things incorrectly because they're hallucinations, right? This is not a living thing, guys. This isn't even like artificially living or anything, right? It's not like an inorganic being. No, it's just, it's prone to hallucinations. And you, as the user, either know what the fuck you're doing and you go like, that's fucking wrong. What are you talking about? Or you just ignore it. It's so insanely dangerous. Yeah, and especially when you're dealing with people's lives and children and stuff. Like, why are you trusting it, right? Like, I'm just giving you an example of, like, what to do in a coding situation. But you're telling me you're using it for military warfare and to bomb people? This is so dumb. What? It's so dangerous. Yeah, Splendinavia.
So before, so it's the opposite. That's how the Israelis used it, right? Like, oh, no, we didn't make the decision. AI made the decision. And now to try to...
By the way, I did see like a judge in, I forget where, but it was in a district judge, right? Wow, porn company can sue Meta for torrenting its adult films for AI training. I agree 100%. Judge, because that's all AI is being used for now, in addition to, right, porn. Crazy. Kind of, I prefer my women to be real, guys. Come on. Judge kicks lawyers off. Which one? I was... There's so many of these cases, guys. I'm sorry. If I find it, I'll post it again. But basically what it said is that decisions by AI algorithms or AI in general do not constitute as something that you can't do. Like as something you can like use as a defense. Which if that holds in the higher courts and in the Supreme Court, that's going to be huge, right? Because that argument doesn't make sense. That means that technically the company and you, motherfucker, are guilty. Now, will they go to jail? I doubt it because nobody's going to bring the suit, right? And we tend to protect powerful people and rich people, right? Speaking of hallucinations, look at this story, right? AI hallucinations prompt Mississippi judge to boot all lawyers from the case for blindly relying on technology. This is the key word, blindly, right? Because you should, first of all, you're a lawyer. That's pretty sad. How do you not know your own profession? Secondly, how do I catch stuff that I don't even know anything about in terms of like coding? Because I'm not a coder, guys. And I can catch that the AI is making mistakes, right? Because I have two brain cells and I pay attention to what it's trying to tell me. So like, this just shows you that people are using this technology very like haphazardly and blindly, as she just said, right? It's stupid as fuck. And these are lawyers. Fuck.
Get the heat off AI. Goes, no, actually, it was a human that made the final decision. What are we even doing here, bro?
In which not Claude, because we haven't allowed it, but someone else's AI model, the AI model just makes a decision and the human never sees it. That's what we were standing up for. That's what we were fighting against.
You guys wanted slightly more regulation, where there would be one more layer of people to say, yeah, bomb the girls' school. Others just wanted to bomb the girls' school, and that's why we're better. Is we went through multiple layers before we bombed the girls' school.
Mississippi has technology.
Oh,
so
my
does
word.
Alabama.
We're so cooked. The Luddites were
We
so
are
right.
cooked.
This school had a website. You could have found it in a Google search. Like, shouldn't Claude have spotted that? And it doesn't speak to a scarier issue about using technology as a shortcut in war.
The principle that was obeyed here is a human makes the final decision.
Why are all these guys so weird? Right?
Yeah, they are
this
weird.
guy reminds me of Alex Karp. That guy's weird.
Oh yeah, he
like,
does
these people are
remind
just
me.
weird.
They're like twitchy. They just shout. These
These like maladjusted nerds who are
Yeah.
making machines of death.
Nothing against nerds, right? But like when you're this like visibly like, huh? You're in charge of these things.
Trying to create
Come
God
on.
in a computer, and everybody's acting like it's normal. None of this is fucking normal. Who gave these people this immense power? These shouldn't have this fucking immense power.
We did apparently.
I don't know what role Claude or any other AI had, but like, if this isn't an illustration why that principle is so important, I don't know what is.
Is AI warfare
Deflection.
more likely to stop World War III, a war between the U.S. and China, or is it
No.
more likely to make it happen?
I would say on balance, it is more likely to stop it. But if we have no limits on how it's used, then I think, it could be more likely to cause it.
Oh, that's good. That's great.
He just
That's
admitted
awesome.
it.
So in other words, the path we're going down is let her rip
What a
wild,
clown.
wild west, do whatever the fuck you want with AI type shit, right? And he's like, oh yeah, that'll probably lead to more likelihood that we have World War III. Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good to know. Good to know that we're making machines of death that will lead to more death and lead to more destruction. Good to know we're creating God in a computer and have no idea what the fucking implications of that are. Good to know. Good to know we're trying to replace humans, and these fucking demons, these AI tech demons, will say out loud we're trying to replace all human labor. And then also at the same time, we're cutting government services. So you can't get help from the government, you can't get a job, and you're just, what, supposed to die? Huh? Is that what we want? I guess that is what we want.
You've seen Dr. Strangelove,
Apparently.
like the premise of it was like, you have a doomsday device that automatically fires nuclear weapons when it thinks nuclear weapons are being fired at it. What could go wrong, right? I think the way conflicts
What
happen
could go
is that,
wrong?
the two sides jump at each other. They misunderstand each other. And when we don't have proper oversight of this technology,
Makes me feel he's literally admitting it, Raina. You heard it. Yeah. You should all feel so comfortable in your beds.
I think those kinds of accidents are more likely to happen.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so Yanis Varoufakis says, there you have it. Anthropic CEO said it. The murder of more than 100 schoolgirls in Manab targeted by Anthropic's Claude is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. Time to rise up against these techno-feudal war criminals.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly right, man.
Exactly. Well
I think
said.
that's exactly right.
Based.
And I don't think we know the fire that we're fucking playing with and what this could lead to. And it's just crazy to me to watch, like, the dumbest people,
My brain hurts.
sort of make us take the shortcut to hell
My
on earth.
brain
And that's what we're doing.
hurts.
Just like all these speeches at these graduations, the commencement addresses, where you got some boomer who's already, made a tremendous amount of money in their life and they're safe and secure, and they're up there going, AI is the future and AI is going to take everybody's jobs. And everybody goes, boo, boo. And they're like, why are you booing, bro? Why are you Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you told people they're fucking useless and nothing's going to come of their lives, and you're creating God in a computer all because you're a fucking selfish boomer and
We
you think
live
it'll
in
help
now.
you get a delivery to your house 7 minutes
Remember
faster?
when nerds
Fuck you
were
guys. Jesus
endearing?
Christ, man. What are we talking about?
Remember for like 5 seconds when nerds were endearing and cute and we wanted to pinch their cheeks? Then they turned into techno-feudalist war criminals.
Out here. Oh my goodness. So, there you have it. I've yet to see one of these, and this would be more ethical.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking about, dog. You literally took the thought out of my mind, man. Big Bang Theory lied to us, guys. That was propaganda.
Of the AI companies. I've
Propaganda.
yet to see one of these companies that doesn't scare the ever-living shit out of me.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps
fuck
out big
this.
time in the algorithm. Click the bell.
Speaking of nerds, I'm pretty sure he's
Doing our
harmless.
fun little math game again here.
There he is doing math, guys. Wow.
What is
Can you imagine doing math?
expected remaining vote in Cobb County?
Math?
29,000 is
Oh my
the number
God.
we have in here.
29,000. So, do this again. We have 449 times. Why don't we just say...
Ray BBPARRTTYYY. Very Nice TV just rated our broadcast with 18. Thanks for the raid.
Thank you, Very Nice TV. Appreciate the raid. How you doing, girl? Welcome back. Outer Signal. Have you rated me before? I don't remember. I think I rated you once, right? From Casual Revolt to Very Nice to Gust. We're rating tonight. Damn right, Outer Signal. How you been, man? Good to see you again. How was your stream? Very nice. What'd you guys talk about? Pen in the mouth while doing math. Boss move. For real.
49-51. Let's be generous to Jones with the projection and say it's just a tie. It's not 49-51. It's a tie. They each get 14-5 of the remaining, right? Okay. So it puts Jones at 20.
Yeah, I kind of figured this was going to be lame. All right. Next up, questions linger over U.S.-Iran deal.
President Trump spent today again meeting leaders of the top.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like this is actually going to happen, right? Like, does anyone honestly believe Lebanon is, like, Israel's going to stop attacking Lebanon? No, of course not. This is just hope, right? Hopium. We talked about ICE News, Elon, and the White House UFC. Oh, we did too, girl. Oh my God. Yeah, we did too. That shit was crazy. They called fucking Michelle Obama a man? What? And it was just a giant like handout to corporations. It was crazy. Everything wrong with the country you could honestly see in that thing, in that situation, in that event. But I'm convinced now. Very Nice TV. You want to know why? If they do one of those every week, it just is completely mask off at this point, right? Trump is so mask off, guys. It's crazy. I hate it. I hate it, but at the same time, we need it, right? Because we need to break the spell. We need to... What's the word? Break the spell. Have the mask slip. Just go full mask off, right? All those terms could apply here. I had a chat hegemony before this raid. Good while it lasted, I guess. Damn right. Right? I'm glad you agree.
Industrial nations at the G7 summit in the French Alps.
Yeah.
And he again extolled the framework deal the U.S.
See, like, it's just not going to happen, right, guys? Because what did Iran say? Israel must stop attacking Lebanon. And they're not going to do that. Fuck, I don't even think they're going to stop attacking Iran. So, like, what's the point? This is another one of those, like, Trump fake peace plans, right? The Board of Peace, the Gaza armistice deal, right? Or, like, ceasefire, they call it. All these are just scams, guys, yeah.
Iran this weekend to start nuclear negotiations and end the war. But the prevailing question tonight remains, what is actually in that deal? Days after it was announced, no text has been released publicly. And complicating matters, Iran is demanding that Israel withdraw its forces from Lebanon as...
It's Jay, okay! What up? Welcome to the stream. How is your evening so far? Sounds like you had fun over at Very Nice TV. And when I mean fun, I mean memeing.
You know, in about 2 weeks. I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now.
Board of Peace.
But I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. To the forefront over the next 2 weeks. We've got the plan largely completed, and we'll be filing it over the next
We
2 or
did,
3
thank
weeks.
you, of
We'll be
course.
having a news conference in about 2 weeks. I will make that decision, I would say, over the next 2
We
weeks.
have an awesome
And I'll be
soundboard.
making a big decision over the next 2 weeks. At some point in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I'm going to be setting the deal. Over the next 2-3 weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the
It
next
is.
2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now. Maybe in 2 weeks.
Sick of winning, dog. I'm sick of winning too.
We had our beautiful Marine standing there. Bing, 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 bing. You know, in the old days.
That's how
bing,
this is.
Bong. You know, with the map. Bing, bing, bing. Little mouth on him. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, 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 bing,
Yep.
bing. Bing, bing, bing.
The agreement, which Israel says it will not do. A senior Iranian general said the Revolutionary Guard
Oh, how long did I go so long without hearing anyone make that joke?
would strike
It's
Israel
better.
if it continues attacks in Lebanon.
Yeah, no, again, guys, I'm so glad you're here. Very nice TV. I haven't talked to her too much, but she did the Jason Stoner cast with me, and we've rated once. Yeah, I think that's where I am. And you seem like cool peoples.
That's just one of several sticking points that could scuttle any deal. Our White House correspondent Liz Landers.
To my earlier point, Israel will never withdraw from land grabbing. Well, it's a part of their greater Israel project, right? You're not gonna. They have the goal of doing that, so you're not gonna like. No peace treaty is going to contain that, right? You have to have a leader who is like, you either stop it or we're cutting off aid. We're cutting off military, or we're doing something worse, right? Like what Humanist Report said just on the previous video we were watching. None of that's going to happen with this president. So, like, what are we doing joking around, right? That's a meme at this point. Fancy seeing you here. That's what she said.
Begins our coverage.
The only thing that really matters to me is Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And it says
Sure,
it
dog.
loud and clear.
Today at the G7 summit in Evian, France,
Yeah, we know that, but the U.S. can't stop that. Reagan did that in '82. Trump will never. Yeah.
President Trump once again hailed the new U.S. agreement with Iran, and he claimed once more that the text blocks Iran from ever developing nuclear weapons.
They're not going to develop it. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences.
Right. This is the guy who says Iran is a completely irrational actor. And then literally 2 weeks later will say, we're actually really reasonable guys, right? This is why you don't take his words seriously. I stopped taking I listen to his actions, right? Pay attention to his actions. None of what he has to say has very much a value in terms of like political science, right? Wait, was that footage actually uranium enrichment? I think so. Let's see.
Do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer.
I don't know enough about the subject, unfortunately. Is anyone here a uranium enrichment specialist or a nuclear scientist? Nuclear scientists in chat, please let me know. Please comment. Is this a is this how uranium enrichment occurs? I don't know enough about it. Out of my area of expertise, chat.
Unbelievable consequences.
But days after the deal was announced, its text has not yet been publicly released, which has led to questions and skepticism from both Trump's critics and even his allies on Capitol Hill. Mr. Trump said that when he releases the text in a couple of days, that he'd leave no room for doubt.
I'll not only release it, I'll probably have a press conference and read it to you word by word.
He's not going to read.
So that the press covers
This guy doesn't read. What?
it accurately.
Swiss officials confirmed more details
That's a
about the
meme.
signing itself.
That's such
set
a
to take
lie.
place at a lavish alpine resort near Luzerne on Friday. But the beautiful vistas belie the thornier issues at the heart of the deal. Under the agreement, the U.S. and Iran would extend their
He can't
ceasefire
even read. He can't even read. Exactly. We've talked about that. He can't even read, so how does he expect to fucking read the whole thing? I think what he means is he's going to read the inside of his eyelids while pretending to read it, while attempting to read it. I'm trying to translate for you guys, okay? That's what's really going to happen, right? He's been getting very, like, sleepy-eyed in press conference, right? He's like,
reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But significant roadblocks remain to ending the war, including the more detailed negotiations about Iran's nuclear program, which the country's top diplomat, Abbas Araghchi, says will start immediately with the U.S. after Friday's signing.
You could make the case, why are you even bothering? Because it's not.
Why are you even bothering?
But Trump has so far downplayed the urgency for extracting any nuclear material that Iran has.
We're in no rush, but we get it, and when we get it, we'll destroy it. We're not looking to take it, we're looking to destroy it. We have plenty of it.
What's perhaps more urgent is that Araghchi also said he expected Israel to immediately withdraw its military from Lebanon and end its campaign against Hezbollah as part of the deal, a condition Israel has already rejected.
Exactly. See? I don't even have to know that, and I just know they're going to do it.
From our point of view, one side is the United States and Israel. On the other side is Iran and Hezbollah. Without the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the territories they occupied during this war, the war has
What did I say, guys? What did I say?
Come to an end.
No, I'm not happy with.
But see, this is it's all just theater, right? It's a way of getting him to appear like he's a dove, a peace candidate, a peaceful president, guys. But in reality, it's just a giant, like, keep on fighting, right? And he's enabling it, because if he was any other leader, he would do the opposite, right? He would cut off the weapons. He would have embargoes. He would, right, have military action to show, right? All these things are on the table. He just doesn't do them because, obviously, reasons, right? We've talked about them before.
The way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah.
Asked today whether Israel could sink the agreement, President Trump said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu should, quote, be more responsible and consider the bigger implications.
It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran.
The big deal.
Trump says he suggested to Israel that Syria would be more effective at dealing with the threat from Hezbollah, but Syria's president, Ahmed al-Shara, has given no indication he would carry out military operations inside its neighbors' borders. The Assad regime, both father and son, maintained a 30-year military occupation of Lebanon.
No, it's toll-free, period. When it opens permanently, it'll be toll-free.
More disputes over the deal involved a passage through the Strait of Hormuz.
I doubt that. Why will there be tolls? Because tolls are generally a way, right? If you read in any sort of like government class that you take in college, right? Tolls are a way, at least on paper, they become very malicious afterwards, right? And it's hard to get rid of them. But tolls are a way to basically recoup the cost of building for that project, right? There are several like bridges that they built in Central America that operate off this system, and then the minute that the toll is paid, they in theory go away, right? The reason I say in theory is that's not always true, because if you look at, like, for example, where I live, the Mass Pike, right? In Massachusetts, that was paid back in like the 90s, I think, or the 80s. And we're still paying tolls for that. Why? Because reasons. Again, right? It's just a way to collect money. And they say maintenance, which it's not. It's not maintenance, right? So it's incredibly unfair. But with this case, you understand why. Because if they do tolls, it's to rebuild all the infrastructure that this motherfucker just destroyed. So what are we talking about? He literally just made the situation worse. And that's why he's saying that, right? Because he doesn't want to be them to charge any tolls, because what will happen? The cost of gasoline will permanently go up, right? Because oil and all these tankers and stuff, all that stuff will be tolled at the Strait of Hormuz. No. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they actually did that.
No, it's toll-free, period. When it opens permanently, it'll be toll-free.
More disputes over the deal involved a passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it plans to charge new fees to ships that enter the strait. There were, of course, no fees or otherwise charged before the war.
We've always said we're not after charging tolls, but in exchange for services we will provide, necessary costs will be outlined and received. So everything is completely clear in this regard.
We are back with Vice President J.D. Vance.
Vice President J.D. Vance has been on a media blitz with more than a half dozen interviews in just 2 days, not only to sell the deal, but to clarify what's in it, including a possible $300 billion fund.
Yeah, we just watched his ass on fucking The View. That was crazy. Oh my God.
Rebuild
What fucking shilling his book on The View?
Iran if they cooperate, which both Vance and President Trump insist the U.S.
Like, he even said it, guys. They don't even pretend to not give a shit anymore, right? They're like, I'm here to sell my book. He literally said that. Remember that? Otherwise, I would never put up with you, ladies. Oh, God, why does he hate women so much?
U.S. will not pay for.
Not a single cent of American money goes to Iran. Not $300 billion, not $24 billion.
Yeah, but even if this is true, right? Like what I just said, that if they implement a toll, which I see why they would do it. If they're not going to get the payment from us, see how funny this is. Either way, it looks terrible. Either Iran charges the toll, assuming this peace treaty even happens, right? It's so hilarious. So either the toll happens, right? And prices go up for everything because anything going through the toll, through the strait is going up in price. I guarantee you. They got to remake that money somehow. Okay. Or the U.S. government gives a direct payment and pays that stuff off. Either way, it's going to make Trump look bad, right? Because the first option is just going to cause more inflation. The second option is going to make him look like he's not America first, which is what his side cares about, right? And then we're going to laugh on the left because we're all going to be like, so we're paying damages for a war that we did the damages for, right? Like, how stupid is that? What? There are huge reparations from Iran from America in the deal, right? Yeah, I mean, well, you would assume, right? How come the most useless people always seem to fall upwards? It's like reverse gravity. It's been dead. Yep.
Any of the money, the dollar figures that I've seen floating around. They don't get any of that stuff unless they totally transform themselves as a country. And if they do, that's a huge win for everybody, for the region. If they don't, no skin off our back.
President Trump remains in France for the G7 through tomorrow, and many of his discussions have been about putting focus back on Ukraine and pressure back on Russia. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told reporters that G7 leaders gave their, quote, unanimous support. And Mr. Trump himself hinted that the U.S. could resume oil sanctions against Russia. But ultimately, the president downplayed any role that he would play.
We were focused on Iran. That's going to be in the back, in the rear view mirror. But we'll be, look, we have nothing to do with it. We sell weapons to them. We don't even give them. Yeah, I'm going to do whatever I can.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Liz.
Wow. Such a clown show. Crazy. All right.
654.
6-7.
And it puts Jackson 14-5, 34-284. Oh, card.
Wow, nothing's
for a
going
combined
on.
total of 61,938.
Okay.
So the share for Jones, being a little
generous, would be.
I'm going to start streaming with a pen in my mouth. That'll make me seem more legit, right?
Why did I delete that? 45.
Adam. Yes. Hold on. What did I just deleted important stuff. 45.
All right.
Sorry. Okay. I got it now. Never mind. I got it. The two-way share to vote in Cobb. Remember, this is as big as they get. The two-way share to vote for Jones in the preliminary was 50.
President
Meanwhile,
Trump at the G7, now promising to hold a news conference to read the new Iran deal.
well, and that's what you were saying, Splendinavia, right? That the Iran deal, like, we don't even have the text to it. Apparently, he's going to read it to us, though. Is everyone ready? Get your blankies ready. Get your blankies. Get your blankies and sleep masks ready to be, like, fucking tranquilized to sleep.
Word by word to reporters. Gabe Gutierrez joins us now live from Geneva. Gabe, good evening.
Yes, Tom, the president today saying he'll probably hold that press conference and read it, that text, word for word, even as top Republicans in Congress say they haven't even seen the agreement. The president, meanwhile, trying to sell the deal to European allies here at the G7. Complicating all of this, a U.S. official tells NBC News Iran has fired multiple drones towards commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz since Sunday's agreement, and that the U.S. military has been shooting them down. This all comes as average U.S. gas prices drop below $4 a gallon, with predictions that it'll fall below $3.75 by July 4th. Oil plummeting well below $80 a barrel, approaching what it was before the war.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Damn right. All right. We watched a Trita on Breaking Points, so I'm just kind of curious what he has left to say on this. But yeah, I think we know what, like, the end effects of this are going to be. Nothing, but
Trump is meeting
or just like a kind of deal, right?
with world leaders at the G7 summit in France, with much of the world's focus on Iran. On Sunday, the U.S. and Iran signed a framework agreement extending the ceasefire by 60 days. Iran's agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, while the U.S. will lift its naval blockade. The text of the agreement, though, has not yet been released. According to Iran, the deal calls for a permanent and immediate cessation of hostilities on all fronts, including in Lebanon. But Israel, which is not a party to the agreement, says it plans to keep troops in parts of southern Lebanon. Earlier today, President Trump spoke about Israel at the G7.
We've had a very effective relationship. Without the United States, there would be no Israel. Without me, there would be no Israel, because no other president was willing to do what I did. I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible.
Bibi. It's a very timid response, right? Tepid.
With respect to Lebanon. No, I'm not happy with the way Israel has handled themselves with Lebanon and with Hezbollah. They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran.
It goes on forever.
We're joined now by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. He was in the news himself last week after the right-wing online outlet, The Free Press, published an article claiming the State Department's opened a probe into Trita Parsi that could lead to his deportation. The Free Press was founded by Barry Weiss, who's now editor-in-chief of CBS News. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But let's begin with the U.S.-Iran agreement. Trita, your latest article is headlined, "The next 72 hours will tell us whether Israel plans to kill Trump's peace." Explain.
As we have seen, the Israelis did everything they could last minute to make sure that the deal would collapse by escalating matters and going into Beirut itself. There had been skirmishes between
Well, and I will say, let's just remember, Benjamin Netanyahu is under two threats right now, right? If he ends the war and everything goes back to, like, peace, he's going to be prosecuted in Israel, right? Like, the only reason he's not in jail is because they have a law saying, like, if the prime minister, like, they get a waiver, essentially, I don't fucking get it entirely, right? But they get a waiver to not be in jail during wartime, right? It's asinine. But that's one reason he keeps continuing all these conflicts across multiple states, right? You see it in Lebanon, obviously, right? Because he's just using the excuse to stay out of jail. Okay, well, his popularity as well in Israel has taken a shit, as we've come to realize. People to the right of him are like just attacking him now, right? People towards like the center are attacking him. So he's not very popular on any of these like moves. So either way, it's looking like really bad for him. So what happens when an animal's cornered or like is desperate? Well, I guess we'll find out, right? But
Hezbollah
we all know
and Israel for the days prior to that. At the end of the day, the Israelis are invading Lebanon, of course, so that's not necessarily surprising, but both sides have managed to keep
those dementia eyes, I know.
There wouldn't be any major escalation.
We were just memeing on that Desert Loner. Like we're just going to see him read like that.
And no violation of the red line that both Iran and the United States had put forward, which was no more attacks on Beirut. Just hours before there was supposed to be a signing, or an electronic signing of this agreement, the Israelis struck at Beirut, which is part of the reason why Trump now for several days have been lashing out at the Israelis, because it's very clear to him ultimately now that the Israelis are trying to destroy this deal, and they will continue to try. They did so with the Obama deal. They will do so with this one as well, and it will require consistent pressure by Trump on the Israelis in order to hold them back.
Trump is now over in Europe at the G7 meeting. The European leaders are facing increasing opposition among their own people to the continued wars. Israel's war on Gaza. 2 million Italians went on a general strike in solidarity with Palestine last fall. A 24-hour general strike in Italy just less than a month ago on May 18th. What do you sense is happening among the European governments?
Well, the European governments are under tremendous pressure from their own populations because they're pursuing foreign policies, at least when it comes to Gaza, but also to a certain extent other places that are just not in line with what the publics there want. They're tired of these wars. They don't want to see the support for a genocide. Even in countries such as Germany, that has been so supportive of Israel beyond any other European state, the public is 65% plus in opposition to Israel's handling on all of this. And at the same time, you have this tension with the United States that is going its own ways, and the Europeans finally realizing that they have to have far more strategic autonomy than they have had before. They have put all of their eggs in the American security basket, made themselves so dependent on the United States, so dependent on NATO, that they have lost the ability to pursue an independent path that in many ways actually was good for the United States itself. The Germany of 2003 that stood up against the Iraq war, that spoke out against it, led the opposition to that war, is a Europe that the United States needs, because we do tend to have bad ideas over here every once in a while, and we need a partner that can tell us that this is not a path we should take. But Europe has lost that ability. It's made itself so dependent on the United States that it has no longer the maneuverability to push back. And this is something that the European publics ultimately are not happy about, because they're seeing the consequences of that vacillation of Europe as a continent.
And what do you make of the continuing disagreements voiced publicly between the Iranian government and the U.S. government over what this deal entails? And it's supposedly going to be about a 2-page memorandum, which obviously can't deal with all the complexity of a deal of this type.
Bingo. Yep.
Look, both sides are going to try to frame this as a win. And I think both sides also have media apparatuses in their countries that have put forward versions of this deal that may not be actually accurate. I do suspect that some of the hardline media in Iran has actually put forward ideas or versions of this deal that are not the accurate ones in order to make sure that the expectations are exaggerated so that the final meet never meets them. But this is a way because of the effort from the hardliners in Iran to sabotage it, and we have similar problems here on the United States as well. But this is being compounded by the fact that the actual text is not released. As long as you don't have an official text that is released, there is going to be speculation that gives opportunities for those who want to sabotage it to do exactly that.
Trita, you wrote a book, Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy, about the Iran deal that Obama struck. Can you talk about whether there's any real difference between what is agreed about now and back then in 2015?
Again, we don't know the details yet to be able to make an accurate estimation of what the differences and similarities are. I suspect that there will be plenty of similarities and some differences as well. If, for instance, the deal does contain the same elements that was on the table back in February before the war, when the Omanis were mediating this issue, then there are going to be some elements that are frankly going to be stronger than the JCPOA. For instance, that the Iranians would not be stockpiling any enriched uranium at all, and they would potentially even pause enrichment for several years. The JCPOA did not contain that. On the other hand, the JCPOA had remarkable inspections regimes. We don't know what inspections regime this deal will have because the IEA has not been involved in these negotiations. In the JCPOA, they were deeply, deeply involved. Another very interesting difference that I think we already now can see, at least rhetorically, is that the Obama administration was very careful only to sell that deal as a nuclear agreement. They never tried to point to a possibility of a better future between the US and Iran, a better relationship, a transformation of that relationship. If it were to happen, it would be an added bonus, but not something that was at the center of the deal, or not even something that was designed to be the ambition of the deal. The Trump administration has done this completely reversely. They're going out there and very ferociously arguing that this can be a peace deal, that this can be a full transformation, not just of US-Iran relations, but the entire regional context as well. Now, whether they have the political power and capital and means to make real out of that promise remains to be seen. But it is an ambition that the Obama administration did not even express. They never even called their deal a peace deal. And in some ways, I think this is a positive development because we do need to finally get over this US-Iran enmity. Otherwise, if this continues, but it just has a nuclear component to it, that enmity eventually is going to lead to either the collapse of that nuclear deal or some other form of confrontation between the two countries. And I think it would be better for both states if they actually could put that enmity behind them.
Trita, I also want to ask you about the recent Free Press article headlined "Will."
Yeah, that's a good point because the Obama deal, right, was not a peace treaty, guys. Like, it wasn't a peace deal. It's not like hostilities ceased, right? We still had them. It just there was more cooperation, right? And the distinction there is, well, I mean, cooperation is better than no cooperation, and that's why Trump ripped it up, right? So,
the U.S. deport Trita Parsi. The outlet claimed.
Yeah, we heard about this on Breaking Points too, which is crazy.
The Trump administration's weighing whether to revoke your green card. You've described it as a hit piece designed to trigger your deportation. Of course, Free Press, founded by Barry Weiss, who's now the editor-in-chief of CBS News.
Yeah, thank you, Amy, for allowing me to correct the record on this one. I wrote about it on my Substack as well afterwards. Only hours after this hit piece came out, the State Department itself took the unusual move of coming out and denying it and saying that they have no plans to deport me, at least not for.
When the State Department does that, you know, this is Trump's State Department. That's crazy, right? But again, I also don't believe them, and you shouldn't either. Take it with a grain of salt.
Now they say so.
But still, like, that is pretty funny. I don't think that's going to be the case, right? They would normally just remain quiet about something like that. So, yeah.
There was a caveat, but nevertheless, this is a very unusual move because usually the State Department doesn't comment on these things at all. But I think what
exactly, they hardly ever do that, especially publicly like that.
Happened, and this is my theory. I don't have smoking gun evidence for it, but I do believe that there were elements inside the State Department that wanted to move in this direction. They had been pressured by people like Laura Loomer for months now tweeting that they should be deporting me. And they thought that this hit piece would help move things forward. But I think, frankly, it backfired because not only was there a major backlash publicly against this, there was also opposition within the Trump administration against this move. And it's part of the reason why the State Department came out so quickly and so unusually to deny this.
Rita Parsi, thanks so much for being with us, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft.
But
we'll
it's
link
definitely
to your
you.
Substack article headlines, So They Tried to Deport Me. Thanks for watching Democracy
So
Now!
they
on
tried to
YouTube.
deport me. All right, guys. I'm going to call it a night. You know what time it is. It's that time of the night where I say good night, good day, wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining me on another episode of the Gustx Broadcast. Appreciate everyone being here. Did we get any subs today? No, but we did get a raid. Thank you very much. Very nice TV for the raid again. And yeah, if you guys have anyone I should raid, let me know. But stay tuned for the credits, and I'll see you soon. We'll raid after the credits if there's any good suggestions. Bye bye, guys. See you in a few days. Who's Nikki? I don't know who that is. Sure, we'll raid her, I guess. So long, and thanks for all the fish. Hey, we got a sub. I'll let Gloggy say it. We'll keep the thing. Hold on.
Stop the stream. Ratatostealant just resubbed for 12 at tier 1 for a total 10 months. They are on a 0-month sub streak.
I love the RFK voice. Thank you, patrons. Skelly, Josephus, Just Passing Through, Ice Beans, and Eddie Bombay. Love you guys. Thank you so much. If you haven't already, follow the channel so you know when I go live. And we'll raid out to Nikki, I guess. Yeah, cool. My eyes! Ah! She sounds like she does gaming and stuff, so that could be fun, right? Let's see. My GOAT security chief, Odo! There he is. If you participated in the stream, your name will also be on here. Or if you're a sub. And thank you so much, Ratatosk, for the resub, my man. Almost 10 months, or a year now, right? Almost a year, my bad.
Homosexuals are gay.
True. 100. I'm pretty sure that's an accurate statement, dog. Bye, guys. See you soon.